Sí, un, dos, sí, sí, hola, sí, un. Sí, hola, sí, sí, un, dos, sí. Sí, sí, un, dos, sí, sí, hola, sí. Sí, hola, un, dos, sí, sí, probando. Un, dos, sí, hola, sí, sí. Sí, 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 hola, sí, sí. Sí, un, dos, sí. Què tal, Sergi? Com estàs? Bon dia, xulo. Dime que ets del Real Madrid i fem una festa avui, no? De quin equip ets? Com va dir que estava Barça de tira? A la Madrid! A la Madrid! Juan. Juan. Juan, dime de qué equipo eres. No, hombre, no, Real Madrid, siempre. A la Madrid aquí. A la Madrid. Sí, hola, sí, sí, sí. 1, 2, sí, sí, sí. Hola, sí. Sí. Sí, 1, 2, 1, 2, sí, sí. Hola. Oh.
What do I need to do to get this working? Okay. Good morning. It's nice to see so many of you so early here. It's only the second day of the conference, so maybe that's still working out. I'm very excited to welcome you to this symposium on the role of curvature in aesthetic appeal. You can see the list of talks here. We'll do questions and answers after each talk, and then hopefully at the end we'll have 10 minutes left for a general discussion about kind of overarching topics on curvature. People like curvy things. That's one of the most robust findings in all of empirical aesthetics, and we want to find out here through a series of talks why that is and how and etc. So let's get started with the first talk by Nicole Ruder.
Much for being here, yes, again so early, and thank you so much to Mark and Dirk for organizing this symposium. Today I'm going to talk about a particular work that we've done trying to have this ambitious goal of trying to explain the curvature effect. So perceiving and evaluating sensory objects are two fundamental aspects of cognition and seem to be very interrelated concepts. However, a comprehensive account of how the two relate together is still yet to be established. So our aim for this research was to investigate the relationship between perceptual and hedonic judgments by specifically taking into account individual differences. We define aesthetic or hedonic sensitivity as the degree to which a specific physical feature influences someone's likings. In other words, the aim is to assess the extent to which an individual relies on a particular feature when evaluating an object. And so the way in which we quantify and assess sensitivity for each participant is to extract individual slopes from random effect structure from linear mixed effects models. And the advantage of this approach is that it enables us to go beyond the average judgment overall, and this idea, and take into account high and low individual sensitivities as the physical feature is changed. And crucially, this can be applied to any kind of judgment or sensory feature. And so in the, as Dirk introduced earlier, we know that humans like curvature, and specifically we rely strongly on vision as a primary sense for perception and evaluating the world around us. And contour stands out as a prominent factor driving our judgments of visual objects. And there are evidence that this might stem from a biological ground. For example, curved contours tend to be faster to be detected and promote approach behavior compared to sharp angle ones. And there is growing evidence that we might have a specialized cortical network for curvature processing in humans. So this preference for smooth contours seems to be present in early developmental stages, transcend cultural boundaries and even species boundaries, and it might have a non-modal origin. However, this preference has been studied using mainly dichotomous stimuli. So despite the relevance of visual contour, this variable seems to be not yet satisfactorily defined, characterized, and operationalized. So to overcome this issue, we developed this novel stimulus set, which we call VICO, the Visual Contour Stimulus Set. This database consists of a series of abstract contours varying continuously in the number of vertices, distance between the internal and external vertices, and the tension of the spline connecting the adjacent vertices. So I'm going to show you the stimuli that we selected for this research. So should be able to. Oh, no. Click too fast. So for this research, we had 14 and 12 vertices. There we go. Then we had distance. So you can appreciate the 4 different distance levels. They increased. And then here I have an animation showing how the tension changed. So you can see we had 11 different transitions from the angular to the smoothest contour, and I'm going to play it again so you can appreciate the difference, well, the change in the contour as we go from the most angular to the curviest version. And so in this case, the 1 will correspond to the maximum tension or angularity. So 87 participants took part in this experiment online and rated the 88 visual contours resulting from this paradigm. We assessed both their perceptual and hedonic ratings across 2 different behavioral tasks, one based on a slider and the other one on the method of constant stimuli. So I'm going to show you one paradigm at a time. So the first one is a slider. So we applied a Zarian paradigm to both hedonic and perceptual ratings, having the participants to estimate how angular or curved the contour looked like, and to assess how much they liked it or disliked it. We also took into account the laterality of the question, so we kind of swapped and counterbalanced the side in which the curved and angular appeared between participants. So in the perceptual task, contours with a very small distance, which are these ones at the bottom in the red, as you can see, they seem to be performing differently from all the other shapes, and they tended to be perceived more curved overall. However, again, the distance resulted, it seems to be really different compared to the other ones, even excluding those vertices, we perceived curvature. The perceived curvature still decreased as higher tension, but when we looked at the results of the liking model, they also pointed at a different effect of categorization for the contours with the lowest distance, but they were the ones that were least liked among the ones that we had. Again, this was quite surprising for us. Even when excluding the lowest distance, the results suggested that people tended to like more contours with more vertices, greater distance, and lower tension, meaning more curved overall. But this was quite surprising for us. But I'm going to move forward to show how the second paradigm looked like. So the second paradigm used the method of constant stimuli, where we had the reference shape as the median tension, and so you can see it on the right. we had instead the target, and people had to assess if it was more or less curved to the reference shape, or if they liked it more or less. So again, we used exactly the same behavioral paradigm, but for assessing perceptual and hedonic judgments. We also varied the exposure time with 125, 250, and 500 milliseconds, but we did not find an effect of exposure time, so I'm not going to go into details further down. But as an assessment of perceptual sensitivity, the D prime overall was positive, suggesting that people generally categorized the lower tension as more curved, and conversely, the higher tension as more angular. I forgot to say that within the metal constant stimuli, we varied the tension, but across different blocks, we kept constant vertices and distance of the shapes. So we found a significant effect of question polarity, and on the D prime suggested that participants responded more accurately when asked about angularity than when asked about curviness. So we can interpret this effect, meaning that actually there was like one physical stimulus that was actually angular, so perhaps that could be the reason why we had this effect. But most interestingly, participants preferred the reference over the target 57% more, entailing like a general preference for medium tension when obviously distance and vertices were controlled. And preference for medium tension was robust, even when disregarding trials in which reference was preferred. So here is just to show you how the median tension looked like. And so these results kind of question the curvature effect, or at least show a vital limitation, that the curvature effect is not robust to pairwise comparisons or binary preference settings when tension is manipulated continuously. But our main aim was to finally clarify the relationship between perceptual and hedonic judgments. So we found that perceptual ratings significantly and negatively predicted hedonic ratings. So with the lighter black line with a downward trend, suggesting that the more people perceive the chord to be curved, the less they tended to like it. However, because here, as you can see, the red line indicating the blobbiest shapes seem to have an effect. We also excluded the distance 1 from the analysis, and we found that actually the association turned positive and quadratic when excluding distance 1. So this suggests that participants' preference for target increased with their perceptual sensitivity. So to summarize, we contribute to a novel methodology that prompts us to rethink the study of perception and evaluation of visual contour, and at least highlight the importance and interdependence of those two concepts. And we provide an empirical approach to the relationship between perceptual and evaluative judgments that is transferable to other features and domains. We also provide VICO, a new stimulus set that could be used and hopefully to replicate the findings. And I'm going to just leave you with a question to start this symposium. And I just want to end thanking all the co-authors, Ana Clemente, Oliver Penacchio, Manel Vida-Vidal, and Robert Pepper to be part of this research. And I just want to mention that in September, we're organizing a workshop investigating the crossroads of research and art. So if you want to find more, please scan the QR code. And thank you very much for listening.
We have time for questions. Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you.
So, very nice, but it's tricky to manipulate and control the variables when you have this type of stimuli. So, for example, do you know to what extent, by reducing the depth of the vertices, the distance you called it, does that reduce the variability in that subset of stimuli, meaning they start to look more similar because they become more rounded, more blobby? when you have greater distance, they can be more different from each other. So you have a problem of heterogeneity of the stimuli as well, perhaps.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think this is what the study shows, that when having closer distance, people maybe can't appreciate as much the changes in the contour. But I think that prompts us to really think what is contour and what is the relationship with shape, and the role of shape in driving the curvature effect.
That's right, but do you worry that sometimes if stimuli look more unique, that they make also them to be preferred?
Possibly.
Distinctive, yeah.
But still, I mean, I remember having conversations with Anna when she first showed me the stimuli, and we were like, yeah, people would like the blobbier one.
Uh-huh.
So it still made us really think, like, what is driving the effect? Because, it was counterintuitive, especially based on the literature we have so far.
Any other questions?
Thanks for the talk, first of all. I wondered, have you focused a little bit more on when people start to perceive curvature versus angularity? So you had this scale, and did you find like a consistent, continuous threshold, kind of?
You mean in the slider, if there was like a threshold for overall the group?
Yeah, I mean, you continuously revise the stimuli to transform from angularity into curvature, right?
Yes.
And was there a clear point when people started to perceive the object as curved versus angular? Or did people differ in perception of, okay, person A thinks this is still angular, person B thinks this is already curved?
I mean, yes, we did look into that, but we were interested in the individual differences. Overall, people were sensitive to curvature because the D prime was positive. So, but yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly that the group average, because we did not specifically look into that. We wanted to take into account the individual variabilities.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. To the next talk.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next talk is by Letizia Palumbo, Preference for Curvature, the Role of Individual Differences in Object Attributes.
The symposium, and thanks everyone to be here. So yes, today I'm going to show two studies. One is not new, while the other one, even if it cannot really address the issue around the link between visual processing and preference for curvature, at least can hint or suggest more specific questions around it. So we already look at preference for curvature, so the curvature effect. So I'm not going to dwell time on this, but this slide is just to reiterate the systematic results and the replicability of the curvature effect across different stimuli, but also across different tasks, forced choice response, preferential task, or rating scales. We also learned more recently from the meta-analysis by Eric Quick-Chambi that the effect size for the curvature effect varies depending on the type of stimuli. So, for example, effect sizes are larger for abstract stimuli, and they are smaller for more complex or multidimensional stimuli. But the question that we were interested in is really whether the preference for curvature is subject to individual variations. And so in this study, we'll address this question by looking at 3 different groups of participants. So one group of participants entered in the autism spectrum condition, and then another group of participants were neurotypicals matched to the ASC group by age and gender. And then a third group was quasi-expert in design, so students who were towards the completion of the master's degree. So the reason why we look at these 3 different groups is because, for example, with the group of individuals with autism spectrum condition, there weren't really studies looking at visual preferences in the first place. And second of all, there was a study by Belin in 2016, I believe, which showed that individuals with autism tend to have more positive responses with edgy or rectilinear stimuli. So we want to look into that. And in terms of the other 2 groups, we were expecting the replication of the curvature effect, so also with the quasi-expert designers, based on previous works by Vartanian and others. So in this study, we also use different types of stimuli. So we use abstract shapes, patterns of lines, as well as more complex stimuli like interior design. So I will focus on the latter, but I can anticipate that there was no difference across the groups for abstract curvature. Okay. So when using interior design spaces, adopting the stimuli by Vartanian, so these is a factorial design with 3 factors: ceiling, high and low, space open and closed, and then appearance, so rectilinear and curvilinear. And we use the 2 tasks here, like, dislike, and approach avoidance. So if this were a real room, for example, would you like to enter or exit? Right, okay, so these are the results. On the left-hand side, you have the like-dislike response. On the right-hand side, the approach avoidance. And this row looks at individuals with the ASC and the neurotypicals. And you see there is an interaction effect here. So there was a higher proportion of liking response for the angular as compared to the curved interiors in the ASC group. This difference was not significant for the neurotypicals. We didn't replicate this with the approach avoidance response. And when looking at the quasi-expert responses, we found a similar result here. So the curvature effect was not confirmed, actually. There was a preference for angular interior space as compared to the curved, and this was mirrored also in terms of approach avoidance with quasi-expert designers. So the first conclusion from the first study is the curvature effect significantly diminished with interior design stimuli, especially in the group of individuals with the autism condition and in the quasi-expert designer. Now, we did have some explanation for this. So we thought about a familiarity effect with individuals with autism, as we are more exposed to rectilinear interior spaces. And in terms of designers, I have to do a specification that these were designers specialized in industrial design. And so we think that the preference for more rectilinear interior space was probably driven by project demands and the way that they were actually trained during their courses. So I think it would be interesting to look at in future is really the relationship between individual variations and different type of objects, but also tasks, because we saw that while with some groups we didn't find the effect on the approach avoidance, with the quasi-expert, for example, the effect was also with the approach avoidance task. and also the relationship between the curvature effect and other components, especially when using multidimensional stimuli like interior spaces. It could be that there are other properties or components that are that play a major role. So, for example, lightening, or in terms of structural properties, ceiling height or openness of space. Right. Okay. So, moving on with study 2, here got different set of questions. So the first one, whether there is a relationship between visual processing and liking for common use objects, more specifically whether object contour, so the perceptual feature of objects and categories, so in this case the semantics, have the same effect on liking and visual processing of the objects. And just before going, yes, so in terms of liking, we were expecting, again, the preference for curvature. And in terms of visual processing, well, thinking about curved objects as having a good gestalt in terms of collinearity and good continuation, and also considering they facilitating function in terms of processing objects holistically, we predicted fewer fixation and shorter mean duration fixation for the curved objects. In contrast, for the angulars, if they attract attention, and also potentially might fragment the shape and therefore in a way elicit a more type of local type of processing, we expected a higher number of fixation and longer fixation duration with those objects. So the stimuli said to use chairs and tables as common use objects, so 40 for each category, and half were curved and half were angular. And we did the first test with 60 participants, and we asked participants to rate these stimuli in terms of different dimension, asking also about curvature, but then we asked for novelty as well, weightening, interestingness, and complexity. And here you can see the mean and the standard deviation for each of the dimensions. Right, so in the main experiment, what we did is we show for 2 seconds each of the stimuli, and then participants, while recording, of course, eye movements with the standalone eye link, eye tracker, and then we show the stimuli again with the rating scale, so they needed to rate from 0 dislike to 100 like for each of the stimuli. And this is what we found with 40 participants. So now what you see here on the y-axis is the liking, and what we plotted on the x-axis is the subjective rating of curvature, okay? And this is within the angular objects as we classify these objects in our design, okay? And you see there is like a main effect of curvature, so it doesn't really, it increase, liking increase as curvature, subjective ratings of curvature increase, yeah, and this is for both objects, chairs, and tables. But when we look inside our curved stimuli, so as we classified the stimuli in our design, and again, we look at this in relation to the subjective rating of curvature, as the subjective rating of curvature increase, also liking decrease, but this is only true for chairs. Okay, so there is an interaction effect in this case. And in terms of mean fixation duration, here we plotted on the x-axis the fixation index, so the first fixation, second fixation, third fixation, and so on. So this gives the viewing time, okay? So on the y-axis, the mean fixation duration, we can see within the group of angular stimuli, there is a higher fixation duration at the first stages of the viewing time, and then this decreases. So there is an interaction effect because this happens only for the chair. It's quite stable, the mean fixation duration for tables. Okay, this interaction effect was present with the angular stimuli, but not with the curved. Right, okay, so what we conclude. So liking, we saw increased as rating of curvature, so as subjective rating of curvature increase for curved chairs, but not for curved tables. And one possible explanation for this is preference for curvature beyond a certain level is domain-specific. So thinking about it, if I imagine very curved tables, it's possible that they lose the functionality. When we look at object design, it's always a matter of balance between functionality and aesthetics. But if the perceptual features, in this case curvature, is the way that has been perceived, is too high, for example, with tables, that could lose functionality and therefore reduce liking. So no effect of object contour nor category was found on fixation count. This just to address the initial hypothesis. And in terms of mean fixation duration, this significantly decreased for angular chairs, while it remained constant for angular tables. And this interaction, yes, was not found with curved objects. Now, what we think might happen there, and we will need to double check with the data, but it's possible that angular chairs have been perceived as more complex, and this might have anchored more attention or anyway engaged more visual processing, especially at the first stages of the processing, so before the evaluation. Okay, that's... I have also a few commercials, sorry, just to mention about CREA. So this is a crossroads of research and empirical and experience of art, and annual workshop, first edition at Liverpool Hope, but we are a group of colleagues collaborating from Goldsmith University, Leuven, Groningen, and so yes, more information on the QR code. Forthcoming mastered in cognition and aesthetics, Liverpool Hope, subject to validation, but hopefully everything is going to be fine. And if you want to see more information here, the QR code. And finally, yes, there is a possible submission. So neural correlates of art and multisensory perception. It's a special issue on brain sciences with deadline in January 2025. So if you are interested, please submit your work.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
We have time for questions.
Thank you very much, Letizia. I think round table are more democrats, because you don't have a fixed position. Everybody has in the round table, the nice bridge of the round table. So I don't know if it is the point. Anyway, you need more space to have arrange a round table in your room at home.
And it's more difficult to arrange.
Yeah, and I think the difference also between tables and chairs, I think chairs are a bit more complex because chairs are three components: legs, the place you sit, and the back. Tables only two. So can it be, difference you find in the fixation and duration of the fixation at that point?
I mean, as we thought, the explanation could be related to the saliency or anyway the complexity of chairs, especially when angular, and that would eventually explain this allocation of more duration for fixation, especially at the beginning of the evaluation, as there is a decrease, yes. So, potentially, but we need to look at the data more in detail to see whether there could be a potential explanation. But in terms of, we did run GIST statistics to see whether the stimuli were comparable, so on that level, and they were. But the complexity of the angular chair is something that we want to check more in detail, looking at the data,
Chairs also have to be comfortable, unlike tables, because you don't sit on them. So a rounded chair is probably judged to be more functional in that way. So do you think if you decomposed your liking evaluation to one that evaluated beauty separately from function, because you can judge, you can like a chair, like you said, on different dimensions, it could be beautiful or functional. Do you think you'd see that effect decompose in the same way? I mean, you cannot disentangle. You don't know where the preference comes from, right? So
we assume as, in theories on design by Norman, for example, that there is this balance that is really important between functionality and aesthetics. So if I assume one decrease, of course, then, this is going to affect also the evaluation on the other one. I do agree that probably angular chairs are going to be, perceived at least as less functional in terms of comfort. We don't know whether there is a link between liking and mean fixation duration, so we still have to look at this more carefully, especially because of the interaction. Yeah.
Okay, last question.
Okay, just a quick question about your first study, so about the interior designs. So I had the impression that the curvy interiors were a bit more messy, so there was a bit more entropy, or they were not as easy to navigate, so fewer straight lines and things like that. So could this be a confound in your study?
Well, yes, it's interesting, to be honest. I'm replicating this kind of studies, just with the simple liking, disliking responses, or also using rating scales. And the preference for curvature, even using different set of stimuli, is not always there. So I think that when we use more complex multidimensional stimuli, it's easy to think that there are other dimensions that are going to play a major role. And therefore, the effect is not going to be stable across the stimuli set. And yes, it's more difficult also to find more controlled stimuli when using, interior design spaces. Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you need this? Yes.
Our next speaker is Ronald Hübner. He's talking about individual differences in the preference for certain types of spirals.
Okay, thank you, Dirk, for the introduction. According to Fechner, there are two factors that determine aesthetic preferences. The first factor types. The first factor type are direct factors. They are inherent stimulus properties like symmetry or so, and they are more or less universal depending on personality and whatever, so that we can expect small to medium individual differences. But the second factor type are indirect factors, and these are stimulus-driven associations, and they are very individual so that we can expect large individual differences. And in my talk, I will show examples of both of these factor types using spirals with different curvatures. If we have heard here some examples, if we look in studies about curvature, it's an important feature for aesthetic of objects and lines. And most studies, as we have seen here already, are concerned with the preference of curved objects over angular objects. But we have also heard one example, at least, that for aesthetic preference differences between curved objects. So there are also differences between curved objects. And this is what in our group is investigated with spirals. So in the first study, I will show you curvature differences between very similar objects with a big effect, at least a high reliability. And here you see different types of spirals. On the top left, you see the golden spiral. It's quite famous and used in art and so. And there's a clever method for approximating the golden spiral by Fibonacci's method. As you can see, if you start with a golden rectangle and divide this rectangle into a square and another rectangle, this rectangle is again a golden rectangle, and that can you divide into a square, into a rectangle, and so forth. And then if you connect the corners of the squares, you end up with some kind of spiral, and this is called the Fibonacci spiral. And as you said, you connect the corners with the quarter circles. And a similar idea had already Dürer by approximating the Archimedean spiral. And he used now half circles, as you can see here in this example. You're shifting half circles so that you end up by a spiral that looks quite similar to an Archimedean spiral. And if we look at I call them the first original spirals, and these are the approximations. And you can see there's almost hardly visible differences between these two. But nevertheless, we predicted that they are liked differently, that the original are preferred over the approximations. And why is this the case? So if you look at the curvature of these spirals along the path, you see that the originals have a continuously changing curvature, whereas the approximations have the same curvature within the quarter circle or half circle, and then an abrupt change to the next quarter circle or half circle. So that you can see here like a staircase in the curvature function. And we know from design that people usually don't like such abrupt changes in curvature. So we made a pair comparison between both, and this is the result. About 80% preferred the original spirals over their approximations. And this has already, several weeks ago, published in iPerception. So I think this is an example of a direct factor. So the preference for a continuously changing curvature is a direct factor, and it's quite universal. So most people agree that this is more beautiful. So, but what happens if we compare more complex spirals? Maybe we compare the golden to the Archimedean. So there's a bigger variance or difference, and we did this too. And we had the Archimedean and the golden at the end, but some steps between. So the general Archimedean, this is similar like the Archimedean, but there's some inflation of displacement, which is even more in the logarithmic ones. And the golden actually is also a special case of the logarithmic spiral. And we ask, do the spirals differ in their beauty? And if so, which factors or features are responsible? So we had these spirals I just showed, and then they had a variation. So these are they have 4 turns. Each spiral has 4 turns, and so we reduced the turns to 3. And as you can see, this has a dramatic and interactive effect on the size of the spirals. And to have some control of size, we increased these spirals so that they have the same size as the 4 turns spirals. And then we showed these spirals in a randomized order to participants and asked, how beautiful do you find this spiral? And on a visual analog scale, with a slider, they could adjust so what they mean, how beautiful the spiral is. And this is the mean preference or the mean beauty rating of this study, and this was surprising. So there's no much difference at all. So do the people like all these spirals and are they similarly? And this we doubted, and because the small range is very striking, we said something must be wrong. So we computed the intercorrelation coefficient, which was 0.59, which is rather low and indicates some rater inconsistency. So then we computed a cluster analysis, and indeed we identified 3 different groups. And group 1, people in the group 1, they preferred the logarithmic spirals and didn't like the Archimedean ones. And group 3, they preferred the Archimedean type ones more and didn't like the logarithmic ones, and group 2 was in between. And the striking group differences is between group 1 and 3, because they correlate with minus 0.96. So they have just the opposite of preference. And those of you who have already heard my talk last year in Nicosia said, oh, I know these groups. yes, you saw these groups, but these data are new. So we made a replication, actually, because we couldn't believe that this is a true result, a reliable result, but it is. And we collected new data to see what is the difference between these groups. So we also added the Big Five questionnaire to see if there's some difference in personality that can explain the big difference in preference. But unfortunately, the result of the Big Five was not very helpful, because there's a small tendency that in neuroticism, the groups 1 and 2 have a higher score, but it was a disappointing, actually. So let's look at the stimulus features. So which stimulus features are involved in these differences? So we computed a lot of correlations with different types of features. I show you some examples with the high correlation. So actually the main intention was to look into curvature, but curvature has also only a correlation with group 2. If you look at group 1 and 3, we see there's a high correlation with path lengths. And also, this invented we afterwards, some kind, if you look at the spirals, there's some symmetric difference. So the Archimedean are quite symmetric, and these are asymmetric, and symmetry is hard to compute for spirals, so we use the balance measure, the deviation of the center of mass. And this is a quite high correlation, as you can see, positive here, negative there. But what is still open, what was psychologically relevant for the decision, for the preference? So we don't know, because many of these features of the spirals are highly correlated. So path lengths and symmetry or balance is highly correlated. So we actually don't know what was really going on, which features were relevant. So we conducted a third study where we just took 80 participants and had a pair comparison just between the Archimedean and the golden, and asked, which one do you prefer? And also, and this is the main point, we said, be careful with your decision, because after your decision, you are asked about the reason. Why did you change this spiral? So after they pressed the button here, a region opened where they had to type in their arguments or the reason for choosing, for their choice. And then we had a lot of words and phrases and sentences, and we categorized these sentences into specific categories. And these are the categories for the 30 of the 80 persons who preferred the Archimedean over the golden spiral. And they said the categories are ordering, orders, symmetric, more turns, harmonic, artistic. And 50 preferred the golden spiral. And the most mentioned category here were associations. And then, so here was no association mentioned, and here were most of them. And then they said minimalistic, interesting, artistic, dynamic, less ordered, calming, and asymmetric. And to show you the content of at least the first two most mentioned categories, so ordered, there were phrases like more even, more organized, more ordered, always the same distance, or symmetric, centered, beautiful, geometric. And for the group that preferred the golden spiral, the associations were wave, ocean wave, snail, shell, nature, freedom. And I was surprised about the association with the ocean wave. I did not have this association. But then I thought about the big wave of Kanagawa, and I said, oh yeah, some resemblance to the golden spiral. And the second was the minimalistic. They said less is more, simpler, more filigree. So to sum up, in the first study, I showed an example with stimuli that's with a small difference, but important between similar spirals, and showed you that continuous changes in curvature are preferred over abrupt changes. It's hardly to see, but very effective. And I think this is this continuity is a direct and very universal factor. Most people agree that this is more beautiful. In study 2, we have an example where we had differences, individual differences between more different spiral types. And some people preferred more Archimedean spirals and others generalized Archimedean and others logarithmic ones. And the reason why they did this was the Archimedean decision in favor of the Archimedean was mainly based on direct factors. It seems so, and the preference for the golden was based on direct factors, but also on indirect factors, many associations. But we still do not know whether there are some personality differences between these groups. And my idea is, that is the next task in our group. My idea is that maybe you can give also some hint that creativity could be an important factor. So that because of the associations, we know creative people have, or even this tendency into neuroticism points in that direction. So neurotic people have more associations and are more creative. There are some studies. So the idea is that maybe creativity is an important personality factor in this sense. So thanks to my co-author, Golfam, and to you for your attention.
Thank you, Ronald. We have time for 1 or 2 questions.
Hi, Ronald. That was very interesting, and I've thought about doing spirals myself. I'm wondering if the patterns with a greater number of turns, you get some sort of interference effect. When I look at those, I get like almost like a Mach band lateral inhibition thing going on, where because the contours might be so close to each other that they are, one is seen as lighter than the other. You looked at number of turns. So do you think that could be some sort of a potential confound?
Yeah, so I didn't mention here the data analysis of the factor of the different turns and size and so, because I concentrated here on the overall result. But there's an interaction clearly, so I don't think that this is an important point because they are very close to the screen. So this was online. I actually do not know, but I guess that these low perceptual effects should not play a role. So, but I was surprised at the number of turns, and also the people miscounted the turns. So they all had 4 turns on the right corner, and they always said the golden has fewer turns. But this is not true, but they are hardly visible. So this is some point that's interesting.
So first of all, thank you very much for this talk. I loved it. I have like 2 questions that are related to each other. So the first one is whether you think that a null model in which you have like random choices would outperform a model in which you model human preferences for these 2 things. And related to this question is how hard do you think, how confident do you think people are when making choices of these 2 different images? And do you think that meaning come after you ask them to choose or before, such as that they use meaning as a like driving force to choose things, or they just have to justify why they choose one of the 2? Thank you.
I didn't get your first model type. What was the first?
Is a null model in which you're just like not above a chance, like people are just like you flip a coin, right?
Yeah, okay.
And then
so random choice,
yeah.
So to say. Yeah, I think it's hard to tell. I think you can explain the data also alone with these on the feature level. So I think this is very important, but this is not what's going on psychologically, I guess. So if you say, so I doubted because there was a high correlation between one of the highest accept symmetry was the path lengths, and I do not think that people say, oh, this is a nice path length, I like this. So there must be different psychological reasons. And what is symmetry is certainly a candidate that might be true. And what was the second question, or related?
There is one, let's say the one about meaning.
So the meaning, yes, so the association actually. And I think that is hard to tell, because I know when I say, be careful, because afterward you are asked. So the reason was that you have some influence then on the decision. But if I had not done this, then there's the danger of that they confabulate or invent the reasons afterwards. So no, this is a more conscious process. But I think because the results are the same, I think that's at least some reliable, that the meanings are reliable and really used by the people. So, but it's not quite sure what is asking for them, because people usually do not know why they decide. So it's my experience. You can ask them, they will always give an answer, but you cannot really trust them. But in this case, I'm confident that there's some truth in the answers.
Right, one more question, and then we move on.
Thank you, Ronald. Comparing the reasoning on why this is beautiful, you see you have order on the one side and association on the other side. I was wondering if you do some intercultural studies, because order seems to be associated with perceptual system and so on, and the association more with the individual or the cultural factors. So maybe we find the difference between cultures.
Yeah, actually, we have a second data set from Iran, because Goldfarb is from Iran, and she collected data in her home country, and the groups are the same. But this was started earlier, so that we do not have the study 3, where we ask for the reasons. But at least I can say that the 3 groups turn out in the same way in Iran like in our country. So, although the sample is different, because here we had students, and and Goldfarb collected in Iran people by the social media. So they are older and more heterogeneous. But nevertheless, there turned out 3 groups like here in our case. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Marco Bertamini. I have to wait for him to put up his slides because he changed his title. All right, Marco's going to tell us about curvature in the context of other aesthetic factors.
Yes, thank you. So I will give a little bit of background, but I will go very quickly on the background, because you already heard from other speakers, and also because you know about the fact that curvature is preferred, and it has a long history. So going back to the early empirical work, the focus was mainly on the associations. So we already heard about associations. And the observation was that, well, there were several associations, but they're also systematic, so they're fairly consistent in people. And this line of work, by the way, is still going strong, and there are associations with smoothness, not just with beauty, but with other dimensions as well. The causes are both natural statistics, but also lexical and semantics, and these different causes explain some of the variabilities. Now, more relevant for curvature, there are other possible factors that generate these sort of associations, like Lorenz's idea of baby schema, positive responses to features that we find in infants, and round heads, round faces, round small noses. And empirically, we know that neotenic features do increase preference in any kind of faces and bodies. And yeah, you have to say the kitten there is adorable. Very different approach is to say, let's consider smoothness together with other factors that we know influence preference, and point out that for all of them, we could say that what we like is what the visual system is tuned to. That is, the preference might be linked directly, causally, with the efficiency of the processing and sensitivity. And you could say that about all of this. And why? Well, two possible explanations. One more indirect, there is a fluency which is misattributed to preference, or that the reward system has mechanisms that are embedded way down into the perceptual systems. So for curvature, the smooth curvature means small changes in orientation in neighboring local regions, and that is key to how we identify and integrate contours, and that has been widely studied. I wanted to include this figure here because it's from a paper that has nothing whatsoever to do with aesthetics, and yet I find it, I could frame this and put it on a wall in my house. I think it is there's something beautiful about it. One more explanation which has been put forward, maybe there is not so much a positive response to curvature, but more a negative response to angularity. Barnett had some evidence for that. However, in studies we conducted, that is an old paper, but gives you a feeling of the kind of stimuli used that I will talk about, which are both very simple, avoiding familiarity, but also have a degree of articulation and complexity in number of vertices, for example, but also the underlying function. And we use both explicit measures of rating, but also some implicit measures of approach avoidance. So for example, a mannequin task in which you are moving towards or away from these shapes shows that there is a positive approach to curved stimuli, but there is no evidence of avoidance of the angularity. So it does not support this idea. Equally, if you compare stimuli which have angles, sharp angles, stimuli that are curved, but also stimuli that have no angles, you find, we found that, again, a preference for curvature even against the straight lines in which there is no angularity. In terms of ratings and explicit judgments, we were interested in the relationship between curvature and complexity. Here is a slightly complicated but important point. So although you could argue objectively that polygons are simpler than the smoothed versions of those polygons, people rate the curved shapes as simpler. Then we also had vertices, and they obviously say that 26 vertices are more complex than 22. Then you compare that to preference, and actually they prefer the smooth curvature, the one that they rated as simpler, but they prefer the 26 over the 22 vertices, the one that they rated as more complex. So you have these dissociations. You couldn't possibly explain preference just in relation to perceived complexity. So more recently, we started to wanted to place curvature together with other stimuli, look at cases where you don't just get lots of the same and then you may develop some kind of strategy. So you have, in this case, faces, abstract shapes, flowers, and landscapes. And we also manipulated symmetry. So I will say a bit about symmetry here as well, because it's interesting. So we found that the preference for curvature was easily replicated here for the abstract shapes. We found that easier to find, so it was more robust, even compared to what is nevertheless a strong factor predicting preference, which is symmetry. Indeed, we had difficulty replicating the preference for perfectly symmetrical faces, even though these are the very stimuli that Rhodes used in her classic paper. Landscapes are particularly interesting because we wanted to see to what extent it matters that the symmetry belongs to a single object, as opposed to something like a landscape, which is never symmetrical unless you artificially make it so. And those are, in that case, the preference is for the natural landscapes. And you say, maybe that's not surprising. But here is the interesting bit, I think, although not specific to curvature. Even in the stimuli where there is a preference for the non-symmetric one, if you look inside the data, for the ones that are artificially made symmetrical, because we know how much symmetrical they were rated, there still is a correlation between the symmetry and the presence. So even though those stimuli are stimuli for which the category symmetry is not preferred at all, within the data you see that there is still a correlation between the strength of the perceived symmetry, salience of symmetry, and preference. We replicated this also more recently with some landscapes that were modified so that they kept the same type of characteristics, but they were not familiar. So we could rule out familiarity of landscapes. We call those blobs. And the same thing happens. Here I'm just showing the data for curvature, for the abstract shapes. And again, there was a preference for curvature. And again, this particular graph shows that even within those stimuli, the rating of the salience of the symmetry correlate with the presence, with the preference. So one more study, and now we are doing a different thing to try to, again, add the interest and different factors to the stimuli. So again, simple shapes and familiar, but also movement. So now these shapes could be presented static, or they could be rotating or spin, or actually expanding and contracting. So we reason that, there are good reasons to expect movement itself to be contributing to preference. However, surprisingly for us, at least it wasn't our original prediction, the preference for curvature was replicated once again, so I have no exceptions to that rule, but there was no effect of curvature at all. And in hindsight, that makes sense. So these are rigid transformations, so it's very different from, say, the way that someone walks, which is informative about that particular individual. These are objects that are rotated or expanded, meaning that movement itself isn't really giving you any important information about the object and is therefore totally discarded. So if you take a photograph of a person, which is just then translated on the screen, that movement is totally ignored because it's not telling you anything about the person. Now, about individual differences, here you can see by looking at the 51 participants that the vast majority shows the preference for smooth curvature. Also, the vast majority shows the preference for the 6 over the 22 vertices. These effects here correspond to the slopes that Nicole was talking about. One more final interesting point. So strong effect of curvature, strong effect of complexity, no interaction overall. But then if you look within the individual data, the interactions do exist, meaning that various combinations of those factors place those individuals, so these now are harder to interpret as values because they're interaction effects, but it just means that for different individuals, the various combinations of the complexity and the curvature did have differential effects. So the individual differences can still exist, even though you only may see main effects overall. So here are the conclusions. As I said, there are various possible explanations for the curvature effect. They're not mutually exclusive, which means that they might all be worth exploring and possibly true. What we can exclude is that preference for curvature is purely cultural. We can exclude that it's caused by an avoidance of angularity. We can exclude that it's caused indirectly by an effect on perceived complexity, and that it is completely independent for the other factors, because we've seen that when we placed it together with other factors, there are interesting interactions. In the context of other variables, the smooth curvature emerges as robust, as I said, and preference is shown by a vast majority of the individual, although there might be variability in terms of the interaction effects. That's all. I think I spoke fast, so I hopefully left some time for questions. The last slide, it seems a tradition, is a plug. So the workshop on visual preference driving visual properties driving visual preference as an anniversary it's been going on for 10 years. So this year, together with Stefano Mastandrea, we are organizing it in Rome. It's a little bit late for you to sign up because it's in June. However, we will be streaming it live, and I think you might find it interesting. We're trying to bring in also experts on creativity and people who are like Matthias Benedek, and experts on face attractiveness like Ben Jones for the 2 keynotes. Thank you very much.
We have plenty of time for questions.
Thank you, Marco, for the interesting overview of a nice series of experiments. And I do like the last point that you were making, that even in the absence of interaction effects at the group level, you can have interaction effects at the individual level. I really think that's an interesting insight. Have you checked whether you find the same types of interactions within the same individuals in some kind of replication study with other stimuli or not? I mean, the question is, are these interaction effects at the individual level stable or not, robust or not? And if so, you could relate them to either stimulus factors or personality differences, but if they're not stable, they might not be interesting as such.
Yeah, so that's a very good question. So, well, the short answer is we don't know because we've seen this in this recent experiment. Obviously, we can try and do this follow-up study, or again, we haven't done it, but potentially it might be possible to go and look back at all data as well with this analysis. Yeah.
Any more questions?
Hi, very nice presentation. Thank you very much. I actually had a question about the movement idea, which you talked about a bit later. Can you describe how it was implemented in the course of the experiment in terms of the paradigm?
It was actually very simple in this case. These are contours, shapes defined by contours presented on a screen. And there was a static condition in which they just appeared, like in the previous experiments. There was one in which they were rotating, which means that they would stay in the same location and they would spin, or they could expand and contract. So we didn't do translation so that it wouldn't move around the screen, but we did the expansion, contraction, and rotation. Yeah, just that.
Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. That's already been said. I really like the point that you are making, that motion is perceived differently depending on whether it holds some information about the object or not. And then I was thinking, okay, are there some cases where you were making also the point with the human body, where there might be some cases or not. Are there some cases where motion holds some information about polygons, for instance? And I was thinking, okay, when you have a smooth, like a curved polygon, and then versus an angular one, and you would rotate them, but not digitally, where it becomes clear it's rotated in a virtual space, but you would rotate them like you would roll them along the floor. You know what I mean? And then, I mean, there would be, for instance, abrupt changes in this rolling motion. I don't even, but have you thought about applying some kind of motion like this?
Yeah, so there are various things you could do with motion, exactly like you're describing. And by the way, there's plenty of evidence that it's a very powerful way of attracting attention in humans and other animals and infants and so on. So yeah, you could do various things that create. The other thing, I think it's not the same, but it's similar to what you were saying, is if you had the context of more than one simple objects, you could have a type of Michotte launching effect, where you have an actor and some active object and some passive one. Maybe that also makes a difference. So yeah, there are many things you could do with motions and create events. Therefore, I think you were describing something like an event. Yeah.
Okay, so, but you didn't like...
Not done yet. No.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Last question.
So a lot of this whole symposium has been around a question of perceptual primitives, and curvature might be one. My question for you, and probably for any of the speakers, are, do you think this is specific to visual curvature? And the reason I ask that is one could imagine melodic contours as being curvy or sharp. Sometimes we talk about tastes as being a rounded taste as opposed to a sharp taste. And so the question essentially is, as a primitive, do you think this is specific to vision, or is there something more generalizable?
Yeah, so very good questions. I think the answer is that there is both, probably both a very general way of thinking about curvature, but then there might be some more specific context as well. So in general, curvature, smoothness is continuous change without sharp changes, and that you can apply to any dimensions, including sound. It's basically is exactly what Ronald was talking about. You have either constant curvature or even constantly changing curvature, and then you have changes in the first or the second derivative. Any dimension, you could do that analysis. But I think that's part of the story, and yeah, smoothness as opposed to abrupt changes might be applied to any context. But then some of the associations would be instead rather more specific to specific type of stimuli, yeah. Again, it comes back to the fact that when you have more than one possible explanations, it does not mean that you have to find a single winner and discard all the others. They can all contribute.
Thank you.
Yeah, it goes that way.
I'm not going to talk about spirals. All right, I'm going to talk about the neural dissociation between computational and perceived measures of curvature with a number of co-authors, Ocean Vartanian, Della Farzanfar, Enric Munar, Martin Skoff, Gregor-Hein Leixenring, and Piki Hu. All right, I think we've established that already, that people like curvy things. They like everyday objects better when they're curvy, abstract shapes, lines, paintings, faces, architecture, and also cutting across domains. Infants prefer curved objects. It cuts across cultures, and even great apes prefer curvature. So what are the image properties that they actually use? So in our study, we used 200 images of indoor architecture from the study of Ocean Vartanian et al. From 2013. These were grouped into 4 categories: low ceiling and high ceiling rooms, and then within those we have round and square shapes. And these were selected into these categories by 2 Danish professors of architecture. Those were the experts who curated this data set. So that's the ground truth that we have. So the first thing that we did is we wanted to verify that lay people, regular people who look at these images, actually agree with those ratings into the round and square shapes. So we had 35 participants on Prolific and asked them to provide 3 ratings for each of those images. The first one is, how curved does the room look to you? The second one is, how angular does the room look to you? And then the third one is, how much do you enjoy viewing this room? And here are these measures, and as we should expect, we find a negative correlation between nope, wrong button. We find a negative correlation between angularity and curvature, as we should. We find a positive correlation between viewing pleasure and curvature, as we should expect. We also, interestingly, find a slight positive correlation between angularity and pleasure. But because of the strong negative correlation between angularity and curvature, we only move on with the curvature rating from here. So now the question is, do these curvature ratings agree with the expert categorization by the architecture professors? And yes, they do, very clearly, very strong effect. So people find the round rooms more curvy than the square rooms. That's interesting. So then we wanted to move on to computing curvature in the images of the contours, actually measure curvature in these complex real-world images. The mathematical definition of curvature is the amount of change in direction per unit length. Like, you know, if you walk along a contour, how much do you turn per how far do you walk? That's the general kind of hand-wavy definition. And you can implement that in different ways. You can, for instance, compute the second derivative. The first derivative of a function is the tangent direction of the curve. The second derivative is the change of that tangent direction, right? So you could compute the second derivative as you could, for instance, if you have polynomial splines, Bezier splines for your curvature. Or you could compute 1 over the radius, 1 over the turn radius, if the turn radius. Or you could literally, moving too fast here, or you could literally compute, if you have kind of discretized data, the amount of direction change divided by the contour length. And that is the definition that we use here in our work, where we have contours that are defined as sequences of straight line segments. And we compute from each line segment to the next, how much do we change in the direction, computed by the length, divided by the length of the line segment. Okay, so we take these images of interior architecture, some beautiful ones there, by the way. We turn them into line drawings using a toolbox that we have in our lab that allows us to do these kinds of computations, the mid-level vision toolbox. And then we compute curvature, as I just described, on a range between straight and angular. Here's another example of this one is a square scene. Here we get the contours, and we can measure the curvature of the individual contours in the scene. We can then compute the average average curvature across all the contour pixels in each image. That gives us one number for each image. And these are, in red, we have the mean computed curvature, and it is not at all related to the curviness ratings. There's no correlation whatsoever. All right, so do we confirm expert categories with the curvature computations? No, we do not. They do not relate to the judgments into round and square rooms. We then looked into the fMRI data that were also included in the Vartanian study. For this fMRI experiment, 18 participants viewed these images of indoor architecture, and they did 2 different tasks in different blocks. One task is a beautiful, not beautiful rating, a judgment, like a binary judgment, and the other one is an approach or avoid task in different blocks. We then performed a regression analysis with regressors for either the subjective curvature ratings or the computational curvature, in each case with luminance and contrast as control variables, just to make sure. And what we find is, we here have in yellow, red, and orange the computational curvature. Yellow is for the beauty task, red is for the approach avoid task, orange is for the overlap between the two. And we find lots of occipital cortex, lots of early visual cortex. In blue, we see the significant areas for the subjective curvature ratings, which we only found for the data of the beauty judgment. For the approach avoid judgment, we did not find any voxels that related to the subjective curvature rating. And we find very different areas here. We find areas in frontal gyrus and on the temporal gyrus, which are higher level visual areas than in the occipital cortex. Here's an inflated brain where we can distinguish the areas a little bit better. We get retrosplenial cortex for the computation curvature for the beauty task. And zooming into the visual areas a little bit more, we can see that the correspondence for the computational curvature really cuts across both the ventral and the dorsal V1 through V3 quite clearly. So we see a correspondence to this computation of curvature in early visual cortex, but correspondence to ratings, subjective ratings of curviness in higher level visual areas. So to conclude, subjective curviness ratings of non-experts agree with the expert judgments of the architects. Curviness ratings positively correlate with aesthetic pleasure. Computational measure of curvature does not agree with the ratings. We have strong neural correlates of computational curvature in V1 through V4 and retrosplenial cortex. We have a neural correlates of curviness ratings in the fusiform and temporal gyri, high-level visual areas. So there are some open questions here, obviously. This is, I guess, opening up more questions than it answers. What visual properties do people use when they judge a scene to be curvy versus angular? Now, by nature, I'm a materialist. I believe that people use what's in the image. There's nothing extraneous that they use on top of the image. So any information as a first kind of starting point needs to be in the image somewhere. And we just need to be smarter about figuring out what it is. So candidates for that are perhaps people do not use the curvature of contours in the 2D camera plane, but maybe they use curvature of the 3D structure that they reconstruct mentally. Maybe they judge the curvature in the 3D room and not the curvature in the image that we show them. Other possibilities is that they prioritize certain lines in the image over others. For instance, there's the difference between the global shape, kind of the envelope of the room, the walls, the boundaries, and other elements inside the room, such as furniture, decorating elements, maybe texture elements, and so on. So that could be one distinguishing important point. They might also focus more on the room shape instead of extra elements. That's what I said. Oh, the previous point was meant to be maybe they prioritize certain lines over others. So instead of looking at very small local lines, maybe they prioritize the lines that actually describe the boundary of the room. And then that's about the different room elements. So these are all subject to ongoing research. We would like to find out, but that's the state of affairs right now. We do not have a good computational measure in these complex naturalistic images of curviness, even though we can measure curvature quite well. So the two do not correspond straightforwardly. And so I would like to thank my co-authors, I mentioned them before, and the various funding sources. If you want to do similar computations with your images, it's fairly straightforward with the MATLAB Toolbox, and we're right now working on a Python version for that as well, for use. Are there any questions? Okay. Take the mic back. Can you take the microphone? You have to switch it on. You have to switch it on.
Thank you. I'm really interested in your stimuli, and I think these images are very different in many sense, and I'm interested in especially the dimension of familiarity or style, or as you mentioned in your last slide, that, and you call it furniture or decoration, but I think there are more robust things that they are really different. And I'm curious, that did you make any pilot study to do that, or you asked the architecture to help you, as you mentioned?
So this stimulus set was taken from the 2013 study.
Yeah.
These images were curated by, as I said, 2 professors of architecture. They selected the rooms. It wasn't a very democratic process.
No, yeah, democracy is, yeah, but okay.
Okay.
My country deals with huge issues around this. But actually, one of the picture is without furniture, and maybe as you ask about the aesthetic judgment, maybe it has an impact on this visual richness, or rather not. I don't know, but as you mentioned in your last slide, I asked you that what kind of effect you see in this sense. regarding your stimuli.
Yeah, so I agree. Those stimuli could be better controlled, like for instance, Letitia's chairs and tables, right? They were fairly well matched. So we are actually planning to do new experiments right now, where Nawe is going to design new rooms that are basically the same. They are matched, but one is going to be angular and one is going to be round. But they're going to be matched for like layout and complexity and other elements. So that's something that is first and foremost on our minds as well, and we are trying to address it in ongoing work.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you very much. Obviously, there's a big question hanging here. You show in the fMRI results that low-level areas do relate to the objective curvature measures and the high-level areas to the subjective ones. So what is happening in between? That's the big question. And my
perception
assumption is, my hypothesis is that something at mid-level is occurring between low-level and high-level, obviously. And in addition to all the hypotheses that you phrased in your last slide, I think what happens there is the level of grouped contour features and so-called proto-objects. So basic shapes, basic surfaces, the things that happen at mid-level in terms of segmented regions in the image. So the big thing to test here is ask segment anything or another model of segmentation to identify the proto-objects and then compute curvature for those, rather than either at the very low-level local features or the very global scene-level features, something at surface level or proto-object level. That's my hypothesis.
That's a very good idea, yes. I mean, in the new experiment, we're trying to control for it, but you're right, we can measure it in here. Could you pass the mic down to Fatima, please? Fatima, raise your hand. Okay. Mic is coming from the back.
It's pretty much in line with Johan said. Okay. I was going to know my hand rising. And in other words, the impression you have when you look at that is, have you measured the area circumscribed by the curvatures? So it looks, if you look at that, what pops out at you is the volume, the area of the curves that you have there. In a way, we're talking about the same thing.
Yes, that's a good point, and in some sense, that's a dual to the contours. Like the contours describe the boundary, but you are talking about the actual area.
It's what pops out.
Great. Any more questions? Oh, back there. Anjan? Yeah.
Sorry for the mess. Sorry.
So for this distinction between curvature and curviness is fascinating, of course. You also mentioned curviness had frontal activations, and you didn't actually show those, and that was just passed over. So, one proposal was there might be mid-level visual connections, but I wonder if there are higher-level semantic associations. So, around scene perception, around object recognition. Letitia showed just the difference between a chair and a table can make a difference in how curvature is appreciated, or curviness is appreciated. So my question is, do you think meaning and semantics plays a role in this?
It's most certainly. I agree. I have no evidence, no data to say at what level. The prefrontal activations that we see could actually be related to viewing pleasure. So we showed that the subjective ratings are related to pleasure. So they could be related to this could be orbital frontal cortex sort of area, or dorsolarum prefrontal cortex, that are kind of indications of viewing pleasure. Yes, and I don't know. Great. So maybe one more question?
Yeah, they basically asked the question.
Okay, great. I think it's time then for us to close down the symposium. I would like to thank all the speakers again. Thank you very much. Can we take a picture with everybody? Una, can we take a picture with all the speakers?
That was clearly my fault. Andrea had nothing to do with it. So in the interest of time, I think we're going to start the session. You ready? Very good. Thank you very much for being here. I have the honor and distinct pleasure to introduce our speakers today. They've both told me to keep it relatively short, which I disregarded to a certain extent, because I do want to give you a sense of exactly what they've done so far, why they're here, and what the talk might actually be all about. Maybe, yes. So I'm going to start with Professor Jerry Kupchak. Of course, Jerry is a dear friend and colleague of mine. I've known him for over 20 years. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of what he's been up to the last few years. So he received his PhD in social psychology from the University of Wisconsin under the supervision of Howard Leventhal. After that, he did his postdoctoral fellowship at University of Toronto with, of course, Daniel Berline. It's not the only reason we're friends, okay? So he's been a professor at the university since 1999 at the full professor status. His awards and distinctions are many, but I'm going to cover a few of them just so you know. He's been awarded the Gustav Theodor Fechner Award from IAEA, the Arnhem Award from APA's Division 10. In terms of distinctions, he was president of IAEA and APA's Division 10 and the International Society for the Empirical Study of Literature. He's been a very busy person. He's been an invited speaker in lots of different locations. He's been to China, India, Japan, Netherlands, Germany, UK, Israel, France, Hungary, and most importantly, Palma, Mallorca. Now, for those of us who love empirical aesthetics, he's of course done lots of different things, but Jerry is primarily known for the incredible amount of work he's done trying to elucidate the relationship between emotions and aesthetic experiences. So he's the kind of person that you can sit next to and he can sort of distinguish between the subtle effects of mood versus affect versus emotion versus feelings. He actually knows what the distinctions are. I have no idea, but every time I get confused, he's the person I go to. So he published this really, really fantastic book that came out in 2016 called The Aesthetics of Emotion. And this to me is sort of the go-to book if you are interested in the relationship between aesthetics and emotion. The references alone are amazing. And Marcus knows all about that because he too loves classic books. And Jerry actually has read everything that he cites, which is really amazing. Now, aside from doing all this work on emotion, he's also done other work. So he's published on the themes of intuition, language, poetry, imagination, architecture and design, awe and the sublime, self-realization, fantasy, mind-wandering, melodrama, memory, interest, pleasure, to name a few. This is not even really everything. And I think the reason why he's been so prolific and so productive in the course of his career is that he's essentially collaborative in nature, okay? And most of what he's done, especially in the last 20 years since he and I have been really good close friends and colleagues, is finding really interesting people, sometimes a little outside of our primary domain of work, with whom collaborations can be very, very fruitful because they bring new ideas into the fore, which is what brings me to Andrea. So I have a little bio to read here for you for Andrea Carraro. So Andrea Carraro is a cultural operator with 7 years of experience in the field of contemporary art as an artist and as a curator, as well as 10 years of experience in the digital business with skills in 3D modeling, image editing, digital art restoration, public relations, and content developing. Carraro Lab has won 10 international awards for digital culture in Europe and the US, and has participated in the birth and success of several innovative startups. From the iPad immersive app presented by Steve Jobs to the first mass experience of virtual reality during Expo 2015 in Milan, Carraro Lab develops innovating platforms, technologies, and content in the most advanced sectors of digital media. So as you can see, it's a marriage made in heaven, okay? I'm very glad to... Strong language, yes. So without further ado, it's a pleasure to have you both. It was an honor to introduce you, and the stage is yours. Thank you, Andrea.
Since I am a digital author, I will start the slide for Gerald.
Now I packed the jacket. I was a good boy. Now I can take it off and perform. It was a conversation. Should I take it or not? Okay. I have to stand in front of the mic and be a good boy. This is what we're going to do. Now, usually, keynote speakers suck up all the space. I'm very lucky. I'm a professor for 50 years, more than that. I've had the privilege of working with the most wonderful students around the world who've trained me. I don't train them. It's just an opportunity for conversation, as you will see. I was Dan Berline's postdoc from 1972 to 74, and I've been teaching at the University of Toronto ever since. He died in 1976. Let's see if I can master the little button. What would Daniel Berline have to say about the new stimulus world of VR? And Carraro Lab is Italian primo in this area. And so, as a point that I want to make is that I never work alone. I work in collaboration. Andrea and I met each other 3 years ago through a mutual friend in Israel, and I also work with Stefania Ballone from the Teatro alla Scala di Milano. These are all conversations where they permit me to have fun, and we work together. Now I will take you on a kind of magical mystery tour. Then I will turn it over to Andrea, and then we'll answer your question. Believe me, he knows more than me. So the point is this. What would Daniel Berline have to say about the new stimulus world of VR and AI? We'll put the AI on the shelf because it would take this 2 hours, and I wouldn't know enough to tell you. But what I want to do is I want you to begin by thinking about your teachers who have shaped you in your life, because that's really what this is about. This is a play in 5 acts. Each act has its own themes. They have certain qualities and certain features, but let's begin with yourself. Who has shaped you? Who have been the important scholars in your life? If you go, you take a picture of the screen, you will go to a website I have at the University of Toronto where you can read the interview with him, 350 pages, but they're kind of short, which gives you a sense for, no, but it's quick, with corrections, hand corrections. Who are these people? How are they real? What are they real? Because they're quasi-heroes. He was one of the 5 founders of IAEA in 1965. I went with him as a postdoc because I proposed certain kind of studies. It's a different kind of conversation. And then we worked together in a collaborative way. He was a very, very gracious individual. So 3 years in the, just a little bit of background, just quick, 3 years in the Army till 1946, but he had something of a strong feeling for traveling, the meaning of traveling, develops an interest in art in Italy, returns to Cambridge after the war. People had a sense for lost time. That's why I want you to think of the biography of your life. He's a hero in this world. When I gave a lecture on him 30 years ago, whatever it was, there were people crying who knew him. So you don't have to cry, but you can find the foundations of your own being in this lecture. Not because of me, but because of yourself. As an undergraduate, he had a choice, modern languages or psychology. He spoke 10. He picked Dutch up on the boat, if one can imagine it. And I have unending other stories that I can amuse you with. But he said, it was one of the worst weeks I've ever gone through to decide in Cambridge, do I continue in languages or switch to psychology? He gets a 1953 PhD from Yale. He spent time with Neil Miller. Always listen, these are important lessons. Think about yourself. Think about your own creativity. Forget us. Think about you. You always have to have an experiment at the back of your mind when you're talking about a theoretical issue. Or you look for an experiment out at the back of your mind. Where are you now in your work? Like, I mean, for real, okay? He was described himself as an autodidact. I hadn't heard of the word. He was more influenced by writers than by teachers from his youngest ages. He was an itinerant scholar. We think of our heroes as suddenly manifesting in a place and they grow and everybody worships them. Forget it. It's not real. Berkeley, NIMH in Washington, Piaget in Geneva, translated Piaget's book on intelligence into English, Boston College. And when people say, well, what about your career? What about your career? Think about yourselves. Think about myself. Don't they realize that you don't have all that much choice? So it's not as if the boy was sitting there and I'm glowing and I'm so wonderful, I speak all these languages, I've written these 4 books, they all want me. It was not real. Gets a job at the University of Toronto in 1960. I was his postdoc from 72 to 74. Died of cancer in 76, responded to his correspondence that morning. See? He was a special guy. Now, here are the things I take away, because I'm building a certain kind of edifice to set things up for Andrea. because we've had conversations over the last 3 years. Some people you can work with, some people you can't. Everything that we do collaboratively is always in an open-ended way. So Berline was a kind of romantic. He did lab rat work was glamorous. Always get away to scientific study of problems that matter, problems that Freud was dealing with. So he was reading about Freud when he was a kid. But he had a romantic view of methodology, a romantic view of rat questions. Look what he says, ask the right questions. If I can give you any advice in this lecture, that's the advice. Sees the pendulum swinging back toward integration. We say we cannot build up models or theories in psychology without neurophysiology. This is the 1960s. See? So we're always trying to build links. I want to argue against the isolation in our laboratories, in our illusions, in our egos. Break it. We need a common language that the whole of psychology can fit into. A common set of concepts is essential. Now, when I was this postdoc, I was 24, I was a hippie, big hair, big beard, if one can imagine it. It was the 70s, we had no choice. We're walking around the University of Toronto campus, and you hear undergraduates talking about their theories that were as important as any others. See that? The respect he had for children, fundamental. Get past the illusions of self. Look what he says. Now, I'm putting certain constructs on the table that Andrea's going to pick up because we're going to write a book together. We're building a bridge from psychology over to virtual reality with the Carrara Lab. How do we, even this morning we were trying to, where do we build the bridge? It's always open-ended. I live a life that's open-ended with no fear. As my mother said, a fool loves his own thoughts. I live in that world, okay? So look at this, and you guys know this if you know anything about Berline. Interest in a striving for novelty is affected by attention to the stimulus and the motivational effects of feeling. That's where he was in the 50s, 60s. See, we are of that era, and then I will surprise you by jumping back. You'll see. Curiosity reveals an active impulse to seek out new sensations, experiences, and knowledge. And then he made an important distinction that's relevant to my work with Ocean on instrumental and expressive modes of thinking and imagination with fMRI. Specific exploration by curiosity functions to reduce uncertainty through the gathering of information, very purposive, like a hunter. But then we have diversity exploration, which is the foundation of IAEA, associated with the pleasure that results from moderate increments in arousal. So that's the two themes. Are you looking for information, a purpose in everyday life, or do you want to be overcome with experience? And then he went on, the principles which govern an organism's encounter with the environment can be extended to the domain of aesthetics. That's how the boy made the transition. If you read the interview, and just take a glance, like who cares? Just go there and take a sniff. You'll see the life of a successful guy. It gets past the romance of it to a real person struggling. He had 4 one-year appointments. His first real job was at my university. Now, Ramon Llull. It's because of Andrea. Andrea said Ramon Llull, and Enrique corrects my pronunciation, which I'm sure is still in error. 1232 to 1316, remember the ancestry, and I mean business here. First of all, the thing that he shared in common with Berline, they traveled a lot. He came to Majorca. Ramon Llull first highlights the intention of creating an instrument to reason without appealing to authority. So that's a post-scholasticism. I teach history of psychology. He shall clearly explain the text to the students through reasoning without an appeal to authority, and the students should read through the text and put questions they have to the teacher. This is Majorca, 800 years ago. Can we not learn lessons from the ancestry? Because all that matters here is humility in the end. See? But the ultimate sense of his teaching is illustrated in his recommendation. The teacher shall propose questions to the students and solve them by providing reasons according to the process of this art. For without reasoning, the artist cannot make it work. Is this not what we try to do in our work? Put a structure of logic together for our what we call our hypotheses, our anticipations. And here we should note that art has 3 friends: intellectual subtlety, skill in reasoning, and good intentions. For without these, no one can learn. See the point? This guy's 800 years ago. We're so smart. We have methodology. We have richness versus precision. We're living in the world of precision. Are we different from him? No. Can we learn humility from him? Yes. And I turn to Juan Luis Vives, who I encountered by accident in the library, who's, I would consider the first social psychologist. With humanism as a movement in the 16th century, we begin to see a gradual shift away from religiously tinged views. His parents were burned in the Inquisition. A modern approach involves grounding emotional experiences in situational contingencies. If you look at my work and you go to ResearchGate, you'll find all the papers. You can download the book for free. Don't tell Cambridge. See, because they are capitalists. Kupchak is sharing. I don't care. It's too late to, don't delude yourself that you're going to make a cent from what you do. The business people decide, of course. Okay? He was a master of descriptive kind of observation and analysis. Here's the point. Fundamental to my method, fundamental to my interaction with Andrea, is taking a look at real events in the real world that are our instructors. Not our theories, not our words, not our delusions, not our egos, but real people in real life, in real domains from whom we can learn. See, it's not important for us to know what the soul is, but to know its operations and manifestations. This marks a transition to a humanist and secular view. 1492 to 1540, see? These guys laid the foundation here in Spain, in Mallorca, on the mainland, Valencia, for the foundations of who we are and what we do. Learn from the forefathers and foremothers. So, and Vives anticipated the modern age, writing about homelessness. Look when he's writing. Okay? Education of women. Takes a diplomatic anti-war stance. He appreciated the problematic nature of introspection, maintained that it's very difficult to investigate the human mind, since above our mind we have no other than we can observe. Can we not learn from these guys? I found this by accident. It changed my life. Not it changed my life because of the new ideas. It changed my life because I found my soul. I found my foundation in the previous scholars to whom we dedicate ourselves. Look what he writes about emotions. Emotions reflect how people give meaning to their worlds. Emotions are pictures of our individual pictures of reality. Huh? 1540. Humility. See, and then he lent depth and subtlety to each of these with little examples. I'll read only one. We feel more compassion when instead of the expected good, an unexpected evil occurs, as when the heir to a kingdom falls into captivity in prison. What does he do? He works from example. That's the whole point here. He's working from example. Can we not say that in our methodology, and I've done this, I wanted to do when I was 16 years old, I'm lucky to have gotten the job. Everything's luck. I'll be all around, we're so smart, forget it. We're just lucky to have survived. Because look at the person who came in second who didn't get the job. That applies to the students who got into their programs and the professors who trained them. Now, Ram Hare. We did this yesterday a little bit at the end when we did some reconciliation. Ram Hare, a British philosopher of science, came to talk to a wonderful group that Berlin had organized, and he said something that I didn't understand. Only two things matter, conversation and neuroscience. Now, neuroscience is what I live with Ocean. And we have conversation about the measures. But what is conversation? Conversation is me talking with Andrea this morning over breakfast about how we build a bridge between virtual reality and the little things that Kupchak knows over here. Because he knows his world. I don't. I'm not teaching. The age different, huh? But I'm not teaching him. He's teaching me. So that's why I add one thing. When we go to Bishop Nicholas of Causa, the doctrine of humility, the only way we can begin to learn is to know how little we understand. And I've been a professor for 50 years. I've never had more fun. Why? It's not about little Jerry Kupchak. It's about people like Andrea and other people who come into my life. Now, Act 2. Are we cool? Act 2. And I'm going to sneak over here. Don't leave the microphone, they said. But I looked at the water with jealousy. Why should he have one and Kupchak doesn't have one? And I'm sensitive to time. If I steal all this time, he'll murder me for less. The family in Italy, don't mess with it. But they live in the north, different narrative. I don't mean to be racist, okay? So what's changed over 40,000 years? So if you're looking for concepts to put in your pocket and drag around in your pocket, put this one in your pocket. Prehistory. I'm going to deal with the analog and the digital mind, the instrumental and the expressive, which Ocean and I are exploring together. Action leaves its marks. The instrumental mind used tools to survive. The expressive mind left drawings on cave walls. If you go to my book, download the book, like I read, it's like somebody else wrote it. It's like, wow, that guy knew something. Read the chapter on cave art, like, wow, I learned stuff. It's fun. The analog mind. Now, take this and play with this in terms of what, like, well, you'll do whatever you want. What do I care? It's your life. I'm having a good time. They asked me here, okay? And Andrea and I get to play. But the analog and the digital mind, actions are felt. It's holistic and organic. There are layers of experience. They are layers of meaning. Can you see the course that comes? It's our personal histories. It's our actions and gestures, our expressions in the world. Then along comes the cognitive revolution. The old brain of taste, touch, and smell gives way to the new logical brain. The analog mind turns into the digital mind. This is not a joke, huh? This is the children in our class who are stuck in their cell phones. This attentional space that's shrunk down to 2 seconds so we can barely give a lecture in ourselves and in others. There's an ethical foundation here. And now, if you go to YouTube and you find the medium is the matrix, my research assistant Clara did the most beautiful TEDx lecture. The head turns, there's poetry. So she selected some slides for me. We couldn't animate them. But the TEDx lecture, the medium is the matrix, is my wonderful research student Clara and her wonderful skills. But look what happens with the modern digital mind. Sets me up for him. Compartmentalized and mechanistic, more concerned with outcome than with meaning, not constrained by personal history, acts in the present in accordance with transient needs for information or emotions, can reach in any direction without a respect for hierarchy, unencumbered by traditional values. Come on, that ain't nothing. Analog over here, baby, and digital over here. Winners and losers. How much have we lost of our souls? I know as an empiricist to use the word soul, it's enough to send me directly to hell. But I have friends there. Vives is already there. He's waiting. Kupchak. We were waiting for you for years. Finally, they gave me the passport to get here. So what's the price that we pay? The boundary between the self and big data becomes more porous. The tracks we leave behind can come back to haunt us. The self becomes more diffuse. The self becomes more manipulated. Is this not a reality that we face? Is this not a reality that our students face in our classrooms or that we face ourselves? That every transmission we think has gone off into the into the world, but yet is recorded and come back to haunt us. Another act. Now I teach history of psychology, I live in the world of history, and I'm not discussing any of my research here. I love my numbers. I love it. I love the situations that we can create that are ecologically valid, that mean things from real life, and I invite you all, as members of IAEA, and we had 135 people at my meeting in 1994, and I was there at 72. I cannot be happier for the guys and the successes and Enrique and the whole team to have 200 people here and young people engaged. But I say to you, as the advice of the quasi-aged, I ain't retiring, I'm having a good time. In one hand, you hold the world, phenomena that you observe in real life. In the other hand, you put the lenses of method. Kurt Danziger, 98 years old, my mentor now, most senior living historian of psychology in the world, we meet on a regular basis, permitted. Method is not ontologically neutral. We must be aware of ourselves, the romance of numbers, the romance of methodology, my incredibly brilliant colleagues with all their precision, and perhaps the banality of constructs, the richness versus precision. So what do? I turn to these guys. These are my heroes. Schiller and Goethe, of course. Emerging, look what happens. As a foundation to where I'm going to talk and to set it up for Andrea. Emerging self-awareness, intuition of becoming, uncertainty and tension are essential in the struggle toward a unified self. Resonate to the experience of others in meaningful situations. Is this not a foundation for the resurrection of our discipline? Against the narrowness of methodology, the illusion of facticity, the illusion of words. Berline said he became an empiricist in the 74 book because he was studying languages and he felt it was too soft. But if we go back and we study the scholars of languages and literary criticism, we found substance in the interpretation of text, which we can learn as lessons. And I just go through it quickly. Baudelaire, Age of Discontinuity. This is all the setup for our world of the digital mind. The digital mind, this is the setup of the digital mind. The digital mind ain't new, folks. 1800s, the digital mind. Favored the spectacle of modern urban life, the cult of images, romanticized the fragmentation of modern society. Each of these is the basis for a lecture. The fragmentation of the self. Ooh, that's juicy. See the point? This is the romance of the awakening of the self. Theory of the leisure class, conspicuous consumption, Thorsten Veblen. I add conspicuous leisure that people depict in their Facebook, in their isolation from themselves and the centers of being. Coolly, quickly, the looking glass self, how are we seen by others? Individual and society are separable. And look at this, 1935 Arnheim, who came to Berline's lab to lecture, who refused to evaluate me for tenure because I was of the evil empiricist. He was kind, and then published with me later. As Martindale said, are you crazy? We get Arnheim in as our, you look at your CV later, you'll drool, not to speak of the books that you have in the library. He spoke of 1935 cultural transportation. The wide world enters our room. The individual is a lonesome consumer of spectacles. Illusion that perceiving is equal to knowing and understanding. Did the boy smell the implication of television? 1935. I'm awakening us to the history of those who preceded us and the history that set up our empiricism. Cultural industry, Adorno, mechanical reproduction enables mass distribution and consumption. Hidden image messages favor conformity. Diminished critical reflection about life and media. Is this not the sin of our existence? Is this not what we have to deal with ourselves and our children and our students and our surrounding world? And again, Guy Debord, society of the spectacle. Commodities complete the colonization of social life. Isn't that sexy? Colonization of social life. Being into having, having into merely appearing. Authentic life is replaced with this representation. People need to be self-conscious of their situations. I'll put all this whole lecture on my website, the university, you can find it. But come on, look at these guys. They're putting some cards on the table. Lonely crowd, Theodore Reisman. Identity with what others believe and consume. Want to be loved rather than esteemed. Autonomy and self-knowledge are compromised. Do you smell Facebook hiding in here? When did he write this? 1967. And then Marshall McLuhan, my friends came to the University of Toronto to make pilgrimages to this guy, and my students never heard of him. So never delude ourselves that anyone cares about us. If they never heard about him, and he was like a deity, he used to come to Berline's lab. And you know what he said to me? Little hippie with the hair and the beard. Kochik, this methodology is not going to get you what you want. Is that a basis for self-doubt or what? But you know, you got a job, you keep going. New media have personal and social consequences. They can gather into us the messages that change the scale or pace. None of this existed that we live in now. When he was there, we could not imagine what we live in now, or else I'd be a billionaire and own the building. Electricity made things instant, time and space collapsed. And I love this Playboy magazine reference just for the impurity of it. The central purpose of all my work is to convey this message. By understanding media as they control us, we gain a measure of control over our lives. So the bottom line is to understand the media. And here I'm going to probably transition. Yeah, all right, fine, it's good, perfect. Back. The age of electronic transmission replaced the age of mechanical reproduction. Walter Benjamin. How did people address and redress the imbalance between passive recipients of mass media products? To what extent are people aware of the ways that mass media manipulate themselves, the transient moments of engagement, and the feelings that accompany them have a long-term impact? And I wrote, if I'm responded to, therefore I am. So what am I doing here? I got the modern Christ. Yeah, it's all cute, more cute, fine. It's all cute. Saving the self. How does the cognitive digital mind reconnect with the embodied analog mind? How do we discover the essential self, the layered self? How do we avoid becoming dopamine reward addicts? We face it. We're addicted to our phones. I'm in China giving a lecture, and the big guy who's introduced me, he's stuck into his phone. Why? Because that's how you escape China. No offense meant. I'm very close to my colleagues there. It's real for us. How do we take ownership of our lives? We want to be aware of the facts and situations of our private lives, the social and technological worlds that surround us. Unifying ourselves, slow down and resonate with others. Explore the layers of our personal histories, which is why I presented the scholars. They are my history. They are our history. They are the legitimacy and the ethical foundation of what we do. They are our awakening. Explore the situations around us as a foundation to our methodology. What do we see in our world? What phenomena manifest? Value our experiences. Imagine ourselves 10 years into the future. A fine line separates us from the machine world. Machines are not organic. There's no blood, feelings, or emotional history. They just store information. They control us without our awareness, but machines are not conscious. Now I transition to Andrea. Now you see, what happens here for me is that in this dialogue, these guys are serious heavy hitters. They're not crapping around. This boy is his daddy's slave and the twin brothers. I've been there. I've interviewed them. You can find that on YouTube also. But in the dialogue across the generations, where he has the knowledge and is teaching me, is foundational. So now, Andrea, your turn. One suffering gives way to another.
Yep.
And then you can ask us questions. Mostly him. He knows stuff.
No. He's trying to run away from questions. No, I'm kidding. And thank you, Gerald. And I can't stress more or enough the importance of my friendship with Gerald. Not only because we understand each other completely, but because for me, it's a huge resource. And that's the way I am here and the relationship I have with this kind of situation, because for me is a moment to understand, to get feedbacks, and to actually survive. Because we, as a small company in Italy, we need to survive at big tech in the virtual reality world. How do we do that? We decide to take a complete different route from them. And we decide that ethics and an ethical approach is a resource for us. It's the only way we can survive. And as Gerald said before briefly, I am Andrea Carraro. The company is Carraro Lab. It's a family company. And I work with my father and his twin brother. They look identical. It's not easy. You can...
And they're not lightweights.
No. And to make you understand the nature of our company, none of them studied digital in the digital field, and I didn't. My uncle is a theoretical philosopher, and my father was a painter. He was in the Biennale of Venezia when he was 21, and he decided it wasn't a good thing to do, and he just dropped it. He's crazy. He's crazy. And but why am I telling you this? Because for us, understanding aesthetics, it's essential to survive. Why? Because we work in the humanities. We are digital humanists, as the terms goes, and our way to survive is to try to understand as much as we can from the study of aesthetics. And that's the main reason why I'm here. And we have all of our crazy things. We have our practical approaches to media and to aesthetics. And these approaches are essential for us to survive, to function as a company in the strange little world in which we work, which is in culture with digital means. It's really small, actually. And what we do is to try and find novel ways to understand and work in new media. For example, we have this type of approach. It's mainly from my father, this one. And it's based on our way to develop content in the new technologies. And that's what we have experimented. In our opinion, and it's only a practical posture, this one, especially in medieval Europe, we had this transition at a certain point, and we call it the transition to the frame. And actually, this happens both in aesthetics and in knowledge. You have the book, the icon, and the painting that is, they are burning in the same moment, kind of. And you have this framing of knowledge, of aesthetics. And everything works in this framing. And the person is in front of this frame, and his relationship, or her relationship with the artwork, is being in front of the artwork, or being under the artwork in orthodox icons and watching up. And then, you know, it doesn't end there. When photography comes in history, you have the daguerreotipo, of course, which is a little, but then it gets to the frame, and then you have video, films. It's in the frame. It's a framed media. You have this projection, which is framed. This laptop is framed. The television is framed. My smartphone is framed. So we have this kind of, framing of the picture that somewhat somehow it governs our relationship with media. And for us, it's really essential because that's how we work. That's how we project. That's how we create, design our work. And then this comes in the picture, okay? The sphere. So now we have to design worlds, new media worlds, that they don't work like this. To survive, we need to find new ways. Where do we look? What do we do? Storytelling, for example, storyboards. We can't do that anymore. We can't tell people, look this, then look there, then look there, then look up, look down. We can't do that. So in order to survive, we need to understand and find new ways to function. And where should we look? We should go back. So I kind of lied to you because art wasn't framed always, but actually, arguably, it was an immersive type of experience. So for us, this is already a virtual reality space, but I will push that aside. We don't have time to say that. But surely, this is an immersive multimedia place that is probably a work of art. I say it's art. And what was the relationship of people there? They were walking around. It's multimedia. Why? Because there was the painting, there was the lighting, the sound was different. Probably the anthropological relationship were different inside here. It was a completely different, immersive place, and it was a substitution to the real world. So here, you have something that functions as a virtual reality space. And that's where we are trying to understand and learn and find new ways to make it work in a normal way. So yeah, we work in the digital field, but we thrive on this kind of material to understand how to design virtual reality immersive places. But actually, this kept going. I'm sticking only with European art, okay, European history, but as you well know, immersive places are everywhere. This is Villa Livia. It's conserved in Rome. It's a beautiful museum near to Termini Station. It's a must. You enter here. When I entered here the first time, I felt as if I was walking inside a competitor. I was like, oh my God, this is so immersive. It's yes, thank God they're dead. Sorry, but and it's a second style Pompeian painting, wall painting, fresco, and as you can see, it used to be completely immersive. Can you imagine living like this in a house where you enter into a virtual reality immersive space? And this is, as you can see, it's very photorealistic somehow. And it's amazing because it makes you reflect. Okay, so these people functioned and worked there. What was the relationship with the artwork? How is it useful for me as a digital author to understand how it was meaningful for these people? And this is an everyday life space, kind of. But in the moment where the book and the icon and the painting were seeing their first life in history, you had this type of art, okay? This is Ravennate Mosaico. And as you can see, for us, this is a virtual reality space. And surely, this is an immersive work of art that works in an immersive way. You do not have a storytelling here. You do not have a linear storytelling here. You have freedom of movement. And so how do you tell a story with freedom of movement? Actually, the Latins, as the Europeans were called in the Middle Ages, had a term for this, Biblia Pauperum, the Bible of the poor. Why the poor? Because the poor is illiterate. The poor cannot read. The poor cannot function in a linear storytelling. So what do I do? I create immersive places that tell the story of the Bible. And that's what this thing is. It's a media that convey meaning, and we are studying this to understand how we can understand and convey meaning in an immersive place, in virtual reality. Here we go. I mean, one of the most famous places on earth, the Cappella Sistina, the Sistine Chapel. And this is surely an immersive place, okay? There's nothing to discuss. The walls are painted, the rooftop is painted, the sound is different, the temperature changes, the light is different, it's multimedia, light, sculpture, architecture, painting, I mean, light design, sound design, everything is different. It's really an immersive multimedia space. And we believe it's a virtual reality by its own. But look at this. Here you have frames. You have little frames. Little, you're like this. If Michelangelo hears me. But they work together, not in a linear way. They are in continuous relationship. There is a narration. There is a narration. And we have a term for it. We call it space telling. It's not storytelling. It's space telling. How do you design space telling? That's our obsession. That's how we stay alive. And that's what we do. This is an example. That's my father. And for example, we do a lot of virtual reconstruction for archaeology. This is a painted rooftop in ceiling, painted ceiling in Bellinzona in Switzerland. And we have recreated, it's completely destroyed. We have only the tiles. We have recreated all of it with archaeologists and with the historians. And people can look at it. But hey, why should they stop and look at it from the pavement? So we make them fly. They fly, they get near to it. And we found different narrations that were created by the authors of this ceiling. And we have created systems in which the recipient can go around and look at them and evaluate this type of storytelling. So this is all about rethinking the relationship of the recipient with the immersive space. And we strongly believe we have to start from the beginning. We have to start and understand and value these places as virtual reality places and learn how to convey meaning from them. So we have a lot of different ways to understand and a lot of different resources. I'm not going to tell you all of them, otherwise we are done. But I stick with theater. So one of our projects, it's a crazy project. Of course, I'm the project manager. It's about dissemination of new technologies in theater. And there are big hitters there. For example, we'll get to the example later. But what we do is to learn from them, from theater, how performative acts can somehow convey meaning in a space. But look at this. This is one of the earlier example of theater, as we know it, Teatro all'Italiana, which was born in Italy. But as you can see, what's the relationship between the artwork and the recipient? It's the relationship you're having right now with me. It's frontal, it's not immersive, and it's framed. Look at this, it's framed. So, this does not work. Thankfully, one of our collaborators is Eugenio Barba, which is arguably the most famous theater director alive. He's 83, but he's still kicking. And what did he do? With this work in the 60s, he broke the stage. He said, nah, theater is something different. Theater in the world has been and is something different. He founded anthropological theater. He learned from other cultures. He brought the audience in the stage and he destroyed the stage. So he created different strategies to design the experience, and they are immersive strategies. And here you have people that are, for example, in circle, and this is the most natural form that happens when something happens for Eugenio Barba, which is a huge theorist as well. And also he created, for example, Spazio Fiume, where the actors are in a line and people are on the other side. So he distributes people. There are objects in the space. And for example, there are actors that are behind objects and they move the attention with sound. So what I learned from Eugenio Barba, and Berline kind of speaks about this, is the relationship between curiosity, trying to understand curiosity. And for me, Eugenio Barba is designing curiosity in the space. What I'm trying to do is to design curiosity in order to tell a story, to convey a meaning. But also, this means, in the ethical part, to somewhat foresee emotion. So what type of emotion could a person feel in a certain moment, in a certain place, in a certain sector of my virtual reality immersive space? So I'm closing because I'm already too late. For example, right now we are working as well in education, and we have developed several platforms in education that works with virtual reality, augmented reality, extended reality. And this is a practical example. For example, you have an immersive classroom, but it's very frontal, like this. I'll be very quick. Or you use the virtual reality glasses, goggles, and everyone has an individual experience in which they turn around, they look around, and they explore the place. And as you can see, the classroom is the same, but it's the relationship that the people have with the media that changes. Or then you use augmented reality. And what do? You move the audience. You don't redesign the space. You move the audience. And you put the augmented reality object in the middle of the classroom in order for them to see it and to experience it in the best way, okay? But everything has to do also with ethics, has to do with respect, because here we are manipulating the presence of a person. That is something that no one is talking about in our sector. That is why we believe that virtual reality must be an aesthetic experience, not an everyday experience. It must be an aesthetic experience. These are laboratories, little labs, 1 hour maximum per day, maximum. That is why we stick with aesthetics. That is why we thrive here. And that is why our competitors look to the everyday life and control, in my opinion. And those are special thanks. Thank you very much.
Great, it's working. So I think we have some time for questions, in case there are any. Very good.
I have a question for Andrea. So your research is obviously about specializing environment and, in a way, knowledge. I'm wondering if you have any prospect on how you can sort of revolutionize and use that technology to share knowledge more efficiently.
So it's a question that has many answers, actually. For me, okay, if we speak about virtual reality, okay, we are speaking about understanding the relationship of a person with the environment. The environment must become an educational platform. So you must understand how to convey meaning inside the place. It's about spatiality, and also it's about the relationship that the person has. You have to, it's an intuition where the person is going to watch, to look. How do I make it interesting? If I can, if I may, I have an example. One of the examples we use is the Palace of Memory of Cicero. So Cicero, for example, created a virtual world, a virtual reality in his mind, in which he imagined a palace. The palace had different architectural styles, and he would walk in the palace, and that walk was his discourse in the Senate. He was one of the most important, maybe the most important lawyer of the late Republic. What do we do? Because this memotechnica is used and used and used again, and it's successful. We study Cicero. What does Cicero say? We have to change the architecture. It must be meaningful. It must be coherent. There must be coherence between objects and the space that has them. But another thing that Cicero says, they must be shocking. More shock. You see these objects and you're shocked, and that makes you remember them. And that we are thinking about that. How can we shock people without being unpolite? Or how can we, yeah, we know Italians can be loud, so we need to. And so, so it's all about, trying to understand how we can create a place that is shocking, that then you think again about this place, and you are like, and how can you design this walk, okay? And it's very performative. And you have to have somehow, you have to foresee somehow how the people will go and feel this place. So this is an example that is very interesting. Try to find the Palace of Memory, which is really super interesting. Yeah, you see.
Yeah, sorry. So I would have a question for you, actually. I mean, yeah. Okay, so in Act 1, you said that the real events in the real world are our instructors. And when training AI, the real world, like arguably you could say that the real world is the instructor of AI. So what are your thoughts on how can we be instructed and maybe even inspired by AI in turn?
I think that I would begin with the word fearful. Fearful of AI, because our students, I'll march over there. Pretend. I'll delicately move over there. First of all, we're all living in fear because our students are using AI to make their papers. And do we cannot pass it through at the University of Toronto an ethics review form to say the kid is a cheater. So we're all living it. So the way I think about it, and I'm not really an expert in AI, I'd have to bring a different student of mine who lives in that world. But fundamental to me in my work, and I can go into microanalysis, is having real situations from one's life that one preserves as an object which we want to understand. That's underlying our aesthetics, our social psychology, real, and we observe the world around us. When we move to artificial intelligence, Andrea points out that it's essential in their work in virtual reality to preserve the aesthetic. I talked about the shift from the analog mind to the digital mind. So it's a different mode of engagement with the world. It's a more abstracted mode. It's a more selected mode. And the question I would ask, a kind of answer to your question, but not ideal, is how much alienation is there in the process of artificial intelligence, where information is selected in the most careful way, in the most dense way, but in the act of selecting that information, which is almost shocking in its totality, Andrea showed me a new program this morning that it knows more than one can fathom, but can we preserve a real world of emotional relationships in the world of artificial intelligence? So we have the richness versus precision trade-off. Precision in this case becomes the minutiae of details. I'm wondering if we lose our souls in the process. I mean, it's something I face with my students. We all face it in our research. The machine knows more than us. The machine could give this lecture. So what are we losing there? Well, we're losing relationship, we're losing meaning, we're losing the plasticity of time, we're losing space that opens up and closes in, we're losing a sense for causality. My point being, in the presence of detailed information, we're losing the framing of life. And in that sense, we're in a kind of dialectic between the two of us. That wasn't bad, that was close.
Well, I would put a veto on your claim that a machine could give this lecture, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Yeah, you have two minutes left to torture the speakers.
Yes, so I think we have time for one more question. Maybe Guido?
Boy, Ocean gets some exercise out of this. And a relay.
Hi,
Look at
thank
this.
you for this talk. Mine is more of a comment than a question, so I'm behind the thing. It's like you mentioned, you made a reference to modern theater as the one place where sort of those, you know, sort of the walk from the, or like the transition from the 2 to the 3-dimensional has already happened. And it just made me think that in some ways that notion, like there's an assumption there from both of your perspectives that both virtual reality but also modern theater ultimately deal with representations of reality. But if you look at the sort of art history of those particular practices, then they've long turned on themselves already, you know? So modern theater is no longer interested in representations of reality. And so from that point of view, I would say there's a third sort of way of thinking about how all this will go. I mean, I hear sort of yours is more of a sort of pessimistic and the other is more a positive view of how it might happen. But there's a third one in which both AI or virtual realities and augmented realities will just turn on themselves just as all other art forms and media have previously, like the book, like photography, like film, like theater, and will simply become you know, abstract and start dealing with themselves as individual media and art forms in themselves. And they will never really they will stop being interested in representing the live or the representational and the reality. And that's kind of, I guess, historically, that's what happened to other media before. So I feel, yeah, there's kind of a third thing that might happen that sort of, I think is also quite likely in a way.
So, Ocean will kill me. It's going to be a long answer. No, I'm kidding. I'm trying to take it short. So, of course. So one thing I learned when I studied theater to understand it better, to present it with solutions that didn't take its nature from it, was that the first person that used the term virtual reality was Artaud. In the book, it's theater and it's double. Okay, so I was shocked, but it makes sense, and I believe the relationship between virtual reality and theater and performance in general must be aligned with the concept of presence. It's all about manipulating the presence of someone, and here is where the ethical part stays. And I would like, afterwards we can talk together because we have no time. I'll try to stop. On the other part of the question, because there were at least 2 questions, all of them very interesting. What happened to painting when photography was invented? Some argued, now painting is going to die. No, painting became even more important. It became something completely different. And that's what's going to happen, okay? I am not concerned with, for example, prompt-to-image programs that I use, for example, and my father, who's a painter, uses. I'm not concerned. Why? Because fine arts will change completely, will adapt. I do not believe they are going to die. Absolutely not. They are going to change, adapt, become something different, as it happened with photography. And artificial intelligence will be probably, most probably, a victim of the same process. I completely agree with you. Let's give it some time. We need to understand the medium, but let's give it some time, because when a new medium comes, another changes. It doesn't die, it changes, or it blends. Thank you.
Let me sneak one. I see the clock, 12:02.
Yeah.
I see. Shut up. Well, I just want to make one point. Look what we did today. See? We have a dialogue between Jerry, who's been a professor for like who can imagine how many years, and Andrea, who's a very serious person with the company, and it's fundamentally a dialogue. See? We discussed it this morning. We set the thing up. It worked, and I'm quite happy with, you guys have your reality. I'm happy with how it worked. Why? Because this is the foundation for ongoing dialogue between us as we work toward a book. I just want to make one point to you guys, because we are in a tradition where we apprentice to more senior people. He is not my apprentice. We are on an equal playing field. He knows his world. Jerry knows his world reaching back in time, but we have an opportunity for a dialogue, which shows the value of my mother's notion of a fool loves his own thoughts, meaning don't be scared to take the risk. Because we tried an experiment here. It can work, it cannot work. But we've always understood each other in our conversations going back 3 years. I recommend this to you, to take the risk, to observe real events in the world as a foundation for what you do. And there's a whole discussion of not getting trapped in measures as if they were real, an ontological trap. Be careful. Don't forget the humanities, because in that world they actually engage with real cultural phenomena, but we must always be in dialectic, in a dialogue, between the psychologist and the pragmatician, between the experienced researcher and the innocent person. Take the risk and don't be scared of the adults. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We were kind of on time.
Yeah. We're kind of on time.
You guys were very good. It's just
No, no, we started 7 minutes.
I know.
Not enough.
You know Pablo, right? Yeah, of course you do. Okay, can I take a picture?
We can have a real job.
Right?
A picture. Ocean wants a picture. Oh, good. You want a picture? Hey, you. You want a picture? Yeah. Hey, are we good boys? We're good boys.
You are the best theater I ever seen.
Hey, guys.
No, I guess. Well, that's a great. I don't need to plug it in.
I'll put it in.
I've been arguing with my stomach for so long. Jesus. Which one was mine?
Oh, you do? Okay, go ahead.
Forgive the overlapping comment.
No, Jerry, that was great. Great talk. It's okay. It can spill over a little bit, and then because we're going at lunch right after, right? Isn't
Yep.
it? So. I knew that guy. What? You and Rebecca. Okay.
I think we can get started. Good afternoon. I'm Pablo Tineo. I am professor and director of the Creativity and Aesthetics Lab at Montclair State University in the United States. I also have the honor of being the awards chair for IAEA. And we're giving 4 awards this week. We're going to start with the Gustav Theodor Fechner Award, given to a person who has made a lifetime contribution to the field of empirical aesthetics. And the recipient is Professor Helmut Leder from the University of Vienna. So I will give an official description of Helmut's contributions to the field, and then I'll tell you what I really think about him after. Professor Leder is one of the world's leading researchers in the field of empirical aesthetics. He studies human aesthetic experiences of various objects and contexts, such as in the lab, the outdoors, and museums. He's primarily working on 3 questions. What are the cognitive and emotional mechanisms that determine what we like and find aesthetically pleasing? What is the nature of the aesthetic experience? As we know, Martin and Marcus might have an issue with that question. And what effects does beauty have in our perception, feeling, and well-being? His work is distinctively interdisciplinary. He has many collaborations, right, with art historians, the fine arts, and biology, those fields. With his appointment in 2004 as professor of general psychology and head of the department at the University of Vienna, he founded an official research group focused on empirical aesthetics. It was the first of its kind. I also spent some time there around 2004. Was it 2004? 2006, sorry, yeah, about 4 years. Exactly. He had a leading role in various areas of empirical aesthetics, as you all know, research on faces, design objects, art, museums, and emotions as well. He serves as a speaker of the Interdisciplinary Research Institution Cognitive Science Hub and co-founder of the doctoral school, Kobinet. Exactly. Helmut later has published more than 150 peer-reviewed papers in various areas of empirical aesthetics and visual perception. From 2014 to 2018, he was the president of IAEA and organized the 2016 biennial international conference of IAEA in Vienna. Most of you were there, I think. He has established fruitful collaborations with the art history department in Vienna, as well as the University of Applied Art and various museums where they do research. His lab does research. He was a founding international member of the Global Institute of Advanced Studies at NYU, international consultant of the UMA project in TU Delft, and has received numerous competitive grants by FWF, DFG, WWTF, MCEU, Austrian Ministry, and of course the University of Vienna. And in 2018, he was a visiting professor at Keio University in Tokyo and fellow at the Italian Academy of Advanced Studies at Columbia University in New York. It's a lot. I cut this down too. I had his whole CV, which is like enormous. So on a more personal note, I've known Helmut for many, many years. I was a student of his, and as with myself, a lot of you were inspired by his work, right, obviously. One of the really most influential researchers in empirical aesthetics and psychology of art in general. So it's not just IAEA where the impact, where he's made impact. Also, Division 10 of the American Psychological Association, which is kind of like a similar organization as IAEA, but based in the United States. So we also have a conference for Division 10. You can also join it as like you're doing here. He's a fantastic artist. Most people don't know that. He's quite not secretive about it, but he doesn't talk about it very much. And also, he's a fantastic chef. All right, so if you ever have a chance to eat any of his culinary creations, it's at a very high level. He also is the person, I think he's the only person I know who's eaten at more Michelin-starred restaurants, like hundreds, over 100. So a total like foodie, right? But he's also a scientist who's asking really big questions, and he's done that his entire career. And I think our field has benefited from it because we're forced to ask even bigger questions. So just really pushing that forward and pushing the science of empirical aesthetics forward as he continues his work. So Helmut, congratulations. Thank you.
In my hands. Oh my gosh.
You're the president.
No, you should be up here too. Helmut, come here.
No, just to tell you.
So,
Can I have a picture with you?
yeah, why not? I hear that all the time. But I've never heard so many exaggerations about my person. I'm not a good chef, but I like to cook. Thank you, Mr. President.
Absolutely, my
Okay? I hold it like a weapon, right? This is switched off, right? Put it back. How can we switch this on? How can we switch this on?
They should come on its own, actually. You have to give it a second, I think.
Well, the whole thing is dog.
Really?
There's no presentation anymore.
Yeah, sometimes you... Let's see. I think it's this one that's on.
What is there's nothing there.
Just one? This one?
Now it starts.
There.
Here
Okay.
we go.
You're good?
But from this slide, you can see that it wasn't a complete surprise. I was warned a few days before. And I must say, after Jerry's talk, it's really hard to hope that I can even entertain you the next 15 minutes. But well, I try my best. As you can hear from my voice, it is really moving. Thank you, Pablo. Thank you, members of IAEA and members of the selection committee. I didn't recognize myself in all these exaggerations, but I'd like to take this opportunity today to talk about and reflect a little bit on the actual discipline of empirical aesthetics, see to Theodor Fechner, who that gave the name to this lecture, and to somehow reveal a little bit about the empirical aesthetics as it developed out of philosophy about 200 years ago. Can you hear me in the back? Thank you. So, we all know that questions about beauty, its appearance, their associations were already discussed in Greek antiquity. For example, by Heraclit or Heraclitus, who saw beauty as a successful imitation of natural beauty in the arts. Where we probably all know the dispute with Platon, whether the beautiful is good, and also Platon's extreme position, whether it is of any value to nature. He was a kind of Marcus and Martin in his times. Well, these questions are still interesting today. Well, let's just think about the appreciation that we have for actors. People who, in fact, whose real merit is that they mimic something and pretend to be someone who they aren't. Yeah, and if you think about this critically, that this is a very strange attitude that we have for this kind of fake that we really appreciate, and in your talk we've also heard these examples of theater and so on, who doesn't think about the allegory of the caves of Plato about this. However, when we talk about the history and want to understand Fechner better, then we have to start with ground that was prepared in philosophy in the 18th century, where in German idealism, which had its focus on the possibility of knowing reality, trying to know what we can know, limited by the cognitive conditions. Immanuel Kant, who you see here, who we're celebrating his 300th birthday last month in Königsberg, beyond any Erasmus programs, international conferences, or lab visits, as a prelude of empirical aesthetics, led philosophy towards a systematic consideration of sensory knowledge into the field also of aesthetics. And very often mentioned is this guy, Alexander Gottlieb Baumgarten. He was quite young and fresh, who first coined the term of aesthetics. And in his Aesthetica from 1750, he states, the aesthetics, theory of the liberal arts, lower epistemology, art and beautiful thinking, art of the analog of reasoning, is a science of sensory knowledge. This sounds, and has always sounded to me, like a transition now from the abstract to the concrete. As you, Jerry, said, we have to start at the concrete, demanding a transition from the heuristics to the empirical, and how should sensory knowledge be studied, if not through the study of our senses? Yeah, the study of the eye and the miraculous path of the light via the eye into the visual system, and then into the brain that somehow gives us a representation of reality. However, when you work your way through Baumgarten's writing, you ultimately have to admit that you are left extremely empty-handed. There is nothing mentioning
in his writings of the visual system or even perception in the sense as we understand it today. So Kant and Baumgarten's writing make us wonder when the question of perception and emotional effects that are so obvious to all of us today regarding aesthetics were taken into account as an object of scientific consideration. And it was the English empiricism, also mentioned in your talk. So you mentioned already everything, so I really feel bad. But repetition creates fluency, and through fluency, you eventually better understand and like better. So while Baumgarten became known as the name pattern of aesthetics, the sources of the way we think and work today are elsewhere, in the English-Scottish empiricist movement of the 18th century. The subject of aesthetics as a psychological phenomenon. They laid the basis for our science of our mental states, or what we call psychology. So I have to honor here a person, a long-term member of our association. I think he has never got the honor that he deserved. Christian Alisch in Salzburg, in 1987, already years ago, published a very comprehensive history of psychological aesthetics. Well, similar things were accomplished by Peter Kiwi, who also focused in the seventh sense on this 18th century. And about 100 years ago, 100 years before Fechner, Hutcheson opened the decisive part when he wrote, and I cite Alisch because I got the quotes from him, I love this book, that beauty properly denotes a perception of some mind. That now sounds like a transition to what we call empirical sciences. And further, when I hear an example of what he wrote, when I hear an air in music pleases me, I say, it's fine, it is excellent. The excellence is not in me, it's in the music, but the pleasure it gives is not in the music, it's in me. And that already reminds us of the different components that we think are relevant. But the 18th century was full of researchers doing similar things. So for example, this guy, it's the only photograph I could find of him, he wrote, I like a piece of music, so there's something objective in the music that makes me like it. Very similar to what we just read. However, there are also people who are in a position to look back at the effect of the work of art, example, to trace certain effects back exactly to certain elements of the object, only fully understanding these. I have no idea whether he had in mind us, the scientists who practically do that, or the experts, the art historians, or whatever, or the philosophers. So, modern science is in the sense that we understand it, started by some people, but it was especially Berkeley, who in his new theory of vision actually started what we would better understand today as perception, as something that could be studied, could be the basis of our understanding of aesthetics. And he first investigated psychological problems such as size, constancy, independent of physiological, anatomical explanatory patterns. And he stated that sensual experience, he teaches, gives us smells, sound, light, and color impressions, as well as tactile qualities, and these form our world of perception beyond which no recognition is sufficient. Now you could say, well, that's where we are and where we started. Well, it isn't. He said, he also quoted, beauty is quoted with, beauty is an object not of the eye but of the mind, but still, what we want to understand wasn't found in these writings. We see, while the empiricists gave a clear indication of direction, the proper empirical methods came from an even later, but at that time also newly emerging discipline of physiology, in which the model of psychophysics, the relation between senses and what they deliver, was studied by people like Hermann von Helmholtz, who in his physiological optics, I'm not a native speaker like him, so it's you feel the difference, right? But he also studied for the first time elements of music and started somehow the musicology idea that there is elements that somehow trigger emotions in us and certain kind of experiences. Or people like Carl Gustav Caros, his theory of subconsciousness laid the foundation for the later work in physiology of Freud and others, and also inspired, of course, a lot of practical research on perception and so on. And someone who hardly anyone knows today, Bernardo Bolzano, who according to his work, described beauty as a kind of dark, holistic cognition. And it's a holistic aspect that still is present at the concept in our modern way of thinking about perception. To summarize, the background, Baumgarten coined the term, not much more. It's really hard to read his Latin, and I'm making fun, I can't read the Latin, I read the German translation, but the English empiricists provided the theoretical and the physiologists the methodological ground that then Fechner picked up on. He came and put the strings together. Here he is. His conception of psychophysics comprises all these components, and we study together either stimulus, and now ask yourself what you do, stimulus, inner states, or physiological correlates, and this is a short description of his psychophysics. Inner and outer, between physical stimulation, sensation, and state of the neural system. So in the 19th century, in the middle of the 19th century, with the Industrial Revolution and enormous technological progress, not only modern societies emerged, but the sciences suddenly opened up completely new possibilities. In the course of this development, not only modern empirical psychology emerged, but with it also an empirical aesthetics. And that wasn't considered a special, superficial, exotic topic, and it is sometimes still seen today by some people, but one of the many questions that now with these new sciences suddenly could be addressed by modern sciences and eventually be answered. Also in Vienna, where I come from, that I represent here with many, many other people, so I think we are now an Austrian enclave here in Spain, but compared to the German enclave, it's nothing, right, as you see outside. The aesthetics had their protagonists, and I only cite Franz Brentano, still philosopher at the time, who stated that the practical discipline, which, aesthetics is a practical discipline which teaches us to perceive with correct taste what's beautiful and what is not beautiful, to prefer the more beautiful to the less beautiful, and gives us instructions to bring it out and make it impressive and effective for the whole. Well, interesting, but where is psychology here? It is, of course, feeding into all these questions, but do we really care? So it's so interesting for me that, or for us, that this normative approach, so that someone tells us what is good, what is bad, what is beautiful, what's not beautiful, is so far from what most of us actually do. Well, at the time when Fechner published his stuff, and later he was facing criticisms that is very similar to what sometimes we hear today, often from the art science. And I've only brought two examples, also inspired by Christian Allesch's work. This guy, he doesn't look friendly. Can you see him? So I kept him dark, not to threaten you, because you're going to have lunch afterwards. It's Eduard von Hartmann, an artist. We would call him an art historian. Yeah, he's an art historian today. Well, he wrote about Fechner. The so-called experimental aesthetics is not itself an aesthetics at all, but can at most create material for themselves, incidentally material of very subordinate value, without which the aesthetics can be accomplished very well. So, here you see a competitor, yeah? You use the word competitor, here you see what they really think. And even worse, and he continues, while the results of the experimental, that's really nice, while the results of their experimental investigations of the complicated mathematical processing of the same are aesthetically as good as worthless, and remind of a mouse born from circulating a mountain. I'm not sure whether this phrase can be translated, but I tried my best. So very ignorant, really. They look down on us, or on our field. And even worse, Benedict Croce on Fechner, that these pseudo-scientific activities were just pastime for him, and therefore his followers today, a pastime that, all in all, has no more meaning than playing sophistication or collecting stamps. Well, the criticism of empirical aesthetics is often concerned with the idea that we democratically, by studying people's responses, want to find out something how the effects in art are produced by elements of the art or constituting variables around this, while the experts know how the effects of art actually are. So I don't like this criticism so much, and I only mentioned this one study that we did with art historian Raphael Rosenberg, who had this wonderful idea to study the universality of aesthetic effects. It's a work from Eva Specker, and in which we try to find out how these effects work. And I can tell, we designed experiments where we took the part of that constitute artworks, in this case abstract artworks. Here you see Kandinsky as an example, and studied each element and tried to see whether their aesthetic effects are predictable, are in accordance with the literature, and are conform in the sense that people agree with it. And I can tell you a simple summary of this. Red is warm and blue is cold, but in most other cases, we don't find any coherence, so people don't agree, and they don't agree what the art historians would have predicted. So we have to be self-critical in general. Still today, the actual impulse for empirical sciences of the arts, of aesthetics, comes mostly from Helmholtz's methods and his physiology, rather than from the physiological approaches. There's one exception. Bill, are you here? Sleeping? No. Well, you weren't paying attention. That's why we love you here. Thank you. So I think the present conference is very good proof of the progress made since Fechner, and also disproves the criticism of these art science that we sometimes still see and hear. The number of people working in the field and the number of findings, the number of publications exceed every previous predictions. However, given the current situation of the world, where can Fechner and our empirical aesthetics move on from now? And I want to take the freedom to distinguish two options very briefly: facing climate change, wars, increasing authoritarian regimes, mental suffering caused by population pressure and urbanization. We could believe that empirical aesthetics should take societal influence if we align at least parts of our research programs accordingly, in order to show how essential aesthetic experiences can contribute to our well-being and good behavior. And I think all the studies that we're going to hear, have heard, and that many of you have conducted about aspects of well-being, emotional influence, and in the field, in the laboratory, and wherever, contribute to this. We have the symposium tomorrow. But I also want to warn that there is a lot more to be done, as a wishful thinking that just contemplating beauty and art makes people happy, healthier, and more sustainable has not always been supported by the corresponding and necessary empirical data. Well, you all know this World Health Organization report. They claim a lot, but if you look deep into it, and if you read the critics like this paper by Clift and others, you realize it's not that easy. So I only can encourage you to do more research in order to produce the supporting and necessary data. Around the question whether we have the evidence, there is still, and for good, ongoing debate every day. And we had this example yesterday in our opening symposium, yeah? What is the evidence? So we could also refer to older positions and take them as justifications. A distinction between liking and wanting already had its forerunners in Shaftesbury's Beautiful is Good, which opens paths for how aesthetics affect our life, suggestions for each of us, whether we can and how we can make good choices and good decisions and do good actions. Nevertheless, what is the evidence, I think, is an important and everlasting question. There is a second way. On the other hand, in view of the extraordinary challenges for which we do not yet have solutions, we can also take an alternative path. In order to enable humanity to overcome the current problems, we must better understand our constraints, limitations, but in aesthetics even more, our potentials. We then need to deliver the evidence with which we can argue how people are capable of acting, also to inform politics and society with the knowledge they need to make and support their decisions. Well, if you're interested in this future of empirical aesthetics, maybe you find of interest that in September this year, we celebrate 20 years of the EVA Labs. And as part of it, we organize a summer school with numerous well-known speakers, many of them here, many from IAEA. And yeah, if you are a PhD student or postdoc and interested in this, take a picture of the Q code and you'll find information to apply for this summer school in Vienna. And our sponsorships, we have not unlimited money, but we want to sponsor as much as we can. And this information, if you don't get it now, is also being delivered yesterday by Aniko on the newsletter of the IAEA. And with this, I slowly come to my end. Dear all, I'm very, very grateful that I was able to participate in the development of the discipline for the last 30 years, only 30 years, Jerry. But when I think about what I'm particularly proud of, I was very, very happy and privileged and able to found this research group at University of Vienna more than 20 years ago. And I'm so happy that it was a focus of people coming to Vienna, that it could focus on visual aesthetic research, but also provide a place for many people to meet, to start their research careers, and to contribute to this. And many of those who have accompanied me and have been to University of Vienna are on this slide. It's far from complete. I tried to put together first the members of EVA Lab, the former members of EVA Lab, our close friends, collaborators, project collaborators, and so on. And yeah, I want to thank you, because none of the things that happened today were possible if we couldn't work in teams, if we couldn't meet, if we couldn't provide the space for the next generation to do what they want and learn from them, and also give what we have. And so I want to finish by thanking all of you, all those who are here, all those I forgot or couldn't squeeze into this little picture. I have a few names already here in case someone raises his hand, I know already. But I want to thank you and wish you all that you can accomplish more groundbreaking, more innovative and relevant research, and so that empirical aesthetics can be what they should be, a cornerstone of our knowledge of who we are and what we can achieve. I thank you very much and wish you a good lunch. And now it takes the flowers back. And don't trust Pablo. You've heard him. He's a charmer. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So now it's time for lunch.
Not yet.
Oh. Oh no, there's another. Yeah, sorry.
Thinking of food always.
No. I'm so sorry. So we switch a computer?
Yeah, Marcus will go up next. Let me just. Not yet. Hold on. Yeah, he's. Thank you, Helmut. Self-critical as always, and just critical and rigorous as always. Helmut actually, I don't know if he remembers, but he gave me the lowest grade I ever had in grad school. So, talk about motivation to do better. Yeah, exactly. You know, the process of selecting the awards recipients was really a challenge, and I do want to thank my fellow committee members, Jana Kritkowski and Rebecca Chamberlain. They're going to be presenting the two other awards tomorrow for the Baumgartner Award. So the next one is the Margaret Floy Washburn Award, given to a person for their outstanding contribution to the field of empirical aesthetics by a mid-career scientist. And the recipient for this award is Professor Marcus Nadal. So Professor Nadal received his bachelor's in science and psychology from the University of the Balearic Islands here in Spain in 2000. And his PhD in psychology, human evolution and cognition from the same university in 2007 From 2012 to 2015, he had a postdoctoral position at the Department of Basic Psychology and Research Methods at the University of Vienna. He is currently professor titular the, I'm going to kill this, the University equivalent to, he's an associate professor at the Department of Psychology at the University of Balearic Islands. My name is Pablo, but my Spanish is very limited. His research is devoted to characterizing the psychological, neural, and evolutionary foundations of aesthetic appreciation. He was executive editor of Empirical Studies of the Arts and served as the editorial board of Psychology of Aesthetics, Creativity in the Arts. His contributions to empirical aesthetics have earned him the Baumgarten Award from the IAEA in 2014, the Berline Award from APA Division 10 in 2017. He's published 81 plus at this point articles in peer-reviewed journals, 70 of which were published in journals indexed in journal citation reports, as well as 35 book chapters and co-edited 3 books and counting, right? A lot in development right now. His research has been highlighted in articles published in specialized scientific journals, such as Nature, and popular science journals such as Mashable, Eureka, Live Science, New Scientist. His research has also been featured in articles published in the science sections of national and international general press, including the Boston Globe, Pacific Standard, Fast Company, The Times, the New York Times, and Playboy. Second time we're hearing about Playboy today, of course. So just, you know, generally, Marcus is one of the researchers and scholars that we have in our field who really collaborates. And I think most of you know this. He's mentioned all the time, right, in these, and cited all the time in the presentations that we've had this past 2 days at this point. And third day tomorrow, he's going to be cited and referred to and discussed because he does collaborate. And like Helmut, he is always asking significant questions and also, I think more importantly, critical questions, as we saw during the symposium yesterday at 9 a.m. If you missed it, it was fantastic, right? But critical in a good way, because it allows us to really think about what we're doing and to think about how we're doing what we're doing, I think, which is quite important. And the last thing, he is a connoisseur of hot chocolate drinks. He and I had a funny conversation the other night. He's like, he told me he was very concerned because it's becoming harder and harder to find good places to drink hot chocolate. So if you have recommendations, please let Marcus know. But congratulations, Marcus, on behalf of the committee and IAEA.
Thank you. So how many of these things can you hold?
One at a time, I think.
Thank you very much. No, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you very much, Ocean. Thank you very much, Pablo. Thank you very much to IAEA, and thank you very much to everyone who's here. It's a great honor to be awarded this award. And I would like to thank the IAEA for introducing an award that brings visibility to the work of women in the early days of our field. It is great that IAEA makes their work visible through an award, but I think it's also incumbent on everybody to continue to make this work by early women in our field visible. So I thought I'd go through 3 of my favorite pioneering women, tell you a bit about who they were, what they did, what their work was about, and hopefully remind you or
make you aware that this work existed in the first 20 or 30 years of the 20th century, and that it might be interesting to your work today, either because they're working on, or they worked on similar topics you're working on today, because they're asking similar questions, or because the reasoning behind their work is still relevant to your work today. So it'll bring the history lesson of today to an end. So I'll be following the lead of Jerry and Helmut and thinking about the basic ideas that started out our interesting field. So the first pioneer I want to talk to you about today is Lillian Jane Martin. She graduated from Vassar in 1880. She taught botany, physics, and chemistry at different schools, at high schools in Indianapolis and later San Francisco. And when she was 43, she resigned her position and decided to study psychology, which was a lifelong interest of hers. She went to Göttingen in 1894, spent 4 years there, even though Göttingen University at that time did not accept women as regular students. And she became G.E. Müller's assistant, who studied with Fechner and later was colleague, and they worked together on studies on the psychophysics of lifted weights. And according to many historians of psychology, the resulting monograph that she and Müller published is considered a classic in the history of psychophysics. And one of its most influential contributions to psychophysics and later to Kulpe's Würzburg school was the introduction of the concept of set to the research on successive judgments of sensations. Kulpe would later conclude that set was the essential element of thinking. So this is the importance that the work of Lillian Jane Martin at that time. Later, she obtained a position at Stanford with Frank Angel to form a two-person department. She was in charge of equipping and running the psychological laboratory and acted as chair during his sabbatical leaves. In 1915, she became the first woman to head a Stanford department. She returned to Germany several summers to continue her studies and research with Kulpe at Würzburg, Bonn, and Munich. At Kulpe's request, she was awarded an honorary PhD by the University of Bonn for her contributions to psychology. The awards citation mentioned, in addition to her contributions to the concepts and methods of psychophysics, her experimental studies on the theories of aesthetics and of Fechner's aesthetic law. When she turned 65, in 1916, she retired and she was made professor emeritus, but she kept very active in private practice. In 1920, she established a mental hygiene clinic for preschool children, and toward the end of that decade, she established a psychological clinic for the elderly. She's actually considered a pioneer in gerontology too. Her goal with these centers was to transform psychological experimental work into therapeutic exercises through treatment plans. And these plans included helping children and the elderly to acquire emotional control, eliminate unhealthy images and ideas, and to build a healthy philosophy of living. She used the methods of psychophysics and simple figures like these, consisting of lines that differed in orientation, length, curvature, and thickness, to conduct a thorough examination of Fechner's principles of aesthetics, and published this in 1906. Her results brought to light an enormous variation among participants' response, but did not find much support for some of Fechner's aesthetic principles. The second pioneering woman in empirical aesthetics that I would like to underline is Kate Gordon. Kate Gordon enrolled at the University of Chicago in 1896, where John Dewey and James Roland Angel had arrived 2 years earlier. Dewey was professor of philosophy, and Angel, an outspoken advocate of equal opportunities for men and women, was assistant professor of psychology and director of the psychological laboratory. Both of them, as you know, were the driving force behind the Functional School of Psychology of Chicago, which focused on mental operations rather than mental elements. Gordon obtained her PhD in Chicago with her PhD dissertation, The Psychology of Meaning, in which she gave a unified psychological account of value, integrating economic, logical, ethic, and aesthetic value. She concluded that the common denominator of value across these domains is agreeableness, which she conceived as pure sensuous pleasure. The psychological measure of value she proposed was the intensity of pleasant feeling and the complexity and relations of the valued content. Agreeableness varied depending on the complexity and the number of relations of the valued content. Gordon was awarded a European fellowship to study at Würzburg with Kulpe during the winter of 1903-1904. After returning to the United States, she took positions at different institutions and finally arriving at University of California, Los Angeles, 1922 to 1963. And while teaching at these institutions, she continued her research on vision, attention, memory, mental tests for children, and aesthetics, focusing on the role of affect on preference, judgment, and recall. And she published numerous papers between 1912 and 1925 on these topics. One of her first studies on empirical aesthetics was on the topic of color. Her study on the aesthetics of color aimed to understand the reasons for placing some colors towards the center of compositions and some other colors towards the periphery. And she created basic designs like these that enable some colors to be placed towards the center and some colors to be placed towards the periphery. And she collected people's liking and other sorts of ratings. She continued her studies on color combinations using sets of colored plates of oriental rugs, and she would present different sets to participants and ask them to order these images in order of their beauty. And she found an enormous variation again in participants' preferences. There was no rug that was not placed at the top of the pile or at the bottom of the pile for different people, so enormous variation. She retested some of these participants and found that they were very consistent with their own responses. So high internal consistency and a lot of variation between participants. And one other study that she carried out, which is very interesting, at least to me, is on the impact of the emotional response to odors on memory. So she selected 10 odors that ranged widely from being very pleasant to very unpleasant, and she asked participants to smell these odors, and she gave them different names, and then participants had to remember whether they had smelled this before or not. So she found that memory was very good for the very unpleasant odors, but then varied from one participant to another for the more pleasant odors. So again, if you're interested in smell, this could be a good study to look. And finally, Margaret Foy Washburn, another of my persons of interest in the history of our discipline. She graduated at Vassar College and decided to study psychology after graduating. She learned that James McKean Cattell had established a new laboratory of psychology at Columbia University, and she determined to study with him. But at that time, Columbia did not admit women to graduate studies, but she was very perseverant, very insistent. And she was granted a special dispensation to attend Cattell's courses as a listener, just as a hearer. But Cattell treated her as a regular student and demanded from her the same as he demanded from any other regularly enrolled man. In 1892, Cattell encouraged her to move to Cornell to get her PhD because women were accepted at Cornell at that time, and Titchener had just arrived to take over the psychological laboratory there. Titchener supervised Washburn's experimental work, and actually her PhD in 1894 was the first PhD that Titchener recommended. And Washburn became the first woman ever to receive a doctorate title in psychology. That same year, she was elected to the American Psychological Association and became the president in 1921. In 1931, she was elected to the US National Academy of Science, and between 1926 and 27, she was elected vice president of the American Association for the Advancement of Science. From 1903, she taught at Vassar. It had no graduate program in psychology, and she had heavy teaching loads and very few opportunities for collaboration with colleagues in her area, and very few advanced studies to conduct research with her. Despite these limitations, she published over 100 scientific articles, most of which she designed and prepared for publication, but she conducted them with students in an advanced seminar at Vassar. A considerable number of these were on color preference, on differences between people in their responses to affective content, and her book on comparative psychology, The Animal Mind, initially published in 1908 and kept up to date through The fourth edition of 1936 was considered the most thorough text on the topic for decades, according to different psychologists, historians, sorry. Some of Washburn's studies on aesthetic appreciation, as I said, were on the effective values of color. She had already conducted several experiments on the perception and discrimination of colors in humans and other animals. And here, in a series of experiments, she examined several conditions that could influence the pleasingness of colors. She found, for instance, that her participants liked tints generally more pleasing than shades, and these more pleasing than saturated colors. She examined the effects of fatigue on the pleasantness and unpleasantness of colors in this study published in 1911. Here, they asked their participants to perform a long series of pleasingness judgments of colors and compared those judgments as participants became fatigued by the task itself. And what they found is that the fatigue reduced the pleasingness judgments, especially in the case of highly saturated colors. In another study of 1911, they examined the effect of color area on color preferences. Participants here generally found smaller areas more pleasing than larger areas, so these were like little cardboards of colors. So they liked the smaller areas more than the larger areas in the case of saturated colors, and that larger areas were more pleasing than smaller areas in the case of tints and shades. She also found that a minute of looking at a color also changed its pleasingness during this minute. In the case of saturated colors, participants reported the colors were fading or dulling during that minute, probably because of after images due to shifting fixations, which tended to lower pleasingness. In the case of tints and shades, participants reported associations that tended to increase their pleasingness. Finally, she found that negative spoken adjectives about colors, like faded or crude, reduced the judged pleasingness of those colors, and that positive adjectives, like warm and delicate, increased their judged pleasingness. And this is a study of 1913. The second major issue she turned her attention to in the field of empirical aesthetics was individual differences in the strength of people's pleasingness or unpleasantness reactions and in their abilities for aesthetic judgment. In 1913, she introduced the concept of affective sensitiveness to distinguish people who strongly tended to like and dislike materials of different sorts, including tones, colors, speech sounds, from people who were relatively indifferent to those materials. Most people tended to be sensitive or indifferent towards most of the kinds of materials, although some people did exhibit a specialized sensitivity to one sort or another of those materials. In 1923, they showed that poets were more effectively sensitive than science students, meaning that affective sensitiveness was related to experience and expertise in art and aesthetics. In 1915, they found that affective sensitiveness is not fixed, and it can change owing to certain circumstances, like fatigue, which tends to reduce affective sensitiveness. And in a study published in 1918, they began examining the possibilities of a test of aesthetic judgment for pictures. So all in all, a lot of activity going on in these laboratories in the first 30 years of the 20th century. I'll have you off for lunch in a timely fashion, but I would really like to thank the IAEA for this award. It means a lot to me. None of my contributions to the field can be conceived as my own. As Pablo said, I enjoy collaborating with people, I enjoy talking to people, I enjoy learning from people. So whatever I've achieved in empirical aesthetics and neuroaesthetics, it's not just me, so it's me learning and interacting with people. I've been fortunate to make many friends in this field. I count myself really fortunate. And these friendships have lasted for decades, and they've not only lasted for decades, they've survived discussions on scientific topics. And not only have they survived discussions on what I find fascinating topics, they have thrived on these discussions and disagreements. I find that a discipline, a scientific discipline that is without discussion is really sterile. I see myself as a scientist. I see ourselves as a scientific community where dogma has no place. So I think it's fair to question. I think it's interesting to question, and we shouldn't be afraid of questioning or being questioned. And this is what I found, an environment in IAEA and the field as a whole, where one can question, and the answers you get from other people, if you're lucky, they'll be different to the ones you expected. And that is challenging, and that makes our activities really, really interesting. And I would thus like to thank everybody who's been part of my career in one way or another, because we've published together, or because you've mentored me, or you've just dedicated some time to talking to me, and I've taken so much out of that. So thank you very much. Okay, lunchtime.
Sí, Push it all the way. And we move the water bottles as well.
You don't want the used water bottles?
No, I don't want the used water bottles.
Because it's very there. So you have just like plain chair, and then you have the chair here, and on the other side, and it's just like, no.
Okay, now we open everything and hope for the best. Oh, don't say that.
There's photos in all of these. Videos in one case. Exactly.
He was sitting in the.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he kept saying tomorrow, and I was like, why are you saying tomorrow? You know it's today. He did, but I don't know if he's forgotten. Because, yeah.
Wait, did E plus size look like a different ratio?
Yes. Yes. She uses the old one.
Can you check something out for me? My last slide.
You have the different template.
Can you go through my slides quickly?
You have the other ratio. You have the teaching ones.
So it might be. Can you go through my site quickly? I just want to check something.
We'll see which one looks better.
I guess.
Do you want to check?
The oopsie, no, I don't want it to be on the. This is fine. You know, with the different computers.
Why don't you have the presenter? Where's the notes? No, the thing is misaligned?
Yeah,
no, mine is also misaligned. What? Yes, he does. But I don't know if it's on his laptop. And who knows? It must be on his laptop. Because he's not going to use his USB. And he hasn't even spoken to us. Because he was, no, when I spoke to him earlier, he was too stressed about the award, so he didn't want to talk about anything else. Yeah. You good? Margot?
Yeah, because this one was crushed before.
Yes, it happened to mine as well. It looked wrong. Yeah. And you want to check all of them? Wait, let's click that.
Almost señoras. So, it's 2:30. We have a very tight schedule, as you've seen today. And yeah, I thank you very much for joining our afternoon session on urban aesthetics, past, present, and future. As we present our research, it's more about the past. And all our research is inspired by the idea how also to inform about the design of cities of tomorrow. And yeah, as you've already seen, we have done these experiments with pretzel oasis and stuff. So we're generally often interested in aesthetics and the art. And our program today is 5 talks, and not to waste any time, I invite the first speaker, Dr. Eva Specker from Vienna, with her title, What's an Aesthetic Experience? And if you have joined yesterday's discussion, you know that this is a question that we can hardly ever answer, but we have our contributions.
Okay, yeah, I just pull up my slide. Welcome everyone. Indeed, if you've been there yesterday, you've maybe already had some thoughts about what is an aesthetic experience, what should we consider. One last final historic point. Already in the 90s, Schusterman said, experience quipped Oscar Wilde. So how do I put this in presentation mode? Ah, I think it's over there. Yep, okay, found it. Experience quipped Oscar Wilde is the name one gives to one's mistakes. Thus, aesthetic experience the name the central blunder of modern aesthetics. I think this already goes into the point, can you answer this question? Spoiler alert, if you came here to finally get the answer to what is an aesthetic experience, you're in the wrong room. I'm not going to answer this question. In fact, I'm going to argue that this question is fundamentally the wrong question. I'm going to argue that the question we should be asking is not what is an aesthetic experience, but how does experience become aesthetic? And what I will briefly mention in my talk is that I think that if we want to answer this question, then it makes sense to think about the dimensions of breadth, that of length, and that of depth. So I'm going to start with breadth. So as we've also potentially seen yesterday, but just to repeat, historically, the question of what is art and what is an aesthetic experience have been intertwined, but these are not two sides of the same coin. As Schusterman again also says, no matter how powerful and universal the aesthetic experience of sunsets, we are hardly going to reclassify them as art. And therefore today I will also focus on this aspect of what is an aesthetic experience, though as I said, I'm not necessarily going to answer it. Nonetheless, if we think of the dimension of breadth, we can actually see that many authors agree that aesthetic experience is broad. So yes, it can be experience with artworks, but it also can be, for example, experience with sunsets, or more appropriately to also today's symposium, it can be everyday aesthetic experiences, and especially also as these experiences often happen in our everyday context, namely the urban environment. Nonetheless, though many authors seem to agree that aesthetic experience is actually this broad concept, this breadth has actually been exactly the problem. So philosophers, as Eden Moore summarized, have kind of considered this breadth as an issue because it makes aesthetic experience kind of a catch-all term into which kind of all matter of emotive response can be kind of conveniently and uncritically dumped. On the other hand, M&M, as we've seen already this conference, argued that because sensory input is always evaluated, aesthetic experience is in no way really different from just experience, and therefore we should focus on sensory evaluation and we can kind of ditch this whole concept of aesthetic experience. I'm not going to argue for that. I'm going to argue that we can use the concept of aesthetic experience, and mainly I'm going to argue that this distinction between aesthetic experience on the one hand and something like not aesthetic experience on the other hand is inherently misleading. And the reason for that is that this definition of aesthetic experience is a Sorites problem. So what is a Sorites problem? A Sorites problem comes from philosophy and is normally explained by grains of sand. So I have one grain of sand, and if I would put it on the table out in front of me, and I would ask all of you in the audience, is this a pile of sand? Then very likely you're going to say no. If I add a second grain, then you're probably going to say no. But if I do this long enough, at one point a pile will appear. And if I would do it into infinity, then at one point we will be in the desert, right? And what this shows is that kind of this pile of sand is more like a continuum. And so too, aesthetic experience is a continuum. There's no kind of clear differentiation between aesthetic experience and non-aesthetic experience, or between grain of sand and the pile of sand, but we really have this continuum of experience. And therefore, the question should be, how does experience become aesthetic? So how do we get from a grain to potentially a pile or even a desert? And I will argue today that here I think the dimensions of length and depth are useful to describe parts of this continuum and also describing what we study. And this will also be relevant for the rest of the symposium because kind of what kind of aesthetic experience we are studying can differ on these dimensions, and our methods will also differ accordingly, as well as our theories. So to start with length, if we accept that the grain of kind of all of this is sensory evaluation, which I will, then we can think of, okay, the very minimum of depth is on this kind of sensory evaluation level. Here we're really kind of bound to our sensory organs. And these can be really quick, so it can just be milliseconds, right? Our eye is extremely fast, and we are always evaluating what we're perceiving. And on this kind of level, it's more kind of unconscious or subconscious evaluations, just that you're in this room, you're maybe not specifically looking around the room and evaluating it, but you might notice implicitly that this room is less nice than the room upstairs with the nice windows. And if we go kind of more to this longer experiences, then we get to maybe seconds or minutes. So 6 seconds has been suggested as the minimum for top-down processing, and I would consider these kind of all variations of piles. Also, if we go kind of beyond minimum times, we know from the museum work, for example, that most people spend around 30 seconds looking at art. And this I would all consider variations of piles, so where we kind of left kind of this minimum length that's just milliseconds on our kind of stream of consciousness towards kind of more conscious experiences. And if we want to go all the way to the desert, then I think we can quite roughly say the longer, the more aesthetic. So this also fits into arguments for example, slow looking, so that the longer we look at something, also the more aesthetic this becomes. I want to highlight that length and depth are different dimensions and not necessarily the same. So we can imagine sitting at home or you spending a lot of time in this auditorium, but it doesn't necessarily make your experience of this auditorium much more aesthetic, right? So it can be that you spend somewhere for a long time, but you don't necessarily increase in depth, or that something is short but relatively deep. So what is the dimension of depth then? Here, I think it's useful to go back to Schusterman, who kind of defines several dimensions of aesthetic experience, where for me, I think this connection of depth can be found with the phenomenological dimension. So what are the qualitative aspects of this aesthetic experience and what makes it different from maybe other kinds of experiences, as well as the semantic dimension, which we also heard a lot about already, kind of these meaning-making processes. How is this meaningful for me? How is this meaningful for my life? And I will kind of roughly discuss this. Just as a note, the things that I discuss is based kind of roughly on the themes and topics you find in the literature, and not necessarily like an extensive review of everything that anyone ever wrote on these topics, but just to kind of give you an idea. So generally, if you look into the literature, then I think what we can classify in kind of this depth dimension is kind of a shift from more goal-directed to more aesthetic-directed attention or processing. So kind of briefly said, we focus on the how rather than the what. Not, is this a PowerPoint slide, but is it a beautiful PowerPoint slide? Also, what we find a lot in the literature is kind of arguments that these aesthetic experiences are qualitatively different. So in the terms of attention conscious or the infamous disinterestedness, these arguments for disinterestedness often go back to Kant. I will argue that it's probably best not to base ourselves on Kant, but rather, for example, look at Edmund Husserl, who was a phenomenologist, and he kind of talks about not disinterest, but kind of a change of interest. And specifically, he argues for an existential disinterest, but an axiological, which means valuing, interest. So what this means is, for example, say I'm watching a movie, I'm not necessarily interested in if the characters are real, if they really existed, if they're real people, but I'm interested in kind of the values that the film expresses to me. This, I think, all kind of fits into depth and specifically in kind of the phenomenological dimension. How are these experiences different to us, at least subjectively? And the other kind of point of dimension that I would consider part of depth is this meaning-making dimension. So again, something historical. Already in the 50s, Pohl wrote, art is valuable because it deals significantly with human experience, because it makes us both feel and understand it, where the understanding is inseparable from the feeling. Or kind of briefly summarized, beauty felt as value. And this you really often see in kind of the philosophical concepts more, like somehow this experience of beauty is related to us gaining knowledge, knowing and learning something. And kind of this feeling and being moved by beauty also is kind of related to this knowledge processing. But we also find this in contemporary psychological accounts. So for example, the more predictive coding accounts that are now up and coming, for example, the one by Sarasso et al., they argue that beauty can function as a cue that something can be learned. And this learning can kind of go from very low-level processing up to very high-level processing, such meaning as life. And this learning process that is kind of always assumed here is a perceptual or experience-based learning. So that through perceiving the world, I learn about the world. And this also connects very strongly to the rest of the symposium with this idea of urban aesthetics, right? We go through our urban environment and we want to learn about this environment, we want to understand it, we want to enjoy it and feel good in it. And I argue here that if we want to kind of really think about this concept of aesthetic experience, this is the question we should ask. How does experience become aesthetic? I think to answer this question, we have to accept the very wide breadth of aesthetic experiences, which can be just, I walk down the street, I may see a beautiful person but not even notice it, or I might think, oh, that's a beautiful person, up to more transformative experiences such as with art. And here we need to think in our theorizing about the dimensions of length and depth. And for the symposium today, we will see that our everyday experiences are kind of more short on length. They are more kind of assumed, okay, I walk down the street, I see things, I'm maybe not consciously seeing everything all the time or evaluating all the time, and probably not so extended as we can, for example, spend hours in a museum. We're very unlikely to suddenly stop in the street and look at something for hours and hours. But there can be variations of depth, and meaning making can also be variations of this depth involved in these experiences. With that, I just want to say the preprint of this paper is out if you want to read the more elaborate version. And I think, Helmut, I still have a few minutes for questions, right? No, 3 more minutes. It says 14 for me. Well, we have a lot of time for a lot of questions, so that's good.
Yesterday. I can't believe there are no questions. Matthew, thank you.
Thanks, Eva. Not to put you on the spot, but I just in your terminology of when does an experience become aesthetic, it immediately made me think of John Dewey and his argument of an aesthetic experience versus the aesthetic phase of experience, which would be ostensibly when the experience becomes aesthetic. And maybe to make it, at least my interpretation would be, it's when it sort of culminates and comes full circle and you can assign it to a meeting and sort of put it in a conceptual space to say, okay, that was what the significance of that was. And I think it maybe jives a bit with the depth argument.
Yeah,
I wonder
exactly.
if you
Yeah, there's multiple of
into
these
that?
kind of arguments. Also, I think with Batico 2013, if I say correctly, kind of called a full actualization of aesthetic experience. So I'd say like in this continuum, it's much more kind of like on the deep depth and maybe length side, because to a certain extent, I would say on a certain level, all experiences are aesthetic, right? Because if you think about preference being an aesthetic term, there's always things that we prefer or not prefer, or we always evaluate something at some level. This, at least from my perspective, I would agree with M&M's. But I think what we should consider is also this like qualitative difference between these experiences, right? I think we should not just say like, oh, well, all is sand, so we don't just have to care about sand and not about kind of like, is it a grain, is it a pile, is it a desert? But I think we should also not kind of go the opposite direction, which is maybe more the Dewey direction. Like, all I care about is deserts, and I don't care that it's sand at all, right? I think we really should kind of, which I think in the field we are doing, kind of grasp the whole continuum, but I think it's just useful to be a bit more systematic, like what kind of aesthetic experience am I looking at? Is it going to be something short? Maybe a subconscious, is it going to be something broader? Because there will be these qualitative differences in these kinds of experiences that I would consider meaningful.
Hi, Eva. Thanks for your talk. A very nice presentation. I like the conceptualization. Can you talk a bit about if you've thought at all about how we would measure depth and what that might look like, if you have some suggestions so that we can start to apply this conceptualization?
Yeah, so I think also, so for length and depth, so breadth, I think we just have to accept. But length and depth, I think it's both, it's the whole continuum also. I don't think like there's just deep or not deep experiences. I think here there's also this continuum. So I would argue that an experience becomes more aesthetic if there's, for example, more of this phenomenological dimension. And there is research on this, right? There is empirical work kind of showing this more aesthetic focused processing instead of kind of goal-directed processing. And I think that kind of goes into that direction. And I think here it's also just important kind of which level of depth we are in. Because also the meaning making, I'm not sure who saw the talk by Irene Ranga yesterday, but this is also about very implicit kind of mismatch negativity learning, which is kind of also meaning making, just on a very kind of low level, right? And I think there we can have kind of the whole spectrum, and we just have to kind of see about what we are interested in. But I think most of the things we study fall somewhere on this continuum. And I think it's just important that we kind of consider that, because I think sometimes we are just doing and not really, you know, thinking about what we're doing, if that makes sense. No. I hope it answered your question.
Thanks, Eva. That was great. It's good that some of these more conceptual questions come to the IAEA, I think. I have a question. I would go with Matthew and say, why not do it the other way around? Why not go with the consummatory experience of Dewey? Think, what is the full experience? Maybe a strong beauty experience or wonder or awe. And then see, do we find kind of traces of that in other experiences? Because if you do the Sarita's way of thinking about it, you have the single grain, you have some grains, and then something turns out you have this immersion property of being an aesthetic experience. I think coming more from philosophy, phenomenology, why not do the other way around? And say, look, this is a clear-cut aesthetic experience. This is awe, this is wonder. And then just look, do we find traces of that in urban environments or even everyday aesthetics? So, yeah, why going this way, not the other way?
I think that's just more like how I structured the talk, rather than that I think how we should do the research. I think the goal for me of like presenting this kind of more conceptual work is more to kind of provide a framework that I think we can actually use with and that we can apply to our research and kind of consider, okay, in my work, what kind of aesthetic experience am I interested in? Where is that on the continuum? Do I think it's going to be an experience that's more kind of like milliseconds, or it's going to be more like hours? And I think the methodology will change. If you're interested in milliseconds, yeah, something like EEG or eye tracking works out. If you're interested in hours, I mean, I'm not sure who wants to code hours and hours of eye tracking. I know some people have tried in the past, but it might not be the appropriate method. So I think this also will influence like which methods we then use that would be appropriate to kind of the conceptualization that we use in our specific studies. But I think it's conducive to come from all sides. This is also, to a certain extent, a little bit my goal, because I think a lot of the discussion, as maybe we also saw, is quite polarized, right? It's like this or that, and like no one really agrees. And to kind of present a potential middle route where we can all maybe find, yeah, a way into the future. I will pull up the next.
The next talk. I didn't see a hand raised. No, someone jumping up and down. So I invite our second speaker. So if you think about the breadth of the aesthetic experiences where they happen in life, and when you think of the title of our symposium, the question is what actually elicits things that we count as aesthetic experiences. And I think Kieran is trying to give an answer, and a very systematic answer. I'm not so sure what they discuss, but I try to distract you from that. And once they are ready, I will get signal, but he also already sees the front page. And I can tell you that Karen is a really skilled illustrator and drawing person herself, and I can promise you at least some beautifully designed slides, right? So.
How many scientists do you need to get a PowerPoint working, Chris? I don't know. Anyone who speaks Spanish?
Anybody called Pablo?
I will carry on because we have skipped some time. We're good? I've got time. Okay. Yeah, so as Helmut introduced, we are taking this breadth into doing a scoping review to look at the vast range of literature and searching for papers on the topic of urban aesthetics. So just to give a very, very simple overview of the rationale, we live more and more in cities. It's just a given fact. So from towering skyscrapers that shape our skylines to the city parks that relieve us from hustle and bustle, the urban landscapes that surround us often have a profound, sometimes detrimental impact on our well-being. And so we should think about what features go into our environment, because how the urban environment looks shapes our experiences of the city. And so we need to consider the design or the aesthetics of the components that make up our cities and urban environments. And so we know that urban aesthetics has been studied in the past, and these studies range across many different research fields. But it's not always well connected together. We can't really see what's happening in someone else's research field compared to our own. And so we lack a comprehensive overview on the topic. Research on the urban environment often has a well-being focus. However, well-being is mostly studied in relation to nature. But there is the potential of aesthetics to contribute to well-being and potentially act as a causal mechanism, mediating the benefits that we see with nature. And so we are also interested then in the impact of man-made components on well-being. And so, if we take our rationale into consideration, we aim to bring together research across many different fields to address how components of our urban environment are considered through the lens of aesthetics, and also with an additional focus on well-being effects. And so in employing a scoping review, we want to answer, what is the present state of investigation on aesthetic components in the urban environment and the associated well-being benefits? And we therefore provide a comprehensive overview of how the urban environment, and specifically which types of urban components, have been studied in the past, identifying how these are related to aesthetic dimensions and how these were assessed, and then also identifying the well-being dimensions and how these were assessed. And just if you're not so familiar with the scoping review process, and just to give you a sense of the breadth, the sense of the scale, I will talk you through it briefly. So first, we start with conducting a search of the literature in electronic journal databases using Boolean operators, and we identified 24,728 papers. So it was quite a vast undertaking. And then we checked the titles and abstracts of these papers to see if they fit our concept criteria. We then checked the full text of each paper to make sure that the urban components and aesthetic dimensions were present. And then we extracted all of the information about the components, the aesthetic and well-being dimensions, and the methods of assessment. And then the final stage was the data analysis, and we reduced this down to 255 papers.
And so I will explain the results using the 3 concepts that I mentioned earlier to give you a better sense. Yeah, it's easier to give you more of a comprehensive overview rather than going through lists and lists and lists of all the things that we identified. So in terms of the urban components, so this is really thinking in terms of this is thinking about those grains, the tiny little grains that make up these piles and this desert. So we identified 524 components that were investigated. But rather than showing you 524 different components, to better synthesize the data, we grouped these into more manageable categories, which these are the 10 categories that we came up with, and I will go through them each. So the first one is accessibility, and this includes things like transport, proximity to things, the idea of walkability. Then we have amenities. These are rubbish bins or waste baskets or trash cans if you're American. Benches, playgrounds, sports and leisure facilities as well. Architectural elements, these are facades, windows, columns, but also things like materials. We saw some things about this yesterday, like the wood, the brick, concrete. Different identifiable types of buildings, such as residential, commercial, skyscrapers. Built heritage, this is where art comes into play, the monuments, the landmarks, the street interventions. Pathways, went too fast. Pathways, these are the streets, the pavements, and other types of surfaces. Properties, these are things like color, symmetry, ratio, size. The quality of the urban environment, this is to do with the soundscapes, atmosphere, pollution. Infrastructural elements, this can be things like bridges and cranes, but also extending to lighting and signage as well. And then the final category was urban space, and this is thinking in more broader terms of the entire neighborhood, public open spaces, and the entire city skyline, for example. And so when we look at these categories of the components, we can identify the most investigated categories across the articles. And these were urban space, accessibility, and amenities. And the urban space, in its broadest form, was also the most studied individual component as well. Bless you. And what this means is that the environment is studied the most, more generally, rather than focusing on the specific components as part of its makeup. We also identified the most understudied component categories, and these were buildings, architectural elements, infrastructure, and also built heritage. And since we are in the field of aesthetics, and many of us have an interest in art and aesthetic objects, I highlight that these components fall under built heritage and therefore are understudied components when we think about research on the urban environment as a whole. So we are kind of filling these gaps here. And so in terms of the aesthetic dimensions, we also identified 438 different aesthetic dimensions identified. And these were terms such as preference, openness, harmony, scenic beauty, complexity, interest, and so forth. I'm not going to show you the whole list, we'll be here for ages. But the most frequently ones that were reported were preference, pleasantness, complexity, and beauty. But something more interesting, I think, that would to identify was that in this large number of dimensions, that we found this diversity in phrasing highlights a need for consensus in the terminology that we use, especially when we are considering the urban environment. Preference, for example, is a commonly used term in empirical aesthetics, but when we are asking about preference in relation to the urban environment, as opposed to using the word alone, we see evaluations of preference for landscape, for residence, for environment, for place, destination, image, and safety. And perhaps using these sorts of terms are thus more tailored towards assessing the urban environment more specifically. When we think about the well-being dimensions, we identified 81 different terms, and these included resilience, mental fatigue, tension, social inclusion, mood, and so forth. And the most frequently reported ones were restoration, safety, stress, and happiness. And another point that our review highlights is the lack of distinction between the aesthetic dimensions and the well-being dimensions. During our data extraction, it became apparent that papers don't often separate between what is an aesthetic and a well-being evaluation, but combine these in a more sweeping evaluation of the urban environment. And therefore, we see terms such as comfort, safety, positive and negative emotion. And on this note, we also see kind of combined evaluations, such as the idea of preference for safety. And this takes preference, which is supposedly a more aesthetic term, and safety, which could be more of a well-being term. And there is therefore this ambivalence as to whether this is more of an aesthetic evaluation or a well-being one. And so maybe we should be thinking about this differently, more as like an aesthetic dimension that also thinks about well-being. And so it addresses the what and the why you like something. It tells you a bit more than you would have known otherwise. So this is another thing that we should think about when we are discussing the environment. And then when we think about these measures, how to actually measure these dimensions, we see a bias towards self-report scales, such as Likert scales, forced choice, semantic differentials. And this is just a reflection of the field of psychology. But what a review also highlights is the emergence of standardized questionnaires that could be used in relation to the urban environment, such as the ones that I'm showing on the screen here, but there were also quite a few other ones as well. And with this tendency towards self-report measures, we also found that there aren't so many physiological measures used in comparison. And perhaps physiology should be considered more, especially to target well-being, such as measuring eye movements, heart rate, or electrodermal activity. And we will see this in the later talks within this symposium as well. But generally, what can we gain from this scoping review? As I said, there's not so much consensus. We cannot see what's going on, and hopefully we try to shed some light on this. And so, in terms of the types of components, we can see which are the well-studied and understudied components and which ones we should perhaps consider more in our future research. Also considering where the urban aesthetics should be studied more. So not only did we identify the components themselves, but also the environments in which they are located as well, whether we look at a bench, for example, in a park versus in a street or in a public open space or a square. In terms of the aesthetic and well-being dimensions, we think about which terms to use in assessing aesthetics and well-being in the urban environment specifically, and also where well-being should be incorporated more into urban aesthetics. And as for the methodology, we identify the emerging trends that we can see arising within the methods used, and also how we could improve our measures to make them more comparable across different researchers. And so, from this muddled sorts of state, we try to inform researchers in empirical aesthetics, but also other disciplines, such as architecture, urban planning, designers, engineering, to create this cross-disciplinary consensus on how to study urban aesthetics, or at least to go into the direction of how we think we should study urban aesthetics. And with that, I'd like to thank you all for your attention. Thank you to all of our co-authors as well for the tremendous efforts, and yeah, open the floor to questions.
I hope that everyone finds something interesting in these categories, and also frustration that you are not in the minority because there were not majorities. But are there any questions? No questions. That's. I think that's the best outcome you can get from a survey of this kind of systematic analyzing. But now I saw two hands. And I think you weren't first. This lady, I come back. please hand.
Hello, thank you for that. That was very, very interesting. My question is, if in your scoping review you were also tracking like where geographically the different urban environments were, because I think it depends a lot. Oh, you're prepared. Depends a lot on where in the world you are, and cities are designed in really different ways in the context of the culture and how society is organized. So I was wondering how you feel these components relate differently on the basis of geography.
Yes, we did look into this. This is the very, very, very summarized version of what we looked at. There were lots of other things that we considered. And yes, we did look at where the countries were located. So we looked at the countries and the cities, and this just gives you a very quick, very simple overview. But we see that there was a lot of studies in China, the USA, the UK, Turkey, and Poland as well. These were the ones that had the most studies. And we see this kind of bias as well towards the global north. But what we can't see is whether that's why that's the case. Is that because of the number of researchers in that area, or actually the actual studies, or the more? I mean, there are more cities and built environments that are in other locations as well, but yet something that we did identify. We just don't know why we are seeing this. Yeah. We didn't check this. We haven't seen, we can look into this. We can compare what sorts of components are versus the countries. We can pair this data, but we haven't. There's just so much data that we can kind of answer all of these questions if we have something more specific that we want to answer. But we can, right?
Thanks, that was amazing. I have a question about urban components as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you put a lot of stuff in this kind of built heritage category. I was wondering kind of what is part of it? Because you mentioned it's public art as well, but it's also kind of landmarks. Don't they actually go in very different directions, thinking of kind of a landmark here, the cathedral in Palma, compared to like a graffiti or other murals? So how did you come up with this category? Wouldn't it make sense to separate the two?
Yes, so we went through several different versions of how to create these categories. And before we had like this idea of built heritage separate to like cultural elements, then we realized there's some overlap. There always is. And you kind of have to just make a decision. We based this on some previous studies. One of them was Nian Atten. Was the Nian Atten right? No. And Papastagiro as well. There are a few papers that we used as a basis that had actually looked into creating these urban categories, and then we set clear definitions of what each category should contain, and then made a decision. And we went through several processes of making sure that we are happy with them. But obviously, there's always going to be this dispute. But it makes sense to create a bigger category than try to make smaller categories, and because you could have hundreds otherwise. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I had a question about your, because you did a scoping review. So was your inclusion criteria only peer-reviewed publications, or did you include other types of resources and knowledges? Because you talked about how it was heavily, the global majority weren't there, but there's a whole ancient knowledge and history of sort of urban design and other disciplines that have there's a lot of understanding of indigenous knowledge, and so well-being in nature and historic artifacts and so on, that's all sort of would be missed. And we know that there's a bias in publications, like research in the way knowledge is created, heavily supports Western forms of knowledges. So because the scoping review allows you to explore, be more explorative, and also be in the messiness as well, because you said you came across two concepts, but that's actually really good, and that's to explore. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, you're exactly right. We stuck with peer-reviewed articles. We didn't go into lots of grey literature, and we identified this many papers and came up with so many categories and like these components and dimensions just by looking at peer-reviewed articles. And yes, we identified so many more other things when we were screening and having to eliminate articles, and we thought it's such a shame that we have to. But to start from somewhere and to try and synthesize this in some way, we had to make some like vast decisions. But yeah, we can see that if we opened this up more and used more of these literatures, then we could actually be picking up with a lot more things. So yeah, it would be lovely if we had the time as well to be able to conduct an even bigger review. But I guess this is somebody else can kind of continue on with what we are doing as well, or we can see how we can continue this further. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Karen. I think it took a lot more time than we initially thought.
A lot.
Well, our next talk is now focusing on one of the aspects of the dimensions that we extracted in the just presented study. As you will see from the title, Annalena Knoll talks about experiencing beauty in everyday life.
Yeah, I'm talking about beauty. Beauty surrounds us in many ways every day. We might seek it out on purpose, like going to a museum, or we might happen upon it by accident, both in nature, like these guys who were just posing nicely for me when I'm there at the sea somewhere. But also in the city, like this random tile somewhere in Vienna. And these kinds of everyday aesthetic experiences is what we were interested in here. More specifically, we wanted to know whether such everyday experiences of beauty are frequent, which stimuli elicit such everyday aesthetic experience, and as if already said, there's probably like a breadth of things we could find beautiful. So this includes urban conformance Kieran talked about, but could also be like anything else we encounter in our everyday environment. But we here expected that natural stimuli would likely be rated higher than human-made ones. We were also interested in whether such experiences have some kind of impact on how we are feeling in terms of valence and arousal. So because we wanted to look at things that happen in everyday life specifically, we wanted to get out of the typical lab environment and where things are actually happening. So what we did is we used experience sampling and had participants document their experiences themselves using their phones as they were just going about their everyday life. And I'm going to talk about two of our ESM studies today. These were very similar, so I'll present them together and then just point out where they were different in the end. So this is kind of what the ESM procedure looked like. I'll go over this one by one. So participants received phone notifications at random time points throughout the day. Each of these notifications prompted them to respond to a questionnaire. This questionnaire always looked the same way. They also had the option to respond to the same questionnaire if they saw something outside of the notification windows that they wanted to report using this event contingent option. The questionnaire itself started with taking a photo of what was currently around them. Here are some examples. These are all ones that I personally liked from the ones that I got. They then categorized what they photographed into either natural or human-made. So in the natural category would, for example, be the dog or this landscape where you see lots of sky and fields. And in the human-made category could be this like archway somewhere or a scene in someone's flat. Yeah, after that, participants rated what they photographed on how beautiful it was and they also told us how they were currently feeling in terms of valence and arousal. So far, this has been the same for both of the ESM studies, but they differed in some ways. So for the first study, it differed in how many notifications participants got per day and for how many days they participated in. For study 1, it was 50 notifications for 7 days, so that's around 1 notification per hour. In the second study, it was 15 notifications for 2 days. That is around 4 notifications per hour. Obviously, participants didn't always respond to every single one of these notifications. And because in study 2, it was more likely that people were still like in the same place looking at the same thing, we added a question asking if this was the case. So it was just asking, yeah, was this thing repeatedly experienced from the last time you responded to this questionnaire? Yeah, and now we can already get to the results. For our first question of whether everyday experiences of beauty are frequent, we saw that, yeah, they are quite frequent, we would say, because most of the things people reported, they rated quite highly in beauty. Yeah. For the second question, where we wanted to know what kind of stimuli we find beautiful in everyday life, and where we said that natural things are likely to be rated as more beautiful than human-made ones, we saw exactly that. So the natural experiences in green, they were usually rated higher than the things that were human-made. But we also see that there's more of a range in how beautiful the human-made things are. Then also this event contingent option we had, it wasn't used very much. So most of the responses we got were just to the notifications. But when people used it, the things they saw reported there, they were usually rated higher than the ones they reported when they just responded to notifications. Yeah. Then for how seeing something beautiful influences us, we saw that how beautiful something was had an influence on both valence and arousal. So for valence, the more beautiful something is, the more positive people were feeling, and it mattered whether this was repeated or not. So if you see something that is beautiful multiple times, you will feel more positive than if you only see it once. And this was the opposite for things that were not as beautiful. For arousal, it doesn't look like there's that much going on, but it's still, people did feel calmer when they saw something that was more beautiful. And here also, this was, the effect was stronger when it was something beautiful that was seen repeatedly. Yes, so that is what we've done with this so far. However, as you might remember from the beginning, people took a lot of photos, and it would be a bit of a waste to just do nothing with them. So what I'm currently trying to do is to look at these in more detail and try to identify whether there are any things in these photos that appear commonly, and how these may be related differently to how beautiful we find something than the broader categories of natural and man-made. What I'm trying to do is to use object detection algorithms. I have tried this. I don't know how happy I am with this yet. If anyone has some ideas on some ways to do this, because right now I'm like, okay, it really does know this is a tree, but it's not really sure about these windows, whereas a human, I would say, yeah, this is clearly a window, and this algorithm is like, yeah, I'm like 30% sure it's a window, maybe. And also, I find that with the labels, these spit out, it's sometimes like, sometimes it tells me it's a building, sometimes it's a house, but it could be the same picture. I just ran it twice and it tells me something different. So I'm not sure if I'm just, I don't know if there's just better algorithms out there, or if I'm just not, yeah, I don't know. If anyone has any ideas on how to improve this, I would be very happy to talk about this later. But for now, I would conclude with beauty surrounds us on a daily basis. It makes us feel good, and we find it in nature in particular. And if you want the full story, the paper was just published like 2 weeks ago, and you can read it if you scan the QR code, and I hope it works. Might be too small, but yeah. I think I was way too fast.
So thank you very much.
Great talk. Congratulations on the paper. Maybe I missed that part, but when people judged beauty, did they judge the beauty of the environment that they're in, or of the photo that they took?
Of what they took the photo of. So they were told to take a photo of what is around them and then rate that, basically.
We should talk more.
Thank you. I there, but I first worked up and down and down.
Congrats on your paper. I just had a question. So, thinking of this environment here, and I'm going to take a picture. I'm not going to take a picture of that water bottle over there. I'm going to take a picture of something beautiful. So I do think that we are surrounded by beauty, but I'm wondering if we're just more inclined to take pictures of beautiful things. And I was wondering if you got any disgusting or ugly photos, because you showed us a lot of very pleasant photos, and I was wondering if you had any ugly ones too.
There were a lot that were very boring. I don't know if there were any ones that were disgusting that I can think of. Well, I also chose like the nicer ones. I think for the first few that I had, there was like, there's like the fourth one on the top that's like a melted ice cream. That they're just, I kind of like the photo, but it's not necessarily like, oh yeah, we really find this beautiful. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. No. Yeah. These are definitely the nicer ones. There was like, what we got was like a lot of just computer screens, because they were, I don't know, doing stuff for uni. I don't know what else we got. There's so much stuff.
Yes, I'll make it very quick, and it's actually quite related to the question that just came up. So I read a paper a few years ago where some personality psychologists, they kind of measured what people were doing in their everyday life to report like haphazardly 10 times a day or something to talk about things, yeah, what's surrounding them and so on and so forth. And on an anecdotal level, I know that the researchers were very surprised of how boring everyday life was. And I was wondering if you kind of picked up anything on those lines as well during your research. And congratulations on your paper as well, by the way.
Yeah, as I said, like, these are the nice photos. I would say there's a lot of boring ones with the computer screens and stuff. And we also had a day after they finished, like this main ESM part, we asked participants if anything changed in the way they look at their surroundings. And a lot of them said they pay more attention what is around them. They pay more attention to how little nature there is. Some said they try to look for more beauty in their environment. I think that was kind of the type of stuff we got there.
Congratulations. Well, maybe life is not that boring in Vienna, but... So our next talk by Tristan Barrière is about a function, an approach to better understand the function of aesthetics in everyday life. Please welcome.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction. Yeah, I guess in my study, we kind of go a bit more into a specific environment, not just a fully everyday environment like in Annalina's study, which also makes it, I think, a bit less boring. Not that the study was boring, just that the environments the people are in are a bit less boring. Yeah, so we conducted 3 studies. The first one was along the Donau Canal, which is a part of the river in the city of Vienna. It's a popular recreational area, which serves as our urban everyday context. It's about a 400-meter stretch of the canal that participants walk along. And as you can see a little bit here in the picture already, it's got a variety of both nature and man-made aesthetic objects, or specifically street art. The second study we conducted in the Belvedere Museum in Vienna. This served as our museum context for man-made aesthetic objects, or just in short, art. And here participants visited one room. And then the third study we did was in the Großes Palmenhaus in Vienna. It's an indoor botanical garden. This served as our museum context for natural elements. Again, participants here visited one room. And we kind of used these 3 studies to investigate, on the one hand, the difference between natural and man-made objects, specifically in relation to the aesthetic experiences. We also look at the role that environmental context plays in aesthetic experiences. So between a more everyday environment, such as the Donau Canal, which all participants have visited before, compared to a more prototypically aesthetic environment, such as a museum. And yeah, lastly, we also look at the aesthetic experiences and their effects in real-world settings. So we have 4 research questions. The first one being, how do aesthetic experiences in our everyday life influence our well-being? Second, how do man-made and natural elements differ in the aesthetic experiences which they elicit? Third, how do aesthetic objects influence and guide our perception of the world? And lastly, how do individual and environmental factors influence aesthetic experiences? A bit of background. So our aesthetic sense is, I would say, a quintessential part of us. And it can impact us in a variety of ways. We're going to focus here specifically on 2 different aspects. The first being our aesthetic sense or an aesthetic experience can improve our mood. And it can also shape the way we perceive the world by kind of guiding our attention towards certain objects and elements in our environments. But we still have the question of what's the evolutionary benefit, or why do we even evolve an aesthetic sense in the first place, especially one that can kind of occur in everyday life that goes beyond just mate and habitat selection. This is obviously a very difficult question to answer, so I'm not going to answer that in this talk. But I'll try and shine a bit of light, at least, on that, hopefully. Yeah, so like I said, we specifically look at the difference between nature and man-made objects. And the effects of nature in green spaces have been widely studied. I mean, they're fairly well known. You see, I've personally studied them myself. And yeah, we know that nature is preferred over man-made objects and man-made scenes in a variety of cases. And again, this is kind of, there would be a bit more an obvious evolutionary advantage, but this leaves the question of why we find man-made objects beautiful. And there are some theories, such as Prum's 2013 and Verpoten's 2018 theory on that. If you want to read a bit more about that, it's a bit too much to get into now. Yeah, so aesthetics, they're often studied in the lab or in a museum, which is obviously great for replicability and controlled environment, but we don't spend our days in the lab, fortunately, or in a museum. So some everyday environments have been somewhat neglected, and I guess there's a bit of an issue with generalizability of the findings we find in the lab, particularly because urban environments can also elicit aesthetic experiences in of themselves, and we also know that a walk in an urban environment, as well as an urban environment, natural environment, can improve well-being. And here, potentially, there's a question of could potentially street art improve this effect in urban environments, which is something that Margot was going to get a bit more into in her talk. yeah, so we have 4 hypotheses. The first being aesthetic experiences in everyday life will improve our well-being. That there is an attentional bias for natural objects over man-made objects. Aesthetic experiences in everyday life are physiologically measurable. And the attentional bias for natural objects over man-made objects is moderated by art expertise and nature-relatedness. Yeah, I'm going to talk a bit about methods. Also, I should have mentioned this is a bit more a talk on how we can study aesthetic experiences in an everyday context, as I don't have a lot of results yet to display here. And so like I said, we conducted eye tracking studies. They're very large scale with 100 participants, at least 100 participants per study. And we collected data on gaze behavior, well-being, both through mood questionnaires such as the PANAS and also physiological data in case of heart rate variability. We also collected subjective beauty ratings from participants and some measures on individual differences. And participants engage in a free walking task that allows for very naturalistic viewing behavior. So other than telling them they have to go from point A to point B, or not even for the donor canal, we told them just walk until we tell you to stop. And for the museum, they just viewed the room as long as they wanted to. Then we have a lab follow-up a week later. On the one hand, we can kind of hopefully use this to provide some better arguments for conducting more studies in real-world environments. And we can also look at the effect of a lab environment on an aesthetic experience. And we repeat the same procedure in all 3 studies. So that allows for an effective comparison between the 3 contexts. Yeah, a bit more detail for the procedure. So we start with a baseline PANAS measurement and a baseline heart rate variability measurement. Then participants start walking along the canal equipped with a mobile eye tracker. We measure their heart rate variability again, and they provide continuous subjective beauty ratings on their phone, something we practice beforehand so that they're not distracted while walking. And lastly, they complete another mood questionnaire after the walk. And then in the lab procedure, a week later, we again do a baseline mood questionnaire, baseline heart rate variability measurement, and then we show participants the same video that was recorded with the eye tracker from the week before, again measuring their gaze behavior using stationary eye tracking this time, as well as the heart rate variability, and they again provide beauty ratings on their phone. Lastly, then they complete a PANAS right after viewing the video, and we give them a question, the nature-relatedness scale and the Vienna art interest and art knowledge scale. And we decided on showing them their specific video instead of just showing them a standard video for all of them, because some participants walked, for example, on a very sunny day, and some walked on more of a gray day. Some walked very shortly, some walked for a longer time. So we thought it makes more sense to just show each person their own individual videos compared to just one standardized video, which might not reflect the same experience that they had a week beforehand. Yeah, like I said, we have some physiological measures. So first being gaze behavior. So gaze behavior can be a powerful tool to study underlying cognitive processes. Some examples, for example, there are some gaze patterns such as increased fixation duration and reduced frequency, which can be indicative of fascination and by extension also attention restoration. We know that people tend to look at objects that they find beautiful for a much longer time, and that they also tend to direct their gaze towards mood facilitating stimuli. And for the heart rate variability, we saw from previous studies that increased heart rate variability is associated with positive mood, positive emotions, and a calm mental state, also specifically in the context of an aesthetic experience occurring. And another study by Chacher et al. In 2012, they kind of also found a bit more direct correlation between higher heart rate variability and the occurrence of an aesthetic experience. Yeah, so this is some pictures from examples from the Donau Canal. As you see, so the first 200 meters of the canal, they're very much dominated by street art on the one side, with a bit of nature on the other side. And then the second 200 meters of the canal, they're pretty much exclusively nature. I mean, there's a few street art elements here and there, but it's mainly nature, which is quite nice to have it split into 2 sections of 200 meters each between nature or predominantly nature and predominantly man-made. I have a short video to show you. I hope it works. I apologize. The quality is a bit faded out here. Yeah, as you can see, participants walk along. They look at the street art. Some tend to look at it longer. Some even stopped and engaged with it. Some even touched it for some reason. Then I have pictures from the room in the Belvedere. So this room, we chose this room for two reasons. One, it was perfect size, in my opinion, for the study. And it had a variety of paintings ranging from natural landscapes to still lifes to animals and people. So again, it can allow us to do an exploratory analysis afterwards to see if representational artworks that represent nature or man-made objects maybe attended to more than others. And it also had non-painting artworks, some lock boxes, which was quite nice to not only have paintings. Also a short video from the Belvedere. So participants walking in. So definitely a lot calmer than the Donaukanal videos because they stand for most of the time. And lastly, the Palmenhaus. So for some of you who might know Kew Gardens in London, it looks very similar. It was inspired by Kew Gardens. So it's very beautiful architecturally from the outside and from the inside. And here we chose one room that was, on the one hand, closer in climate to what we have in Austria, because the other one was very hot and humid. And I have also a short video from that. It doesn't look quite as gray in real life. Also, it doesn't look quite as gray in the videos. I don't know why it shows like this here. Yeah, I should also note for the Palmenhaus, I mean, for all three of them, they're very much multimodal experiences compared to what they would have in the lab. The Palmenhaus specifically also had bird songs in the background. The Belvedere had bird songs and obviously the smell of the flowers in bloom. Belvedere had people talking in the background, not so much smells, I would say. And Donaukanal had just all the hustle and bustle of an urban environment, so smells, sounds, temperature changes, obviously, also. Yeah, like I said, I only have some preliminary results to show you. So for the Donaukanal, for the PANAS measurements, we found significantly higher positive effect and significantly lower negative effect after the walk compared to before. So that shows an obvious mood improvement. However, we only found lower negative effect after the lab session with no changes in positive effect. For the Belvedere, we didn't find any changes in positive effect and negative effect for both the museum visit or the lab session. But also I should note that the PANAS scores were extremely low overall, probably due to it being right during exam season and very cold and rainy January. Yeah, I also looked at some the VIAC scores and the nature relatedness scores for the lab part of Donaukanal, just because we have all the data collected already or analyzed already, and there were no effects on mean fixation duration between man-made or natural objects here. And then just briefly to show you how much nature dominated the gaze behavior of participants. This is just from a subsample of 53 participants that I've already analyzed. As you can see, it's almost 40% of the time they spent looking at nature. Then the next is man-made aesthetic objects, so in this case, street art, posters, stickers. Then the walkway, and lastly, utilitarian. I guess this is more, utilitarian infrastructure, anything from bins to benches, lampposts, and things like that. And then interestingly, for the mean fixation durations, we see that actually nature and man-made aesthetic objects barely differ in between the two, between mean fixation durations. However, animal seems to be extremely high, even though it was barely attended to. But I guess the people who do actually look at animals tend to look at them for a very long time. And yeah, so I think it's also kind of a good example to show that the individual differences between visual preference and mean fixation durations. Obviously, it doesn't show that well here with between the man-made aesthetic and nature. But for example, if we then look at into more detail with the VIAC and the nature relatedness scale, we might find some different results here. And lastly, I also kind of try to do the same as Annalena with scene segmentation and object recognition to see if kind of as you saw, nature was very highly represented. And I want to see if the percentage of fixation duration and frequency is proportional to the amount of nature that they saw on the walk. So like I said, the man-made section has both nature and man-made objects, whereas the nature section only has nature, or mainly only has nature. And here I'm also looking at a few different algorithms and data sets some that maybe are more specific for urban scenes or for street art or nature specific. Also happy to have suggestions here if anyone has any. Yeah, and then lastly, thanks to all my collaborators, also to the Belvedere Museum and the Pyman House, and to my student assistants who helped me a lot with the eye tracking coding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tristan. Any questions?
And well, yeah, and it works surprisingly. Yeah, thanks a lot. It's a lot of work. But what do you hypothesize about the relationship between the eye tracking measurements and the well-being behavior? How do you want to index the well-being through the eye tracking and the gaze behavior?
I mean, I would say the well-being is more measured with the heart rate variability and the PANAS, if I understood your question correctly. So obviously, I would we then also want to look at if people looked at nature for longer, or if they looked at street art for longer, for example. Did they have higher heart rate variability overall, or did their PANAS scores change for better or for worse? If that answers your question. I'm not sure if I. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean that. Sorry. We recorded gaze behavior to also kind of look at visual preference. So, do people attend nature more than man-made, or do they attend, I don't know, people more? Because otherwise, I think it would be harder to say, well, yeah, especially in the everyday environment, or the Donaukanal, it would be harder to say if there wasn't where this effect of well-being improvements comes from. Is it just the walk, or is it actually because they, because they engaged a lot visually, at least with nature, compared to man-made aesthetics objects? Yeah.
Question about this distinction that you a couple of times made between natural objects and man-made objects. I just since the things that they look at is landscapes and not really like nature like forest, because parks and like those the green areas on the along the roads, they're also man-made, so they're like shaped, and like there is a discipline called landscape architecture, and in that sense, it is also like in terms of shapes and size, and it's very much so man-made. So since you're making that distinction like very clearly, just like, could you like elaborate on that? Like why that distinction is so important to you? Because there must be a difference between like a nature and a like man-made like landscape architects getting together and designing those green spaces. I just wanted to ask you if you could elaborate on that distinction.
Yeah, I mean, from some other papers that I was looking at, I don't think there's a huge difference between a like purely natural environment, such as a wild-grown forest, and a more artificial green space, at least not in the like well-being effects that we see, or the restorativeness. So I don't think it makes that much of a difference whether or not it was planted with intent. But I see what you mean. Obviously, it's not everything in the city is planted with some intent, especially also in the botanical garden. But I don't think there is actually a huge difference between that planted with intent and man-made nature compared to the purely wild nature as it grows. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. We have to keep the schedule, but Tristan and our teams, they will be available if you have further questions. Our next speaker is going to prepare. Now we dig deeply into, now we take what Eva called depth. We go deeper into one way of exploring our urban environment in the talk by Margot de Hoof.
No, this is not it. This
Well,
is it.
unfortunately in Europe we don't have any nature left that is not affected by humans, right? There's a little part in Bohemia and in Scotland. That's what they call still wild forests, but don't go there. It's too dangerous for humans. So, welcome, Margot. Walk with me in the city. Thank you very much, Margot.
Thank you, Helmut. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this last talk of this symposium. And together, we're going to have a little walk through the city. So I'm going to start our little walk with one fact. We live more and more in cities. Indeed, by 2050, the United Nations have forecasted that 68% of the population will live in cities. So fact number one. Fact number two, the urban environment that we live can have a detrimental impact on ourselves, right, and on our well-being, as suggested by these titles. So then a question arises. How can we make cities a better place to live? Especially when we know, and we've seen, like, with all this evidence in this conference, that the environment where we live in have a profound impact on ourselves, right? So with this background in mind, we started to wonder about what to place in our cities, how to place it, and where to place it. And today I will try to answer these three questions and provide evidence from two field studies that my colleagues and I have conducted within the frame of this VVTF project. And as I said, I only provide evidence from two field studies, and it's roughly 50% of what we've done with the entire project. So I have like way more to discuss. So please feel free to approach me at the end or during this conference. We can talk. Okay, we come back to the what to place on the street that can impact our well-being, because this is our main outcome, right? A lot of literature have shown that green, as we've seen, have a positive impact on our well-being. This is well established now. Now, since a couple of years, another key player in this well-being scene is art. Art in general as an object of art, and in different contexts, in online experiments, in museums, can also provide well-being. And some people have proposed that this positive impact of art on well-being can come through the self-rewarding aspect of a positive aesthetic experience. We also know a little bit about urban art, specifically not art in general, but urban art, and we have one study that studied that, and they studied the impact of urban art on visual attraction. So yeah, now, given their profound impact on well-being, we decided to keep green and art as our experimental conditions. And for the green, we had like some plant potted. And we had this kind of artwork that were created by contemporary artists that we collaborated with. So we compared those two data sets together. In order also to see if our findings would be generalizable with art, we had a second set of artwork that were produced with AI, and we had three different conditions for these ones. Okay, now we have our art in green. Now, how do we place it? To place it on the street, we decided to use urban intervention and a specific one called the parklet. But what's a parklet? So, yeah. So a parklet, this is it. This is this kind of structure, and it's, as you can see, placed on the street. It really takes the space of a parking spot, and it really aims at extending the pedestrian area. It provides also amenities such as place to rest and stay, and also possibility to sit. And also it has an aesthetic function. As you can see, we play around with this aesthetic when we place art or green inside of it. And here it's like an example of the artworks that we had for the first data collection. And yeah. So now we have our art, the green, we have the intervention. So now where do we place those interventions? During the span of our two field study, we had the opportunity to place them in three different locations, and they were very different. Some of them were in the city center, others had open spaces, more like wider streets. Other contained art already on the street, other green, other had shops and historical monuments. So three different locations, very different. Before I dive into the results, a few words about the study design and the methods that we applied. So We employed a very classical type of pre-post experiment where our outcomes were measured before and after the engagement with the urban environment where our intervention were placed. We also measured some outcome during the engagement. So at those 3 different time points, before, during, and after, we have data. And then for the methods, here are the 3 different outcomes that we measured. So the aesthetic experience, the well-being, and the attraction. And for the well-being, we split it in half. We have one part where we measured subjective well-being through through participants' subjective evaluation of mood, stress, and anxiety. And today, for the simplicity of this presentation, I only present data on stress. And then we also measured physiological correlate of well-being with this kind of wristband. And here we measured more specifically skin temperature and galvanic skin response. For the aesthetic experience, it was also measured more subjectively. We asked questions to the participants. And then for the attraction, we split it in half as well. We evaluated if people entered the intervention and if they entered, for how long did they stay inside. And then we also evaluated if they looked at it and for how long they looked at it. And this were retrieved from eye tracking data. Okay, for the results, for the what and the where for the well-being, I just need to say that the how will stay the same for the 3 different outcomes because we only had one way to frame the art and green inside the intervention. So for the what and the where, for the subjective evaluation of well-being, and here again, I remind you, we only take the example of stress. What those graphs show us is that we have a reduction of stress from the before and after the encounter with the urban environment. The before are all the bars on the left side, and then after all the bars on the right side. We also see that for the location 1 and 2, we didn't have any differences between the art and the green, and for the location 3, between the 3 art conditions. And we didn't find any differences between the location 1 and 2. For the physiological correlates of well-being, we didn't find any differences between the before and after the measures, between the art and the green, and between the art conditions, and as well as between the locations. For the results about the aesthetic experience, for the location 1 and 2 here, you can see that you have the different scores on the different scales that we use to evaluate the aesthetic experience. So meaningfulness, beauty, liking, and reflection. And all those dots here, they represent the 4 different combinations that we had. So either art and green paired with location 1 and 2. And so what we can see on this graph is that those dots are very close together. So we didn't find any significant results between the locations and the things like the art and grid we put inside. But what we can notice is that all these dots are above the midpoint of the scale. So it means that people quite evaluated those interventions positively. And for the location number 3, we had similar trend for the 3 art conditions. Now the results about the attraction, for the fact that people entered and stay inside the intervention, we had a strong effect of location. And by that, I mean that people really entered and stay inside the intervention in one location, where the sidewalk was a bit more narrow. It was the street in the city center, so maybe the way the streets are laid out, it plays an impact on the fact that you are willing to enter an intervention. And we didn't find any differences between art and green as well for this. And then for the fact that they looked at it and the time they spent looking at the intervention, then on the x-axis you have the location 1 and 2, and then the 2 colors are the art and green. We have one interesting data point on this graph, it's this one, which represents the combination of the location number 2 with the art inside. And the location number 2 was the one with a more open space. So maybe people had like more space to visually appreciate the intervention from far away. And also with the art, and which is even more interesting because this location number 2 had already green present in the background. So maybe this idea of contrast, like putting art on top of an urban environment which already has green, is interesting for the people. They look at it more. Okay, to wrap up this presentation, I'm going to give a small summary for the what, the where, and the how. So for the what, we've seen that in general, we have no differences between art and green. the 3 out conditions for aesthetic and for the aesthetic experience and well-being, but we've seen a reduction of negative markers of well-being. Remember, with the graph with the stress, we have a reduction of stress before and after the encounter with the urban environment. And we also seen that people quite evaluate positively those kind of urban intervention with the graph with all the dots above the midpoint of the scale. We can also say that artistic intervention attracts longer looks when placed in location 2. So here we have an interesting mix between the what is important to put inside, but also the where to put it. So it's a kind of like interaction between those two here. Finally, we see that the location influences the willingness to enter and stay inside the intervention. Strong effect of location 1, they didn't enter at all in the second location. And finally, in general, we have also no differences between the location for the aesthetic experience and the well-being. Okay, so now we have all these nice results, but what does it mean for the future of the parklet, the future of the how? One important thing is that we've seen a reduction of negative markers of well-being in a one-time exposure because participants came only once to the site, and we only measured well-being before and after only once. But what if we look at longer-term effect of these kind of intervention, and what if we look at repeated engagement? So we can start to think about, like, for example, having a pool of residents living around those kind of intervention, and every day we ask them questions, so we can come back to similar method as Alanina suggested, and we measure their, like, how many times they encounter the intervention, and then measure their well-being as well within a longer period of time. And I think that here the parklet is really interesting because first, it's in a public environment. It's free to use. Everyone can have access to it. It's not as if you have to seek for an experience. And then, like, yes, secondly, if you think about like the daily life of a resident, you at least can have 2 encounters with the parklets. For example, when you go to work or when you come back from work, you are gonna obviously probably, I hope so, work along your street and then probably see it. So I think that those kind of intervention are really, really interesting for these kind of questions. And then, so now maybe if we have like another project in mind, like how can we design again a new intervention? And here again, we can take our results and extract this, for example, very interesting result about the attraction that we have, and try to have like a sort of urban-based design based on the user experience. Here we've seen that, you know, when you place the intervention in specific space, it attracts longer looks, people enter it or not. So maybe we can really use those kind of evidence to really further like try to ameliorate the urban environment. And this is what we want to do, right? Make city a better place to live. So with that, I thank you for your attention. I thank all my collaborators, all the students, all the supporting agencies as well. And yeah, I'm ready for your questions.
So, a few minutes only. Hans was first this time.
Hey, thanks for the cool talk. Just a thought I had when you said that location 2 was different.
Yeah.
And you said it might be the combination of the green and the art. My first thought was it might be a thing of demographics. Like location 1 is in a very artsy district of Vienna. Location 3 is at the university where there's like lots of young people, there's posters and bookshops and everything. So my first thought was it's just that people in location 2 that live there are not used to art in public spaces.
That's very
just as an input.
Yeah, no, that's very important. And maybe I was not so clear like about our type of population. For these experiment, we recruited student population. So it was the same population. That's why also I was suggesting to take residents for the next step, because I think this is also a place where we can learn from the people actually living there. Because but those are preliminary steps that we have to take, like to know more and to develop further questions. But like very, very good thing idea, yeah.
Talk.
Thank you.
I was just wondering the role of sound. I'm really struck walking around Palma how quiet it is compared to like New York City where I live. And I'm just wondering, like, thinking about the aesthetic experience, like, would this work in a noisy city environment or an urban environment?
You're totally right. So we evaluated sounds, and we didn't. We evaluated how many people walked around while we were testing the temperature and other environmental factors, but we didn't evaluate the sound. This is a true thing, but this is where my research links to what Kieran presented, where we also try to find also in the literature first, because in those those are very, very complicated study to put in place. So you cannot control for everything first, and you cannot measure everything. So, but very interesting part, because we've seen that people in general, like especially in the review, when you talk about sound, you have a lot of negative aspects linked to it. So, will be a very interesting next step as well.
Well, the clock tells me it's 4 o'clock. We have to stop here. So, can I ask you to talk to Kieran Margot directly or whoever? Yeah. I thank the team. They were all much better organized than myself. And thank you for your questions, and I hope you enjoyed it.
Hello, everyone. Okay.
No music now.
All right. Yeah, thank you. We'll get started. We'll give a little intro as people walk in so that we're not starting late. Nicole and I are happy to welcome you to our symposium entitled Integrating Psychological Insights into Urban Design and Planning. Well, as we saw in the previous symposium, if you were there, this is a very interesting topic to a lot of people, hopefully. And as we heard there, that we live more and more in cities. So, for example, the United Nations says that 55% of the global population currently lives in cities, and it's projected to rise to 68% by 2050. So it's important to investigate the variables related to our behavior within these urban environments. And so we've put together an interdisciplinary dialogue of experts across psychology and vision science and urban planning and architecture to tell us about these topics. Okay, so we have 3 speakers today. Olivier will tell us about visual stress and how to predict it. Ute will tell us whether our sensory systems are adaptable to modern environments. And Stefania will tell us about the City of Milan's general urban plan. So unfortunately, our 2 remaining speakers couldn't make it anymore, but we want to look at the bright side, and that gives us more time to have a general discussion after, which, yeah, okay.
We look forward to it.
Yes. So without further ado, Olivier, please.
Thank you, Claudia and Nicole. So I start with an example of a problematic architectural scene. So this building here, the new $300 million headquarters of a big national bank. So what happened with this building is that only 2 weeks after all staff moved to this new building, part of them had to move back to the old neoclassical headquarters because in this new environment, they were suffering repetitive migraine attacks. So these employees had symptoms of visual stress. A condition that includes discomfort and dizziness in the general population is more prominent in migraine and can lead to seizure in people with photosensitive epilepsy. So the question is how to detect and prevent such detrimental effect in the urban landscape. So to see this, we need to consider a mismatch that concerns two types of visual scenes. So namely natural scenes, as here on the left, and scenes in the modern urban environment. So this mismatch is the following. While people in Western countries spend on average 90% of the time in man-made artificial environments, and the trend is becoming general worldwide, these scenes have only represented an extremely marginal part of the visual diet during evolution. So what I want to give in the next minutes is evidence for the importance of considering this mismatch when it comes to understanding the impact of architecture on an urban landscape on our experience. And that starts with a hypothesis in sensory neuroscience that has received a lot of empirical support since it was first proposed in the 1950s. So the efficient coding hypothesis states that sensory systems adapt during evolution to provide an efficient representation of the relevant sensory input in the environment, where efficiency here means in terms of information content and metabolism. So while this does not logically imply that non-natural stimuli are inefficiently processed, we will see that considering how different from nature urban scenes are is very helpful for understanding their effect on our experience. So to compute deviation with respect to nature, let's consider the most used statistic of natural scenes, the spectral slope. So these statistics measure how luminance contrast changes with distance in an image. So let's consider a sample of these natural scenes. Luminance in this sample can be made up as a sum of various waves with different amplitudes and frequencies. So what is important here is that the amplitude of curve 1 to 5 decreases according to the relationship shown in the graph, on the graph on the right. And in logarithmic coordinates, we get something very close to a straight line. This means that low spatial frequency here, corresponding to smoother variations in luminance, have more power in nature than sharp variations. This property, called 1/f, is typical of the spatial structure of natural images, whether in the British woodland, as here on this picture, or in Asian steppes, or even in Mallorca's beautiful landscape. So to understand better what this slope means, let's consider variation around this slope. So when the slope is shallower, as here, what you have is more detail in the picture. And that would correspond, for example, in stimuli like in pointillism, in which you have a lot of fine details. If instead the slope is steeper, what you have is a lot of energy in a big picture, big element of the picture, as here in this cubic painting. So in line with the efficient coding hypothesis, several psychophysical experiments on detection and discrimination have shown that performance drops with deviation with respect to 1/f. Also in line with efficient coding of natural stimuli, there is a lot of psychophysical and physiological evidence that visual stress and metabolism increase with deviation with respect to 1/f. So the measure of the spectral slope averages across orientation and can be improved. Visual scenes have variation in luminance in all directions, and that can be described as a sum of corrugated surfaces that with varying amplitudes in two different dimensions. So we have different amplitudes and frequency in 2 dimensions. So as for the one-dimensional case, natural images have a consistent structure with more contrast for smooth variations, low frequency, and their Fourier decomposition can be described by a regular 2-dimensional cone, as pictured here in green. So as shown here in red, every image has frequency component that may deviate with respect to the green average, the average corresponding to natural scenes. So if you sum all these deviation, you obtain a single number that gives you a better deviation, a better measure of deviation with respect to nature. So this metric, constructed with the principle of efficient coding in mind, predicts the restorative effect of urban scenes. It aligns also with preference for curvature, and it gives a much better prediction of visual scenes from architectural scenes or even from art. So what you have here is that the higher the deviation, as measured by the metric, the higher, the more visual stress you have. The metric also predicts physiology and metabolism. So here you have a series of scenes of images of architectural frontages, facades, and what you get, you can group them into images with a high value for the metric and low value, and what you get when using NIRS infrared spectroscopy, you get a difference in activation, with a higher deviation being associated with more metabolism. So, what is the problem with the brand new headquarters of the bank? So basically, the problem is that due to the modular construction, repetitive patterns, stripes are omnipresent. So they create strong deviation from natural images, and those are not easily processed by the brain, especially for sensitive people. So in this building, there was no way to escape stripes. So from the hall in the morning to going upstairs for a break in the cafeteria or to the lounge. Stripes were everywhere. And it's really easy and cheap to avoid these features in the design process. So remember that the building costed $300 million, and it takes a split second on a simple smartphone to compute the metric that predict visual stress well. We are developing a simple tool soon available to identify the locations that cause visual stress in any scene. Okay, so while computing deviation from natural scenes is useful for predicting visual stress, not all the deviation from nature are stressful. White noise, for example, or stripes with very low frequencies are not stressful. So if we want to characterize further the stimuli that are visually stressful, you need to consider how the brain processes visual scenes. So one of the most fundamental aspects of vision for organisms to interact with the environment is to be able to detect contours that define objects. And this in primates is done using neurons, cells, that are sensitive to different contrast edges with different orientation and spatial frequencies, as represented here in this column. So all these cells are organized topographically and interact between each other dynamically to encode image and extract contour from the pattern of activation on the retina. So we built such a model, and it replicates perceptual phenomena such as bottom-up saliency, contour grouping, brightness induction without fitting any parameter. And we considered the response to image of architectural scenes here by the model. So you have an encoding by the model that gives you a big vector of activation of all the cells across time. What we did was to contrast the different metrics of this vector of activation with psychophysics, so self-reported visual stress. So we consider three metrics that reflected three main hypotheses on the neural correlate of visual stress. So the first one here is about the overall activation of the model. The second one is about the sparseness of the encoding of the model. And the last one is about how the different orientations are balanced in the model response. So basically, you expect non-stressful stimuli to be associated with a lower activation, with a sparser encoding, and with a more balanced distribution of response across orientation, as opposed to stripe in which all the energy is concentrated in a single orientation. So we found that it was indeed the case. This metric correlated well with observers' visual stress, explaining more than 40% of variance in reported judgment. And it was especially the case for the sub-channel of the model that represents the cells sensitive to 3 cycle per degrees, which is the peak of the contrast sensitivity function of the visual system. So this model of the early visual cortex also allowed us to model to account for individual differences. So there is growing evidence that a lack of GABAergic inhibition, or more generally a higher ratio between excitation and inhibition in the cortex, is associated with an enhanced vulnerability to visual stress. And this seems to be especially the case in neurodivergent population. So we modeled individual differences by decreasing the strength of inhibition in the model, so that the strength of inhibition decreasing here, and we keep the excitation constant. So when doing that, we found that as inhibition was decreased, so here from the right to the left, we had an activity of the model that corresponded increasingly to the activity in response to visually stressful images. And interestingly, what happened in the model is that, I'm not sure that's really visible here, but what happened is that you start with quite a balanced response across orientation, and as you decrease inhibition, the model behaves with a winner-takes-it-all process, in which you only end up with activation in one single orientation, as in response of stripes. So if you have a low inhibition, all stimuli behaves as stripes. So we did also similar modeling for color, and with this metric, what we found is that we have a lot of activation in the model for the stressful images, and all the values for the stressful images have an encoding of chromatic differences that is higher than any natural images. And interestingly, what you get is that the only images in nature that approach that are images of red fruit against foliage that are known to have been important in the evolution of trichromacy in primates. So we have seen that stripes and arrangement of spots cause visual stress in humans. And in this last part of the talk, and still within this statistical ecological approach, I would like to briefly discuss the role of stripes and spots in animal communication. So quite opposed to the intuitive strategy of camouflage, many species adopt conspicuous pattern, vivid color to inform predators that are well defended, that are unprofitable or toxic. So this strategy is called aposematism. And while warning signals involved in aposematism are highly diverse, they seem to have common characteristics. In particular, they seem to have the presence of stripes and spots is quite omnipresent. So from what we know about stripes and spots, we write the hypothesis that these patterns are there to exploit the visual system of the receiver. So under this hypothesis, a bird would characterize toxic and non-toxic prey simply based on the strength of visual encoding they elicit. To explore this, we computed the response of a model of the avian visual system to aposematic and non-aposematic butterfly and showed that the strength in this response separated well the aposematic and non-aposematic butterflies. So this is in line with the sensory exploitation hypothesis. So to go further with this logic, we ask what are the stimuli that elicit a maximal response in our visual system. In an in silico version of adaptive stimulus optimization, we use the response of a model we use as a proxy for the brain, a model of the alveolar cortex. And for each possible pattern here on the left, what we did was to compute the activation in the model, and that's built some kind of landscape, a bit like a fitness landscape. And what you want to do with the optimization is to climb in this fitness landscape to get patterns that exploit the model visual system. So here is the result. Here on the x-axis you have time, on the y-axis you have the strength of activation of the model. And you start with a random stimulus, and you see that as the optimization goes, you end up, stripes are forming, the pixel organized to form stripes, and you end up with a pattern of stripes. So if you remember this scene in the bank, what you have are part of stripe a bit everywhere, and that seems to be exploiting maximally the visual system. Using another slightly different but principal metric as well, you end up with pattern of spots. So to conclude, we have mentioned different sets of visual stimuli here, images that are easily processed, visually stressful scenes, natural scenes, and the question is how do they fit together within the giant set of all possible images. So the first thing we have seen is that natural scenes are included within the scene of the images that are easily processed. And this inclusion is strict, meaning that some scenes that are easily processed are not natural. Okay? And that's important to note this difference because we may be interested for urban landscape into this set of images. So the question now is how to characterize visually stressful stimuli. So here we have seen with all this modeling and also with physiological evidence, there is some kind of recurrent thing in which what you have is in a model, in a model for extracting contours, what you have is you have some kind of super contour in stressful images. You have super chromatic contrast in stressful images, and in the end, you can raise this hypothesis that the images that are stressful are those that exploit adaptive perceptual mechanism and that overstimulate them. So I would like to thank all my collaborators and thank you for your attention.
Points and the grid patterns. What did you change? You said now a different algorithm shows how they develop, the stimulus develops towards the points, and the other one to the pattern.
When you end up with stripes, when you end up with
what was the difference between these two graphs?
So the difference is that I mean the two come from the two come from principal metrics in terms of activation. So there is a correlation. When you want to measure conspicuousness in a stimulus, you can use the overall strength of activation, or there is also some paper showing that if you have variation across the response of the cells, you have also something very conspicuous, something salient. So that gives you two different metrics. So more concretely, on one side you have the norm of this big vector of activation. On the other side, you have the standard deviation. When you have the norm, you want to maximize the response of all the cells. Which means that you want to contribute to all orientation. You end up with spots in which your all orientation are concerned. When you have stripes, you maximize the standard deviation because you are only simulating one orientation.
Very nice results and talk. So you showed that the anisotropy of the orientations is one of the strongest predictors of visual discomfort, correct?
Yeah.
So is that a fixed amount of contrast is distributed over more orientations to be less stressful? So basically, is it the concentration of the contrast or is it the absolute amount of contrast? In other words, could you save the bank by adding more orientations at all kinds of different angles and make it more isotropic?
Yeah, so that's a way of doing it. Even if you look at very, very simple psychophysical experiment, when you add stripes, optically add them, you remove visual discomfort. Yeah, so that would be a solution, yeah.
Time for one more question.
Okay, simple question about when you're talking about stress. Do you have any definition about the time? Because stress convention is like a shock in a split second, and or long time kind of a discomfort. And for human being, like especially if we want to put that kind of research into urban landscape. For people to have a short time kind of a stress, sometimes it's beneficial for a human body, but long-term stress is not.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, there are two different things here, I think. So this short-term stress may be beneficial, but in this case in the case of the building of the bank, for example, you don't want to work in the whole day with this kind of environment. So the second thing is that if, for example, your cortex is able to inhibit sufficiently this growing activity, that may not be detrimental, you know. But for some people, you have an accumulation of this stress over time very quickly, and you can have a burst of activity, and that can trigger, for example, migraine or a seizure.
Okay, thank you very much, Olivier. Nerds?
That needs to go to the other side again.
thank you very much to Claudia and to Nicole for organizing. Can you hear me in the back? For organizing this symposium. That's really great. And also thank you very much to the conference organizers for a fabulous conference so far, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of it. So what I would like to talk today about is toward inclusive architectural and urban design, a view from the vision sciences again, but you will be surprised, a lot of the things Olivier has said make my job far easier, but on the other side you will hear another component which is coming in there. Before I actually go into the topic as such, I have two questions I want to ask, which we sometimes forget, I think, when we're talking about the urban environment. The first is, why do we actually build our environments? And I think everybody would agree that the environments are built because there's something missing. Okay. Because we want to support people. So coming from a very old idea from one of the famous psychologists, 1979 in Gibson, he says that an environment can either support or can hinder an animal's life by what it provides. And he talks about affordances. We don't talk about affordances here. We can argue about that term, but the idea is really our environments are our habitats, and for the habitats we are living in, we want to support people in what they can be doing. That is to be kept in mind. So there's a very, very specific goal why we should build. The second question I have seems to be in the first place slightly unrelated, but I hope that you're getting a feel for where it's coming from. Why do we have a visual system? Vision evolved in animals not to enable them to see the world, but to guide their movements through it. To the extent that people think it's only locomotion that led to us developing a brain. And the sensory inputs are the only ones that allow us to know what's actually out there and to get around in the world. So we have two factors here. We have vision and we have locomotion, which are really key in what people have to do in an environment. We need the vision to help us navigate, but we also need vision for proactive adaptation to reduce locomotor costs, to find something quicker, to escape a danger, to find food, all these kinds of things. We have mechanical costs, that's really injuries in falls to our system, and we have metabolic costs. These are the ones where we know that every single person has a preferred walking speed, which is quite narrow, where they can walk with the least energy for the longest distances. That is an automated speed everybody will take when they go out here and start walking. So, as Olivier said already, sensory systems have evolved to be tuned to match the environmental characteristics, the average characteristics of the environment. And as we all know, we have evolved in the savanna, so something on the left here, what you have. So the question arises, the criteria, as Olivier said already, the visual criteria are very different between those characteristics in the environment and the environments we have nowadays. So the question I'm asking, how well have we adapted to walk and live in the environments we create? You heard that already as well, that we have certain spatial frequencies where our system is particularly sensitive to detect things, to be activated. In particular, when we have 3 cycles per degree, so 3 repetitions of black and white, that is where we're most sensitive, and higher and lower frequencies, we are less sensitive. Because why is that the case? Very simple. Because, as we also heard already before, certain factors are important as signals to help us survive. For example, this snake here, which has frequencies, stripes, are more important for us to spot. Whilst the background that doesn't have those kinds of parameters and lots of other frequencies is less important. So signals that are relevant for survival over time have evolved for us to be very visible. We have high signal for the task we need to do, and we have low noise in the environment because we don't have these things. That's in nature. In urban environments, however, here's a beautiful picture of Barcelona. That might look quite different. And if you look at this environment here, we now all of a sudden have in the background, so in the lots of stuff which is actually irrelevant for me walking. And that walking gives me now the problem. The task irrelevant information is so strong that we actually risk to miss the pole here in the front, and I literally almost bumped into this. Now that would have been relevant for me because I don't want to get hurt. What's going on here? The signal of the pole relative to the in background, which is normally not relevant for us, is very weak. So signal to noise ratio seems to be something really, really key to think about when we start developing environments. Lower signal to noise ratio means that we have a higher uncertainty about the environmental state we're in. That means a higher risk, and that means higher attentional demands and increased cognitive load to actually cope with these environments. That's where some of the energy goes, Olivier was talking about. More sampling time is required to reduce the risk of locomotor costs. So you're slowing down, you cannot do it, or you take a higher risk. Now we do know that cognitive load affects gait dynamics. The higher the cognitive load, the slower I will walk, the less automatic I can walk. But does that really matter? Does it matter to my gait what I put on the floor? We tried that out in the lab. So we let people walk over a floor, 15 meters long in the lab, and we changed the spatial frequencies we put on the floor. As if you have a carpet once, like a zebra crossing, and then we went finer and finer and finer until we reached from the 0.303 cycles per degree to 1 cycle per degree. That seems as if we are still lower than what we need to have optimal activation, but then you need to know how we measured that. We measured it from here down to the ground. That's not where I'm looking. Where I'm looking when I'm walking, we would be approximately with the 1 cycle per degree at the 3 to 7 cycles where we are most sensitive. And we saw what happened to people walking down the lab. They had no instructions other than just walk up and down the lab. We had a control condition, which was just gray background, which you can see here. This one here. And then we just checked, compared to that velocity, which they would automatically take, does it change? And what you can see is that increasing spatial frequencies on the x-axis, the frequency, the velocity decreases. So people really get slower when they're walking over the high contrast patterns with the high spatial frequencies. The same happens to the step length. Both of those factors are a clear indication that people are slowing down. They cannot walk in the same way. Interestingly, the opposite happens to the visual discomfort or visual stress measure if you ask people to tell you how they feel, how they perceive those pictures, those images. And you can see there for sure, stress goes up when you have increased spatial frequencies, exactly as you would have expected from visual stimuli. Interestingly, it's not a perfect correlation that visual discomfort alone would exactly indicate how much a person gait by gait slows down, walk by walk, but it is a relatively good correlation. Now, that's only one part. The other part which plays a massive role is that we don't have just one sense, but we get an idea about what's going on. The only way we know what's out there in the world is through our senses, through the visual system. We can predict the world out there, and through memory and experiences. If I'm walking in nature, even though I have a bumpy ground here, the likelihood is very, very high that what I see will correspond to what I feel through proprioception in the moment when I step on it. So I have high congruency between those two factors. In the urban environment, that's not necessarily the case. We love illusions, etc. Again, you see, I really like Barcelona. Here we have La Rambla. And people are experiencing that as wavy, even though it's a completely flat pattern. Does that change something? Is proprioception not in line with the visual system? In the middle, we have Kyoto, the concert hall, a lovely visual illusion. And on the left, we don't have the mismatch between the visual system and the proprioception, but we have a mismatch between the visual system and the vestibular system. What that does, I will show you right at the end of my talk. We stick with walking on the floor. We went to a conference, and we went to public engagement activities, and took 4 printed carpets with us. Stuck them on the floor and let people walk on them. First of all, we asked people how they liked those patterns, and they loved them. Oh, that's cool, lovely illusion, wonderful. However, in the moment when they had to start to walk on them, people started to diverge massively how they would react to that. And that's distributed in those comments below. Now, how do you read this? All the black, in black, you have the perception. It's moving, it's wavy, it's depth perception, I'm seeing it as 3D, etc., etc., etc. In green, I have the positive affect, how people are experiencing. Oh, that's actually quite a fun situation to be in. So for example, oh, it's pretty, it's funny, it's gentle, oh, I have the colors modulating, it feels soft under my feet on the left. But the more you go onto the other patterns, the less you see that kind of comment. What you see instead are far more red and purple. And those are really negative impressions. So people were really, really quite stressed by quite a lot of those pictures, those carpets. So in the moment when they start walking, the idea of what they're perceiving and how they experience it is completely different. So perception and vision for action are 2 different things. Does that mean I can't have all this fun anymore, which we are having in the environments? Really? Do I really need to get rid of that? We can discuss that a little bit later. Let me summarize that, why I think this is such an important factor. I said already, the visual system is very, very sensitive to telling us what the world out there is. And we make predictions on that, which might be affected by the memory, the priors and experiences we have. But we make that predictions about the world, and that is needed to plan my action. I am going to get feedback when I have performed the action, and about the world out there. And if those 2 match, everything's fine. But if there is a big prediction error, that can lead to serious problems, namely, in the extreme case, to falls. I'm not making that up. I'll give you some examples where you can see that in the real world. Both these cases have been pedestrianizations of areas, putting lovely patterns on the floor with the best intentions to increase active travel. What happens? All the patterns in the environment actually make it almost impossible to see that there are curbs where I marked them by the things. So people are falling over these curbs. Visually, they are absolutely not visible, okay? I can give you the reasons for why they're not visible, but that's how they are. And these ladies here fell. Uncertain sensory environments, so where the visual doesn't match what happens later, they are problematic. We have larger prediction errors, we have increased number of trips and falls, we have decreases in mobility. But it's not only that, it's also the increased perceived risk people have, which can be a problem, which leads to increased fear of falling, increased avoidance behaviors, and ends up with the same, a decrease in mobility. That's not good for our health and well-being if walking is such an important factor for our health. Here's another example. Again, for active travel, there was a cycle lane put in, and what happens? Would you be able to tell me where the curbs are in this scene? Anybody? This looks as if it's completely flat from one side to the other, doesn't it? Now, the black arrows are actually indicating curbs. Sorry, that's a little bit moved, that should be here. There are curbs, they both go down towards the street. The white, which looks exactly the same, there's no curb, that's flat. People are falling, we have, that's in a little village outside Bristol, we have 3 to 4 recorded falls per month there since it has been activated with serious negative consequences. It's an older population. That's the recorded ones. The others haven't actually talked about it. I started to get the data in. It's a disaster, I promise you. So how well are we adapted to walk in the environment we create? Adaptation to many current sensory design choices comes with a cost, slower processing, increase in potential prediction errors, etc., and large inter-individual differences for the associated risks which come with it. Here's a whole list of people who are affected and are negatively, where we can predict that they will have more difficulties. How is that related to aesthetics? We are at an aesthetics conference. I will go very quickly because I see that time is running. You can do the same game of using gait and see if the idea is really that nature environments are more easily processed than urban environments. I should see, if I show lots and lots of images of nature and urban environments and I let people walk towards them, I should get that similar difference I had. A set of 50 nature images, 50 urban images, all the spatial composition of each pair was mapped so that they had the same distances, the same framing, etc. of those images. And what you can see is exactly what you would have expected. You have the urban environments. People are walking more slowly than in the nature environments and with the slower step length. So again, same story as what we had before on the floor. Great, you would say. Problem is, those images have very different liking scores. We had the spatial configuration balanced, but not the liking scores. So nature images are more liked than the urban images. What happens if you control for liking? We've done that. We got lots and lots of images and mapped, not for spatial configuration anymore, but for liking, what people had said. And we put those pairs back into the same experiment. And all of a sudden, yeah, the difference is gone. Wonderful. So does that mean that liking actually affected that? No, because what we also did was we asked people to tell us. Half of them told us for that image set how much they liked an individual image after each walk. The other half told us what the comfort was to walk towards that stimulus, or rather the discomfort. And what we could show is with modeling that actually the visual discomfort was what explained the differences. So the more uncomfortable, the slower people would walk, irrespective of nature or urban. But the liking as such did not explain any difference in the behavior as such. That is not really surprising, because in those areas, the overlap between comfort and liking is massive. And I think that's exactly the point where we are coming in, why some aspects are not necessarily seen. Let me conclude. Sensory discomfort induced by sensory noise, rather than liking, provides crucial information about how supportive an environment is. Sensory discomfort varies across the population in a predictable way, and comfort should be established for those most sensitive to sensory discomfort, rather than for population averages, what we are normally doing, if we are looking at such factors at all. That would help us to avoid certain kinds of situations, whether it's for Olivier's example or whether it's for examples like those for walking. Future directions to all of that. What we first need to do is start mapping existing spaces for comfort in those most sensitive to sensory discomfort, and learn what works and what doesn't in particular contexts. I can predict for an environment like this one here, the spatial frequencies, that's fine. But I cannot predict all the other components which lead also to comfort or discomfort. So we need to work with the people and actually gather that kind of information and link it back to the certain senses and the knowledge we have from the labs. Last but not least, we need to start to influence thinking about design guidance to take the impact of the environment on the embodied brain into account. I promised you some comments about that bridge. See how different they are, how people differently react to these things. And I want to leave you with one take-home message of this whole thing. Wacky designs are fun, but not for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have time for a couple of questions.
Very nice talk, Ute. Can we have the fun back by making the pattern on the floors isoluminant? Like we make them colorful but isoluminant?
Isoluminance would also create a lot of trouble because people also have that issue that they cannot really see what's going on. If you have an environment, usually you have shaded environments, you have lots of other things. The primrose pattern has for sure some isoluminance in it. And people reacted very differently to that, depending on their color situation. We have differences between different people, where exactly the isoluminance levels lie. I'd be very careful with that. But we can change the spatial scale. So for example, the pattern, which this one here, you know, the Lisbon pattern, if you go to Rossio Square in Lisbon, where the name actually comes from, because the waves are so big that they don't affect my walking pattern, you have no problem. You enjoy, you know, the wavy pattern, you enjoy the illusions, but you're not affected by it walking. That's a way.
Thanks for the great talk. I have two questions. One on the gate experiment you did in the lab. I was wondering, does this effect go away? So it is just for the first instances of walking, or does it persist?
They've done over 100 walks, and they were
Wow.
randomized, you know, between the different images. So, you know, completely
don't adapt.
randomized, and it is absolutely consistent. You see that it does not go away. The differences are there. The differences are extremely consistent. So you have 2 to 3% change, for example, on the floor there, which is massive. It doesn't sound very much, but it's massive if you think about the variability people normally have when they're just walking, which is far less than that. So it's really, really massively effectful.
And the second question is more theoretical. So you were reluctant to talk about affordances. I wondered why, because all the stuff you said is kind of affordances for action, visual discomfort. So why do you feel uncomfortable using the concept?
Because from the neuroscientific side, there is no evidence for the affordances in the way how Gibson actually put it. The idea was that we have neurons which are directly reacting to the affordance of an object. And we don't need it because the vision action system itself explains it. We don't need anything extra. And for that, we have all the evidence. So that's why I don't want to say that affordances maybe on a higher complex level do not exist. But they don't exist at that low level as it was originally suggested by Gibson. That's all, you know, but people have different opinions and they should have them.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for our speaker. We're gonna move on to the next one, Stefania Maddalena. Thank you.
Well, hello everyone. I'm glad to be here. Special thanks to the organizers of the symposium. This is a great opportunity of sharing experiences. And thanks to the speakers for their inspiring talks. Well, I'm an architect, and today I'm representing the City of Milan Urban Planning Department. Well, just to give you the perspective of those who are tasked with setting rules for urban development and regeneration. As you might know, during the last 2 decades, the city of Milan experienced an extraordinary transformation that completely changed its skyline. And in the last years, an urgent need arose to replace previous planning tools based on zoning with new one more flexible in governing transformation. Just to give you a general overview of our work, the new urban plan came in force in 2020, and 5 are the main goals of the plan. First, connection. Strengthen the mobility system and densify the city only in already well-accessible areas in order to prevent land consumption. Second, attractiveness. Seeing the large urban voids, such as dismissed industrial sites, as an opportunity to host functions of general interest related, for example, to culture, to research, to education, to sports, and so on. Third, design a new ecology, and this is the main topic of this talk. We'll see this in detail. 4, build a cohesive community, reshaping public space in each neighborhood is the idea of polycentric cities with a widespread, efficient service system. And fifth, identify those spaces that requires urgent intervention and promote their regeneration. So as you can see, they are all connected to each other. But moving to the main topic of the talk, we are all aware of the extreme consequence of climate change and of the key role of the city in facing this situation. But we are here also to explore together if this approach of sustainable city may also have social impact. This is what I'm learning from you in these days. How the improve of quantity and quality of green urban areas and flora may have may impact human well-being. well, how to achieve this goal of sustainability, which are the strategy set by Milan. First of all, reduce land consumption. The new urban plan reduces the buildable volumes envisaged by previous planning tools. Moreover, the new plan identifies new not buildable areas and areas for agriculture only. The plan protects the hydrogeological structure of the cities in order to promote water drainage. And the plan promotes ecological connection between the large green areas around Milan, which are often in a neglected condition and not well accessible, with the fragmented system of green spaces in the city center. And what is more, the plan aims at improving the resilience of built areas, built environment. But how to implement this goal, how to, which through specific action, which through specific local rules. Here we have some examples. The urban plan draws the ecological connection, the so-called green and blue infrastructure that you can see on the map. And what happens? Which are the rules here? Anytime there is a private or public intervention transforming these areas, it is mandatory to reinforce the natural heritage. Another action is the establishment of the Metropolitan Park, which is an entity collecting several green spaces, both already existed and envisaged, and this entity allows to easily collect resources for green projects in these areas. We will see later some details. Also, the plan identifies the so-called spaces for environmental regeneration, which are settlements of high environmental sensitivity because they are near parks, near watercourses. And in these areas, the plan envisages intervention of thinning out of buildings thanks to the mechanism of transfer of building rights. On the right, you can see some samples of economical incentives for those private investors who implement and maintain green spaces in the city center. I'm sure you are not interested in any detail of this kind of rules. I just want to point out that we want private investors to be involved in this process, and they should no longer view these rules as obligation, but also as an opportunity also for saving money. But the most innovative action for Milan regards environmental standards for construction, demanding prevention measures and adaptation measures. This is interesting because some of these ideas comes from some successful experiences, such as Milan participating in international programs focused on sustainability. We will see them. Prevention measures, meaning the maximum CO2 level of CO2 emissions of buildings, considering construction material, construction process, solution for energetic performances, and so on. For new construction, carbon neutrality is mandatory. But what is more relevant for this talk are the adaptation measures. We introduced an index, the so-called reduction of climate impact index, which is a mandatory ratio between green surfaces and intervention surfaces, meaning that anytime there is a new construction intervention or an intervention in the city completely renewing the existing building, it is compulsory to introduce green surfaces. Green surfaces are, for example, permeable or semi-permeable surfaces at a ground floor, or green roof, or green facades. And the index should be 0.1 for existing building, 0.2 for new construction projects, 0.3 in those areas of environmental regeneration we mentioned before. So easy numbers, they seem easy, but they were not easy to identify. And for complex projects at a larger urban scale, a permeability of 30% is mandatory. The plan, the municipality provides an interface online for calculation that allows operators to easily get limit value by inserting project data. And we also provide a description of the features of green elements counted in the index. Of course, where it's not possible to achieve the limits set by the plan, monetization is allowed, and the resources coming from monetization are channeled to the metropolitan park that we mentioned before. There are also economical incentives for projects that do more than required. And since 2020, we are constantly monitoring the process thanks to the feedback of the designer, of the private investors, and the results of building permits. Here, there is a gallery of projects, recent projects, starting from 2020 until now, complying in different ways with these strategies and rules. Starting from smaller projects, we can see that green roofs are often used in the city center for renovation of existing buildings. Also, green facades are used, but less than green roof, maybe because they are more expensive to maintain. This is an example of new construction projects taking economical advantages from doing more than required. These three are master plans that are not directly results of the environmental laws that I mentioned, but they come from design competition held by private investors. Please mind that the plan envisaged economical incentives for private investors who held design competitions. And they aim at being a new landmark for the city. And as you can see, they show a new sensitivity towards environmental issues, and green elements are predominant. I'd like to mention also some samples of public-private co-design. This is true for 3 large dismissed railway yards in the cities. They are subject to program agreement signed between municipality, region, railway state, and private investors. And the program agreements set the rules for redevelopment of these sites. And one I'd like to point out is the accounting of green areas is a minimum of 60%. 60. Here we have a sample of extended green roof on public buildings, on public offices, on a deposit of means of transport, and on an hospital. And this is interesting because the green roof is a space for patients to relax for their psychological well-being while integrating physical therapy. These two are projects in the outskirts of the city. On the left, we have the new workshop of Teatro La Scala. On the right, the new Milan's Polytechnique. They are all in a strong relationship with the green context, the park and the forest. I mentioned that Milan took part in joining some international programs that in a way changed our mindset. Reinventing Cities is one of them, is a public competition in which public spaces are put out for sale. They are gray, underused public space. And private investors compete to acquire them, but the competition is no longer based on the higher price, but on specific innovative solution for specific climate change challenges. And the desired outcome is a replicable model for a decarbonized development. Clever Cities is again a European project experimenting a nature-based solution on public infrastructure. Here we have an example of green facades on a deposit on a railway station. Approaching the conclusion, what we learned in these years of testing the new rules, we recognize the power of these laws to transform the territory, but the desired level of impact is not yet achieved, especially in small projects. We saw that private investors often choose to monetize instead of using nature-based solutions. So we still have to work on this. And starting for 2023, we started our revision process of the urban plan based on these 4 pillars. And first of all, demand higher environmental standards, make them more ambitious. Then, two topics that comes from the COVID situation, improve the proximity services and improve the social housing. But we also want to introduce the concept of beauty, the project quality, while combining environmental issues. So in this evolving context, opportunities like this are very valuable because we want to overlap different strategies and see if they go in the same direction. So stop here. Thank you for listening.
Is there any question?
Thank you. It was really interesting to see the other side of what we are talking like for a couple of days now.
Yeah.
And I think my point is related to what you just said for your last points as well. It's like, how much do you take into account the opinion of the people living on the sites that you want to renovate or change? Because you were talking about, because I assume you have like different opinions and different like laws people in like the investor people to please, and you have a lot of different like lots of tick boxes to have, but maybe like I was also wondering like what about the actual people living there? Like do they have a say in this process? And yeah.
Thank you so much for the question. This is very crucial in urban transformation process. Actually, when the process of approving of this kind of rules is quite long, takes years, and involves a long procedure of participation process. The problem is that, urban transformation take years, and we can try to predict the future with our job, but during the implementation, a lot of factors may occur. So we can involve population in the beginning of a design process, and we can only see in the end if the places we build are livable, the people tend to use this space, spend their time there. These are the kind of results we can try to monitoring in after years. So this is our goal.
Can you hear so? Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I was curious about the percentage terms of greenery in environments. I would have, in my naivety, thought that rather than the percentage term, it might be far more interesting to look how the biodiversity of those areas impacts that. Because I can imagine if you have a monoculture of grass, that will not have the same effect as other things. So how is that accounted for, and how you're dealing with these things?
That's exactly what are we working on in this revision process of the plan, because we first introduced this mandatory ration of green surfaces and build intervention, but we leave designers, investors to choose which kind of green surface use. They can only use green floor. But in the future, we are mapping the territory to see the impact of the resource on the environment. This is our goal. And in some parts of the territory, they are more vulnerable, have a high environmental sensitivity. We want to make some choose mandatory. You have to plant trees. You have to use green facades because of to fight heat island, for example, heat island effect, and so on. So that's the next step.
Okay, one last question.
Okay. Actually, I had two questions, but both of you already asked that. So I want to extend it, the question to further, because zoning sometimes, not sometimes, zoning is one of the most powerful political tool for people, basically for urban people. So one of the biggest argument is zoning sometimes causes segregation. What I'm seeing is, for example, the sustainability. Right now, the technology in architecture, sustainability means very expensive. So that will make the building very cost. And also grass, like the previous question, I totally agree, grass. When we talk about green, we talk about vegetation. Grass and the tree, they are totally different to react to the weather. And actually, grass is more cost than beneficial because the water, also the things. But if we renovate the building to have a tree, means that we adding a lot of like a force, loading, and maintenance, also the issues to the building, which means the building will be very expensive. And with that, I want to extend the two questions. One question is government will have any kind of a policy to compromise this cost, for example, like tax deviation, something like that beneficial for people that are really willing to balance that cost. And the second is if there's any measurement is that instead of percentage of green, which is very superficial, is there any kind of a measurement about how much environmental impact of certain application, basically? For example, rainfalls, air quality, humidity, airflow, some things that really affect human comfort, for example, or energy assumption instead of percentage of coverage. So that's the extent of two questions.
Yeah, thank you. Well, yeah, our job is quite difficult because we cannot design specific solution in specific part of the city. We just try to create the background to make things happen and set the rules, hoping that they work, so that they are feasible and that they solve problems that we achieve the goals that we set. And of course, our tools are economical because I mentioned this during the presentation, but we try to reduce the cost of intervention that are compulsory anytime there is a new building, new construction projects. We reduce taxes of these with these environmental proposals. So we try to balance and to encourage private investors to comply with this kind of rules. So this is the first question. And regarding the second question is, yes, we are monitoring the temperature of the city, the air quality, and we also calculate the embodied carbon of a new construction, and carbon neutrality required for new construction, meaning that you have to balance all the CO2 emission that you produce. So yes, there are this kind of monitoring.
Okay, thank you very much. May I invite all the speakers on the stage to open up a panel discussion. I saw that Ute already had another question. And yeah, so we'll just bring a couple of chairs more. Okay, so I'm inviting also Hannah Negami and Vasiliki, which I think is here, which were the original speakers that were invited to this symposium, so we take advantage of their presence here. And I think, like, what I would like to use those last few minutes to really reflect how we can really integrate the insights that we as psychologists and vision scientists have from our research to some of the challenges that we have just seen that are from public policy making. So maybe I'll pass over the microphone to Ute, who already had a question for.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, it was, again, a question for Stephanie, but I think she shouldn't answer that on her own. I think that's a question for all of us. And that is, do we actually have any systemic understanding of how the different aspects we are studying, the architects, the urban and designers are faced with, how they are coming together? Because I'm not aware of one.
Well, in some way, in these days, I see that our job in some aspect really matches, because we both have expectation, we both try to predict the future, we work with data, and we try to see the feedback after actions. urban systems are complex, a complex system. Anytime you move, insert a new action, move the entire system, and results can be unpredictable. But I think that we should try to put together our efforts to see things from different aspects, I think, and this is very the future for me.
I mean, if sorry, could you go first?
I have also a question for the last speaker, but for Hannah and Vasiliki as well, because kind of I think what you bring to the table is a different dimension of aesthetic experience in the city. Because you, in the last talk, you mentioned the beautiful city as one goal. What about the interesting city? What about kind of this kind of engagement that goes beyond beauty? I think beauty is very much related also to nature, and there's kind of harmony, but a city has to offer more than that. How do you account for that? And kind of so I know you work on awe in kind of different contexts, and kind of you have kind of a larger aesthetic measurements from the UPenn group. So it might be a nice way to also get some feedback from you too. I don't know, I was asking.
I think in general, I agree with Stefania. I think there needs to be more collaboration between these different disciplines for the scientists to understand what questions we need to ask by working with architects and designers and urban planners. And also, I think we need some more work translating the existing research into how the findings can be applied to different projects. Yeah.
Coming back to the big concept of beauty, heavy words here in this context for me. But yes, for us, that means try to control in some way building morphology, but avoiding to lose complexity. So it's try to find a balance, and we try to do this mapping the territory, analyzing the territory, and see if there some part there are city center of ancient formation, but also there are some parts of the city that are marked by recognizable design, and also there are outskirts to be renewed. So we first try to map the territory and find some rules that can be can guide the projects. For example, regulate the alignment and the height of the facade. Try to build curtain walls, and not to create abrupt changes in the landscape, and introducing green surfaces, because they are a sustainable approach is not appropriate, it is necessary now. So we are trying to match all of these needs, and try to see if they go in the same direction. So
yes, so in terms of the work that we are currently doing, I'm Vasiliki, I'm a postdoc at Penn Center for Neuroaesthetics. I'm working with Anson Chatterjee. They have developed, before joining the lab, these the aesthetic dimensions for architecture. How do we, the main ways that we appreciate architecture, exterior, interior, we have coherence, fascination, and hominess that we use, which all the three sound positive, but they're not necessarily positive for everybody. It's just the labels that we use. So fascination is like high interest, but for people that are higher in the spectrum for autism, high fascination is negative. So don't consider them necessarily positive. So we have these words that we use a lot for spaces. We have several projects that I'm working on architecture, mostly for interiors, for rooms, for images as we started. But now we take it to a next a new level. We have a collaboration with project called Coloring Cities from Alan Turing Institute. They have, it's amazing project, really ambitious. They want to map, so it's similar to what you were saying about mapping earlier. They want to map, it started with London because they're based in London, but they want to map different areas, different cities in the world, all the buildings and the streetscapes on different characteristics, from questions about the material and more utility questions that I know nothing about. I'm not an architect, so things that designers and architects might be interested in. But they contacted us because they wanted to see, okay, how do people find these buildings? Do they like these buildings? So we have added in their questionnaires coherence, destination, and hominess, both for the exteriors, because we talk about all the buildings everywhere. So some people might know how building is inside, either because it's their home or because it's a public space that they have been into, but it can be a building that you pass by every day, so that you don't know how it looks inside. And they will use these questions to rate the aesthetics of exterior, but also the streetscapes. So how is the neighborhood? And they also collect information about trees. We ask them to add how many trees are there. So we are starting a collaboration, like a huge amount of data to really expand from one building to bigger domain. And we also started, we have a taxonomy, we have a set of words that we use for emotion and cognition, the impact that we have usually on artworks. So if we go to a museum, but we have, so these words can be if you feel calm, upset, angry, edified by an artwork, by a piece of work that you see. But we have taken these words to see how they relate to architecture and how they relate to the neighborhoods as well. So we took this, we have a project, I was not involved with this one, it was a poster outside today by Shirley, one of our undergrads, and Vicente, where they studied two different neighborhoods in Philly, in Philadelphia. One was Center City, that like the center that's supposed to be nicer. I live there, not necessarily nicer, but lots of trash. But yeah, it's supposed to be a nice area. In comparison to West Philly, it was supposed to be a bad area, and people don't go there. But Philly is the capital of murals. So they did a study about street art, and they took people in murals in the two locations to see how they perceive in terms of safety, how do they feel there, and how they appreciate how they feel about the neighborhood in the murals. And they were afraid to go to West Philly, but after they visited, they really liked the murals much more than Center City. Because in Center City, they're more abstract, they don't touch hard topics, but in West Philly, they did. And after that, we use these words to understand how people feel in the city. So we have different ways that we can study this. And yeah.
Almost run out of time, so maybe I want to thank all the speakers for joining the discussion and for you to for the interest in the topic. And yeah, thank you very much.
Wait. I want to. I also want to thank my co-organizer Nicole, because she was really the driving force behind putting this together. So thank you, Nicole.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I think there's a lot of potential discussion that we could carry on maybe during the museum beta. So thank you very much again.
We should take a group photo.